Greetings, family. Yes, I am late. I had a meeting that I'm getting out of late. So, let's see here. Hmm, Let's see here. I'm just going to set up a live on IG too. Today was a busy, busy day. Okay. Is that right? Okay. Yeah. All right. So we're going to get right to it. Um, okay. Where you going, boy? Come here, boy. All right. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Greetings, everybody. Okay. I'm gonna get right to it. We got a lot to do. I'm gonna try to exhibit some level of discipline today. I don't know how well that's gonna go, but we shall see. In the meantime, take out your noisemakers, pull out your conspiracies. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Iyami Aj, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Aj. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Welcome in the room. Welcome in the room. Welcome in the room. I'll leave that out. All right. So I've been all over the place because the world has been all over the place. So I'm just gonna pick right up where we left off because there was something that I thought was extremely important. Let me find my eyes. Hold on. As a matter of fact, what I want to do is I think I'm going to pull a card before we jump right into what I want to get to tonight. I think we're going to pull a card. As a matter of fact, I know we're going to pull a card. Let's pull a card. Okay. So this is a card I have not read before. So we just going to move through it together and see what comes through. Okay. This card is called the Kalaratri. The Kalaratri. Come in, boy. Come on. Hey, stop begging. Come here, Storm. Come here, boy. So extra. This is the card. This is the card. Okay. So, all right. She appears beneath the cloak of night, revealing the truths that must be known to set the heart free. She offers you an opportunity to engage in a profound and enduring transformation. This will lead to a powerful rebirth, free from even the most persistent patterns of pain and of your the persistent patterns or pains of your past. Your soul is in deep healing. Recovery can be painful, but the pain is temporary, and you will emerge renewed and released. In time, you will greet your rising destiny from an entirely new and improved inner foundation. You are blessed to experience a new life within this lifetime. So this is the lesson for the card. The goddess Kalarratria, I can't pronounce that. Kalarratri appeared when a warrior violated. Oh my God. Yo. Oh my God. Right out the gate, baby. Hold on. Let me make sure everything, all the volume is up and everything is just right. So y'all can enter into this space, child. The first three words in, and I'm like, oh no. The goddess Kalaratri appeared when a warrior violated the rules of law and violently assaulted enemy troops resting under the cover of night. Oh my God. Ooh, chat. She appeared in terrible form, making sounds that expressed her horror at the suffering taking place. This is the weeping and wailing Black Madonna. No matter how people try to cover up what is happening, glossing over things with cleverly manipulative words, she is the truth witnessed and laid bare. Oh my God. Yeah. Lord, you know what? Somebody just reminded me to do some housekeeping. So this is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So if you would like to support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, you can do so in several different ways. This is the primary way that I am communicating with you guys, though some other things are in the works. But the way that you can support is to, one, become a paid subscriber to my YouTube channel. This is there are several different tiers of support that you can engage in. Make sure you read what you're subscribing to, so that you can follow up on some of the things that are offered in those subscriptions. Two, you can send a super chat or a super thanks and all those little things. You should be able to scroll across your screen or something like that to mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Hmm, hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Um, hmm. Like that. I've never done this, so I don't know if y'all will be able to see it. I'm setting a super chat goal. I'm trying to get more tech savvy with all this stuff. So we shall see. So all right. So I set a super chat goal. I don't know if y'all can see that. And we'll see how that works out. Okay. So that's one way you can support. Also, you can take this email, EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com, which I'm putting in the chat on the YouTube channel. Let me just go ahead and do that on IG too. So that email that I'm posting now, EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com, you can use to either send a Zelle donation or a PayPal donation. You can also send a Cash App at $ Daughter of the Fates, $ Daughter of the Fates, FATES. You can also send Venmo at Cassandra, CASSANDRA -Floyd, FLOYD. You can also go support the Etsy store for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, which is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. And I think that's it. Okay, so now let me finish reading this card. It's already blowing my mind. Two sentences in. Okay, the goddess Kalaratri appeared when a warrior violated the rules of law and violently assaulted enemy troops resting under the cover of night. She appeared in terrible form, making sounds that expressed her horror at the suffering taking place. This is the weeping and wailing Black Madonna. No matter how people try to cover up what is happening, glossing over things with cleverly manipulative words, she is the truth witnessed and laid bare. For those who have been cajoled or coerced to deny their intuition and authentic experience, Kalaratri breaks through the crazy making and brings us into the truth of what is happening. She brings the relief of truth, even when it is difficult to bear. She breaks open toxic systems and reveals deceptive behaviors. In unmasking the terror of what has happened or what is still happening, we become able to disconnect from sources of abuse so that we can begin to heal the trauma. That which is not acknowledged can never heal, but is doomed to be repeated. The acknowledgement of Kalaratri is not an intellectual understanding, but a bone deep agony of release. It is like pulling the thorn out of the lion's paw. It hurts, but it is the way that leads to healing, rather than the hurt that would come from trying to ignore the thorn and dealing with the increasingly negative consequences. The name Kalaratri literally translates as Black Night, a time that is sacred and honored with celebration in the Hindu tradition. It is also an emanation of the goddess Kali herself. In that sense, Kali, our dark night of the soul, Kali, our dark night of the soul. In the Hindu scriptures, Kalaratri is known as the dark night of final dissolution, the formal and absolute ending of something that no longer needs to be. Woo! Woo! She signifies that there is no going back. She is the spiritual solvent into which we, as we have known ourselves and experienced our agonies, can dissolve. On the spiritual path, to go through a dark night of Kalaratri is considered a protective and enveloping experience. Here, we can be held in a psychic container that allows us to dispense with all we have been working through or holding on to. It is where we try to figure it out and just let go of it all. Similar to what happens during sleep. During the spiritual sleep of Kalaratri, we drop the ego and intellect and allow for the divine reorganizing and healing power of the sacred feminine to work its restorative magic. Energies are processed and cleared away. From her, as the cosmic womb, we can then be recreated and reborn. The oracle brings a message of total change, of a need to let go of what has been so that a new form can be established. You'll not know what the new form is going to look like, just as you do not know what you will dream of before you go to sleep, nor in what state you will awaken the following morning. As you enter into this spiritual sleep, you cannot know all that will happen. Yet this is Kali, so we can trust. Sleep only comes when we let go. So too, this deep and restorative spiritual surrender can only happen when we are willing to let go of our attachment to what has been. This form of the goddess is said to ward off dark entities, ghosts, or spirits, and negative energies as they all flee upon her arrival. The sanctuary of night and all it entails, such as coming face to face with our fears and through that releasing them, is a temple for healing with the goddess. So, the many gifts of Kalaratri include increased fearlessness and freedom. The oracle guides you to trust in her protection and her promise that under her guiding hand, you shall become all you are destined to be. The invocation ritual for Kalaratri. Ja Ma Kali, dark mother of the black night, cosmic womb of Kalaratri. I honor you, the divine dissolution, the ending necessary to yield the promised fulfillment. My trust in you is unconditional. I openly acknowledge my suffering and give my voice to the agonies I have experienced with the intention only to release all of it to you. Bless me with the courage of your honesty to attain complete release. What I have known is less than a drop in the oceanic divine nature that you are awakening within me. I cross the threshold into your healing darkness of unknowing. Here I rest for as long as needed, gently and lovingly dissolving into your being until I am ready to be born anew. May all beings feel your love and know your beautiful liberation. Ja Ma Kali. Okay. And then there's one more I pulled for us. So let's see what she got to say. I've never pulled this one before either. So this is Kama of Kali. Kama of Kali. She is completely and utterly in love with your divine essence, and in her love bestows endless gifts. Your path need not be one of endless effort. Connecting with pleasure as a path of connecting with pleasure as a path of personal empowerment with an intention to bring spiritual benefit to the collective through softening and opening your heart is an act of worshiping the divine feminine. Come on. Relax into the present of what is as you slow your pace and make swifter progress. Kama is a Sanskrit word that refers to the sweet stuff of life, pleasure, emotional fulfillment, and being completely present so we can experience life through all the senses. So it is also sensual and physical vibrancy. Without the equality of Kama, our experience of life can become dry, bleak, and intimidating, a joyless existence with simply more tasks to be completed. If we are feeling exhausted, lacking in the qualities of delight and lightness of the heart, then we have become deficient in Kama, sacred pleasure. In the realm of the goddess, the enjoyment of life is a sacred act of devotion, gratitude, and celebration. In the throes of profound challenge and transformation, we can feel disconnected from our joyfulness. It's a tough. It's as tough. It's as tough. Excuse me. It's as though it were akin to the bright days of summer, and we are midwinter, wondering how it ever was that we could frolic about in barely anything when we now feel the need to cover ourselves with abundant protective layers. This is to be expected during times of intense suffering when we are dealing with an issue that has elicited grief or anger. Yet, if we allow our minds to remain open to the possibility of joyfulness and pleasure, they can find their way. They can find their way through, like the sun breaking through clouds, to bring us comfort. The oracle can indicate not only a more pleasurable way of being as a part of your future, but also an offering of pleasure now, even if you are struggling to ease the strain and make the way easier overall. Assessing, um, accessing pleasure requires embodiment, a comment, a connection with the senses and the subtle nuances of feeling and beauty. Through embodiment, it is easier to receive healing. It can manifest through the uplifting scent of aromatherapy, with the warmth of a shower, gratitude for a safe and comfortable place to sleep, the sumptuousness of warm clothes, or a satisfying meal, the delight of playful silliness in animals, the nutty sense of humor of a beloved human, the simple appreciation for the flow of the breath, or through the openness of being that spontaneously occurs in response to an expansive vista of trees and mountains. Kama is the spiritual practice of presence that leads us into joy, even ecstasy and bliss. It is the juiciness of feeling truly alive. If we have if we have a complicated or confused attitude towards pleasure, the natural need for it can be denied or repressed. Yet it will not disappear. It will arise in some indulgence, addiction, or peculiarity of behavior. God damn. What the whoosh. Woo, 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 woo. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. If we have a complicated or confused attitude towards listen, oh, if we have a complicated or confused attitude towards pleasure, the natural need for it can be denied or repressed, yet it will not disappear. It will arise in some indulgence, addiction, or peculiarity of behavior, which creates suffering because it is not natural. It is not the natural expression of natural need. Yo, yo, oh my God, damn. Oh, oh, oh. Mm. Ah, yo. Ah. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. God damn it. Ah, dang. Ooh. Oh. Listen. Ed says it will arise in some indulgence, repressed pleasure, repressed pleasure. You hear me? If it is denied or our natural need for pleasure, if it is denied or repressed, it will not disappear. It will instead arise as some indulgence, addiction, or peculiarity of behavior. And that behavior creates suffering because it is not the natural expression of the natural need. Whoa. Listen. The Kali of Kama helps us reconnect to our need for pleasure and its healthy expression. The oracle speaks of a gift. Man, oh man. The oracle speaks of a gift entering your life from the will of the goddess. It is an invitation to relax and receive. Woo! My God, I needed this card, child. Oh my God, this is a whole word. Okay. Sometimes we may unconsciously attribute divine will with temptations to demand more and more of us. Yet divine will has our best interests at heart. When we need to develop strength, it will certainly provide the experiences necessary for us to do so. But it also provides sweetness and pleasure, which we can embrace or not using our free will. The oracle speaks of a need to embrace pleasure and the many gifts of the goddess. This is not an indulgence. It can actually help you make progress on your spiritual path. To be able to embrace joyfulness is a gift. It provides us with the relief and the release when the path has been truly difficult. It is the summer to the soul's winter. To grow, we need both. The Kali of Kama is a message that we should not discard our need for pleasure. Man, oh man. So much of what society promotes as pleasure is little more than disembodied escapism that creates further suffering rather than healing. The natural and enhancing experiences of pleasure, however, are a mystical medicine. We can only access it through presence, spontaneity, and connection to ourselves and life. The Kama of Kali is genuinely healing. That is how we recognize sacred pleasure, through its effect. It has far-reaching positive consequences and leads to more energy, commitment, and discipline as a natural response to the alleviation of excess pressure. This teaching is not about becoming hedonistic or pursuing pleasure at any cost. Okay, oh my God. It says this teaching is not about becoming hedonistic or pursuing pleasure at any cost without wisdom or benefit. Instead, the oracle asks us to engage with pleasure as an act of worshiping the goddess. Oh my God, can y'all just come on in the room? I created a goal for this live for super chats. I hope that you will read and engage. Oh shoot. You will read and engage that goal. And I will be regularly putting my email in the chat, both on IG and on YouTube, so that you can send a Zelle or a PayPal or send me a message if you would like to get a reading. Okay, so she says, she said the oracle asks us to engage with pleasure as an act of worshiping the goddess. When divine worship is genuine, come on, it doesn't add to the suffering of the world. Listen. Oh my God, I cannot believe this card. Oh my God. Listen. When divine worship is genuine, it does not add to the suffering of the world. It aids its relief. Do you hear me? Thank you so much for the donation, Goddess Divine 888. Oh, she say I needed this card too. Baby, I'm having a whole moment. A whole moment. To understand this, we can give up the notion of pleasure as selfish. Oh my God. We can, listen, we can give up the notion of pleasure as selfish and begin to associate it with the sacred. This oracle brings comfort. It speaks of the forthcoming grace of pleasure in your life and your capacity to truly be with it as an act of blissful divine devotion. Oh my, whoa, yo, yeah, you can go on. Whoa, whoa, this card. Whew. This is the invocation. Reflect for a moment on your most pleasurable experiences that awaken joy and gratitude in your heart. Man, let that feel good. Gaze, man. Oh my God, today. Woo. Oh my God. Wow. What's today? Let me mark this. Man. Let me tell you about this card in my life today, okay? Man. Gaze at the oracle image. The lotus is a symbol of divine beauty and the pleasure this brings. Allow it to represent whatever you need at the moment, even if you do not consciously know what that could be. Be open and simply allow for the sensation of your heart being filled with such sweetness and delight that it causes a purging of old energies and an expansive sensation of floating freedom and love. Let your heart rest in this beauty now. Let your soul relax. You may like to repeat the mantra of the goddess Kali and the goddess Lakshmi to seal in these gifts of the goddess and allow them to multiply in your life for the spiritual benefit of all beings. Om Krim Kaliye Namaha. Om Shrim Mahalakshmeya Namaha. Om Krim Kaliye Namaha. Om Shrim Lakshmiye Namaha. Finish with your hands in the prayer position. You have completed the process. I think I'm gonna pull one more card just to round this off at a 3. Let's go. Let's just do it like that. I've pulled this one before, I think. We shall see. Y'all know tomorrow is Friday the 13th. And if you don't know, now you know. So Venus is in the room tomorrow because that's the day. Tomorrow is Venus Day, which is AKA Oshun Day, which is AKA Divine Feminine, the number of the Divine Feminine. And there's something I want to read to y'all about Yeye Oshun, so that you can at least have a version of Oshun that you can meditate on for tomorrow, which is Friday the 13th. Okay? All right. Let's see. This is what, boo. Come on. You can come in, but you ain't gonna stand up yelling. Um, oh, that's what's up, Grace the Empress. She took tomorrow off. That's what I would call on everybody to do. As a matter of fact, everybody on the planet need to be taking tomorrow off. It's just a declaration of where their loyalties lie with the mother, with the goddess. Anyway, okay, so this next card that I pulled, this last card that I pulled for us is Lalita Tripura Sundari. I have pulled this card before, I think. I'm still getting to learn the deck. It's a relatively new deck, so I'm always excited when I pull a card that I've never seen, that I've never pulled. Okay. Oh, okay, cool. The next one's not till November. Okay. Lalita Tripura Sundari. With luminous grace, she plays her ways into our hearts, softening hardness and despair, awakening the remembrance of light, of love, and of joy. No matter what you have experienced, your hearts shall be cleansed and released from ugliness, sorrow, and pain. Negative, um, let's say, negative karmic legacies will be cleared away. Our divine sister goddess invites you to recognize her golden restorative beauty shining within your heart. Cultivate that which is worthy of such beauty, for this is your essential nature. Gracefully release all else with dignity. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right. The third of the Mahavidya wisdom goddesses, Lalita Tripura Sundari, is the divine mother manifesting as light, playfulness, and beauty. In the Shakti Tantras, or the scriptures of the divine feminine, there are two schools. One school celebrates Kali as the primordial origin of the universe. The other worships Lalita as such. Yet they are both but two faces of the one divine mother. Lalita doesn't compete with Kali. She is her boon-giving brightness. Lalita's presence in a reading is a reminder to play. Her sandhana, or practice, asks us to cleanse and heal our minds so we do not become consumed. Child, listen. Okay. I will be honest, because I pulled this card before, I was like, maybe I should just pull another card. Maybe I should just, child, let me tell you about this card. Okay. This card reminds you to play. Her sandhana, or practice, asks us to cleanse and heal our minds so we do not become consumed or overwhelmed by the suffering or ugliness happening in our world. Without denying the dark side of human nature, we can look through the inner eye to see what is happening at a spiritual level. If we look for the inner spiritual truth, we will find divine beauty. That is the courage, kindness, selflessness, generosity. God damn it. Oh, mm, God. Woo, shit. My God. Woo. Yo, my. Woo, shit. Yep. 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 Mm. If we look for the inner spiritual truth, we will find divine beauty. That is the courage, kindness, selflessness, generosity, love, and strength that humans develop and express in response to their problems. Oh my God. Woo! Mm. Man, oh man, today, child. Lalita is the power to recondition the mind away from agony and into delight. This doesn't require changing the world, but rather seeing the world differently. Man. Mm. Instead of seeing humanity as victimized, weak, ego-driven, and wounded, can't believe this goddamn card today. Okay, listen. Oh my god. Instead of seeing humanity as victimized, weak, ego-driven, and wounded, we can affirm humanity as a collective of spiritually brave souls willing to incarnate and grow during a challenging time of spiritual obscuration on earth. Listen, yo, God, dog it. I'm having a whole breakthrough right now. Oh my God. Woo. There is divine beauty in such boldness of spirit. Internally, we shift from despair to awe, changing our chemistry all along the way with our consciousness. As that takes place, we begin to vibrate energetically at a higher frequency. Challenges are Challenges are recognized as means through which blessings can be activated. The mindset of the warrior fighting against darkness can shift into the mindset of the priestess, facilitating the increasing presence of spiritual light upon the earth. Yo, I'm sorry I keep stopping, but yo, like y'all don't understand. I'm having a whole moment up in here. Yo, my God. Listen, let me read that whole statement for y'all again in case y'all ain't up in here in this room. Okay. Whoa. Listen. Mm, 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 mm. The mindset of the warrior fighting against the darkness can shift into the mindset of the priestess, facilitating increasing presence of spiritual light upon the earth. Thank God damn. Oh my God. Lizzie, the mind. Oh, I gotta make a note. Hold on. God damn. Yo. Shit. Oh my God. Yo. I Ugh. The mindset of the warrior fighting against the darkness can shift into the mindset of the priestess, facilitating the increasing presence of spiritual light upon the earth. Some worlds, same circumstances, different approach, interpretation, and response, which in turn leads to a different experience and a future for us all. Sometimes we need the darkness, the feistiness of Kali, and the warrior spirit, yet at other times, the lightness of heart, the delighted mind, and the buoyant spirit are what will open the way for us. For life to happen, we need both night and day, winter and summer, and everything in between. Lalita is the reminder to give due honor to the brightness and light, especially if we have been dealing with a lot of darkness. In a reading, Lalita Tripura Sundari is a sign of good things intended for you. The ending of a truly difficult time is near as a spiritual shift from the quote dark night of the soul into something of a golden age in your life. It is a promise of release into beauty and grace. Do your work to orient yourself, to shift your inner being, to be ready for her. What would it be like to dispense with worry and dwell within a continual infusion of golden grace? Oh, 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 oh my God. Yo, woo. Mm, 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 mm. Listen, this is the way of Lalita. Be open to experiences of rest and pleasure and beauty, which can elevate your frequency and help you discover new solutions to old issues. I cannot with this card today. Okay? I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. Woo. Oh my God. Woo. Child, listen. 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 Baby. Oh my God. Mm-mm-mm. It says, be open to experiences of rest, pleasure, and beauty, which can elevate your frequency and help you discover new solutions to old issues. Lalita helps the mind break free from poverty consciousness and belief in lack. Inner healing and transformation manifest through her playful energies. We become able to find delight and joy once more. Tripura translates as three cities and refers to the triple goddess as a virgin, Bala, as a fertile woman, Sundari, and as the crone, Bhairavi. In a reading, this oracle indicates a change so radical and profound that it is irreversible. A previous chapter of your life is truly closing and will never be reopened. This will be the reason for celebration, for the intervention of Lalita in our lives brings only delight, joy, happiness, and fulfillment. Whatever you need to release right now shall create the space for what is divinely destined for you to manifest through her grace. You have every reason to feel hopeful. If you have been struggling with poverty consciousness or have lost a sense of joy and gratitude for your life path, Lalita is a portent of heart healing and restoration of grace, light, and dignity in your heart. You shall awaken to your true inner beauty. You shall enjoy a change of pace and a release from intensity. Your open your heart and orient your mind toward a golden era. Woo wee! The invocation ritual. Lalita Tripura Sundari, golden goddess at play, joyful Jagatambe, loving mother of the world and benevolent queen of the universe. You are all giving, so generous and kind. I open my heart to you and wonder at your unwavering desire that I should simply be happy and free. Come on. Your generosity melts all resistance. In your presence, I am as humble as a sage and as happy as a delighted child. You are my divine mother. You love me so much. On every level, I welcome your golden presence into my being, into my life, and into the world. For the spiritual liberation of all beings, Jama Lalita Devi. See, sense, and intend or feel that you are moving deep into the spacious inner temple of your heart. There, a swirling golden light is reaching towards you. That light swirls elegantly, playfully, delightedly in multiple directions. You sense it is powerful, intelligent, kind, and healing. This swirling golden light expands so it fills your entire energy field, and then encapsulates the space around you. It captures all energetic streams of darkness, whisking them away from you, transforming them instantly into delight, happiness, and freedom. You are peaceful, protected, and blessed. You shine as a beautiful priest or priestess of her golden light. Your luminous heart radiates her golden, swirling intelligence in all directions and through all dimensions for the spiritual benefit of all beings. Allow yourself to connect with the joy and delight of this moment. Finish with your hands in the prayer position and bow your head to the joy and delight of the divine feminine in your deepest heart. You have completed your invocation ritual. Woo, wait. And so I wrote a note the first time I read this card. You can see it right there. And I wrote a note. So I'm going to take my own advice. The note was to play the song Golden Lady by Stevie Wonder. to like play it for the day. So as soon as we get up off here, I'm gonna play the song. Go to your YouTube channel, wherever you stream music from. Golden Lady by Stevie Wonder. That's gonna be a jam. That's gonna be a lick. This card did me. Oh, it did me. It did me. Yes, it did. Sure did. All three of these cards. Let's see. Pull those back out so I can meditate on those for tomorrow. I will ask that if you are interested in receiving a photograph of each of the cards that I read for y'all tonight, send a donation. Send me an email at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. I will send you a photo of each of the cards and each of the invocation rituals if you would like to have those for tomorrow, for Friday the 13th. So if you are interested, EvoEme EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com if you would like to receive a photo of those cards and the invocation ritual that goes with each. Greetings, those of you who are tuning in via IG. I'm going to type that email address into the group chat so you can send me an email if you're interested in receiving a image, a picture of the cards that I just read. For those of you who tuned in late, I just read 3 cards from the Kali Oracle, obsessed with the Kali Oracle deck. So if you want to receive those cards and the picture of those cards and a picture of each of the invocation rituals so that you can have them for Friday the 13th. Tomorrow is Friday the 13th, the day of the divine feminine in her Venusian presentation tomorrow. And so this reading has changed. This reading that we just did has changed the trajectory of what I was going to do today. Yes, it sure has. Yep, it sure has. I was going to do something totally different, but it actually changed my whole frequency. So I'm going to read to you what I here's the book here. I'm going to read to you what I was meditating on a couple of days ago with Oshun. I don't really remember because I told y'all I've been studying like a crazy person. I don't really know what set me on her in particular, but that particular day is what I'm saying. I don't recall what set me on that trajectory with her, but it might have had something to do with birds, because I've been talking to y'all off and on, like low key, a lot about birds and how I really feel like we need to be paying a lot more attention to birds these days than we do. Not only do we need to be paying more attention to birds, but I am very, very deliberate about my relationship to birds. I have a bag of bird seed in my car as we speak, like a big bag of bird seed in the car, wherever I try to be making offerings to the birds. If I see a big old bunch of birds just chilling, I'll throw some bird seed out the window. You feel me? Like I really, Grace, the Empress says, I was listening to one of your readings from the Women's Encyclopedia, and you mentioned reading the section about the clitoris. I would love to hear that. I'm going to order it soon too. Let's see. I see ravens so much that it feels like they follow me, and I've never seen this many in my life. That is happening a lot, Vayoni. That's happening a lot. As a matter of fact, the young woman that I told you I was here for a week, she said something to me about it. She was like, is it just my imagination, or like, do the birds in this neighborhood know you? I said, why you say that? She said, because these birds, they all will start squawking crazy loud when you've pulled up. Every time you leave, they start squawking. Every time you're close to home, they start squawking. She's like, is that just my imagination? Or is it like every time you come back? I was like, they should. I be putting water out on the balcony for them. I be everywhere I go in this neighborhood. I take bird seed with me and throw it out the window if I see a bunch of them hanging out together. I want y'all to remember me, like be on my side. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere I keep that bag of bird seed in the car. And that came from a practice that was taught to me by this Chumash elder. She's no longer living, but she told me that, you know, a part of Chumash tradition is to carry around with you like cornmeal and tobacco to leave offerings regularly. Like she said, if you want, like if you're wild crafting, I don't know if y'all know what wild crafting is, but wild crafting is just picking up shit from the wild. Essentially, that's a super simplistic explanation of what wildcrafting is, but wildcrafting is usually used when referring to people that are herbalists and they go out into the wild and pick their own herbs instead of like, you know, going to the store. But for me, wildcrafting is if you pick up anything with any intention from out in the natural world. Okay, so for me, my wildcrafting is picking up sticks and acorns and pine cones and leaves and flowers and stuff. Like every time I go on a walk, I'm coming home with something. I'm coming home with something that I picked up off the ground. I can't help myself. I'm a double earth sign. I'm gonna pick something up off the ground, right? And so the practice, as taught to me by this elder, was, you know, to make an offering of tobacco or cornmeal before you pick anything up off the earth, right? For her, she would actually tear a piece of her own hair off. She would tear a piece of her hair off, put it at the base of the plant that she was about to pick a flower off of or a leaf off of. She was over this community garden, and so if she was gonna, you know, like show the kids that the leaves are edible, before she would pick the leaf, she would literally tear a piece of her hair off, put it on the ground at the base of the plant, then take the leaf from the plant, pass it around so the kids could like eat it or whatever, right? And so I still have tobacco and cornmeal in the car, but because there's so many birds everywhere around here, and there's so many crazy stories about birds in the city, y'all. I heard this story the other day. That might have been the triggering point for me getting into this thing with Oshun. I saw this because I've been telling y'all there's been a couple of stories about vultures, right? That I've been hearing that are really, like, to me, scary stories, because we have to be paying attention to these birds. Okay, there is a reason that every religion on earth, every tradition, every culture, every belief placed such high reverence and importance on birds. There's a reason. They have a perspective we don't have. They have a view of things that we don't have. And if we, you know, cultivate relationships with birds, that gives us access to these perspectives that they have that we don't. And so there's always a reason why historically all flying creatures, period, but particularly birds, but all flying creatures, insects, butterflies, moths, bugs, bats, have always been the domain of the mothers, of the goddesses, every winged creature. And it's interesting that these become the creatures that we are socialized to be most fearful of or repulsed by. Those things that can give us a perspective that we don't have if we nurture those relationships. Feel me? So I've been on this bird thing for some time, but this year in particular, when I started hearing all these stories of these, quote, mass vulture deaths, this is concerning, not just from a spiritual perspective. It is concerning from an ecological perspective that 72 birds in Virginia just fell out of the sky. Vultures. First of all, vultures don't kick it with humans. They don't come around us too slick in a natural environment. In a natural environment, vultures do not come near us, don't come around us or anything like that. They lay back, they lay low, you feel me? And so for 72, the number 9, 72 birds to be found on the grounds of an elementary school in, I think it was Virginia, just like they all died at the same time, like they just fell the hell out the goddamn sky at the same time. That shit should have been a lot more alarming to people than it was. The fact that people were so freaked out about it because, you know, Virginia's real spiritual, and so is people didn't want to touch the birds because it might be, you know, a omen or whatever, and it motherfucking was an omen. It was an omen. But instead of y'all acting with reverence for these birds and trying to find out what the hell happened that could kill 72 vultures, do you know they left the bodies of those birds on that football field for 7 days before anybody in the city would come and remove the birds? Y'all hear me? And the fact that this story just like kind of went over people's heads is concerning to me. Three weeks later, another mass vulture death in the same state. Now, if you want me to get real extra and spiritual, which it was Ohio. Okay, thank you. Cool. Okay. So there were a couple of other states. I think Google vulture deaths or mass bird deaths in 2026, because this is all pretty recent. 2025, 2026. God is Divine 888. Do a quick search for like unexplained mass bird deaths in America, because they were saying it was like a Midwestern thing. It was happening along the Midwest. Something was happening, because I think there were at least 3 articles that I saw of mass bird deaths, and 2 of those were vultures. That is concerning. First of all, vultures are hard to kill. Okay? Vultures are hard to kill because of their immune system. They're the cleanup crew. So they don't get bacterial infections. They don't get viral infections. So when you hear people talking about, oh, it might have been a bird flu, not for them. Not for them. Nope. So I ain't trying to hear that. Somebody either poisoned them birds, like poisoned the local water source or something. I don't know. But how do you get 72 dead birds at the same time? Nobody was acting any kind of concerned about that. And my spidey senses was like raised up. You feel me? Then I told y'all about that big thing that happened in India. And they reported that strictly like ecologically, that there was a 90% decrease in the vulture population in the span of a couple of years. And that was in the late 90s, and they are still feeling the ecological impact, even though the bird population has now been like increasing because they've been doing all these things to try to save the vultures. But the impact of the initial 90% decrease, that means 90% of the living vultures at the time was dead because of a drug that was being used to alleviate pain in the cows, right? And so the drug that was used to alleviate pain in the cows was causing kidney failure in the vultures. So the vultures were dying, a sharp decline. I think they said within 3 years of these birds. And because vultures are nature's clean up crew, they equated the death of those birds in the 90s with, what was it, a $7.5 billion loss, like a I forget, like a hit to the economy, a 7 point something billion dollar hit to the economy, and directly causing 250,000 deaths in the first year. Deaths. Rabies exploded over India because of the death of these vultures. Child, listen, okay? And so I was like, look, we got to be paying attention to these birds. You feel me? And then you start hearing the stories about how crows and ravens are as smart as 7-year-old children. They can solve problems. They can solve puzzles. I watched a video of a raven given a scenario, right? Like you want the snack or whatever. No, it was water. You want the water, bird, right? I'm going to give you a glass of water. I'm going to give you a pile of rocks, and I'm going to make sure that the water is just low enough that if you stick your head in it, you can't reach it. And you sit here and watch this video of this raven go rock by rock by rock, putting them rocks in the water, putting the rocks in the water until the water level raises high enough for the bird to drink the water. You feel me? I said, listen, another story this woman was telling about how these crows, this little girl had been feeding these crows. I think I might have told y'all the story. This little girl, she was like 8 or 9. Every day she would put little treats like nuts and shit on her windowsill before going to school to feed the little crows that was living in the tree outside her window. And every day the little crows would eat the little nuts, and she would come back home from school and there would be little gifts. The birds would leave little trinkets, just like little shit they find, little trinkets. And the girl decided she was going to make a little bracelet out of the trinkets that the birds were leaving on her windowsill. Every morning, like clockwork, she would leave the nuts. Every day, she would have little trinkets on her windowsill. Do you know that the little girl got kidnapped? The little girl got kidnapped. And do you know that it was them birds that helped to solve the guy? Because the little girl got kidnapped, and then they, after a certain period of time, they was like, the odds of us finding her, she's probably dead, right? Do you know it was them birds that helped the police solve the fucking crime? That it was a man in the neighborhood who took that little girl when she was walking home from school and buried that little girl in his backyard, and them crows led them all the way to where she was buried. You hear me? Them birds led the police to where this girl was buried in this man's in the wooded brush behind his house. So when I tell y'all, I've been up on one with these birds, man. I'm always paying attention. Even y'all know, ain't nothing I'm saying crazy. Because as soon as you watch some movie with something crazy about to happen, and the first thing the camera want to do is pan up to the sky and show you how all the birds is getting the fuck out of Dodge. All the birds is flying in one direction, and the people's like, that's odd, and going in the opposite direction. And you screaming at the TV like, why they do that? Why they didn't follow the birds? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I know y'all know. Okay, so anyway, I've been talking about these vultures a lot. And that's what got me on it, because I was thinking about these vultures the other night on another deep dive that I'm still in. I'm still in the thrust stuff, right? And so I went back. Let me see if I can find it really quick to because there is a vulture-headed goddess in ancient Egypt. So I was like, well, let me just start there. Let me start with this vulture-headed goddess. My notes are all over the place, so let me just take a minute and see where I put that. Okay, so that's one. Yeah, that's one part of it. Let me tell y'all, what I'm about to read y'all is gonna really blow your whole mind. It blew mine. What I'm about to read y'all is about to blow y'all whole mind. It sure is. Sure is. Okay. Yep. 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 It blew mine. So much. Where did I put it? Y'all don't know. Something else. Did y'all know? Do y'all know? Does anybody put it without thinking and without Googling it? Okay, without thinking and without Googling it. Does anybody know what the original name of the Statue of Liberty was? Oh, I'm sorry, QB. I don't know why I keep doing that. That's weird. No, okay. That's actually because I have another live scheduled that something was weird with it. So I'm going to delete it. But yeah, that's why, is because I do have another live scheduled at 9 that I'm not going to do. I'm just going to ride this one out. But without doing no Google searches or anything, does anybody know what the name of the Statue of Liberty was before it was called the Statue of Liberty? Anybody know? I didn't. Anybody know? No? Nobody? The name of the Statue of Liberty is Liberty Enlightening the World. That's the name of the Statue of Liberty. Liberty Enlightening the World. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Do you want me to tell you some other interesting thing that I found out about the Statue of Liberty? Which is crazy. Because I told y'all, my friend, I've shown it to y'all. My friend did a mural, right? And she painted it on this elementary school. And she had her release date on the day that Pluto entered into Aquarius. It was February 20th of 2022. She called me. She said, I know you in ceremony today. I know it's a big day. You got some time to come to this location. I was like, yeah, okay, cool. She didn't tell me what it was. She just said, come down here now if you can. And it was an unveiling of the mural. I had not seen the mural. I did not know she was doing an unveiling on this day, right? She unveils the mural and I am in the mural. There's a whole bunch going on in the mural, but I am in the mural painted as the Statue of Liberty. I'm in the mural as the Statue of Liberty. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my God, right? So I be kind of like, and then my name means she who illuminates the world, she who illuminates mankind, she who shines on mankind, right? That's what my name means. So I'm always like, oh my God, this shit is crazy, right? Then, Virgo is always seen holding a sheath of wheat in one hand and the scales of justice in the other hand because Libra is her mother, right? So I'm always like, whoa, this is crazy, right? And so as a Virgo, I asked her, I said, do you know my birthday? When she did the unveiling, I said, do you know my birthday? She's like, no. I said, you do not know my birthday. I said, do you know the month that I was born? She said, no. I said, what inspired you to paint me as the Statue of Liberty? She was like, I don't know. It just felt right. Okay. So I'm tripping because of the correspondences, right? My name, meaning she who illuminates mankind. You feel me? I'm holding the scales of justice, just like the sign Virgo, right? Then I read that the Statue of Liberty, her real name was Liberty Enlightening the World, right? But you think that's crazy? Guess when New York City designated the Statue of Liberty as a national established the Statue of Liberty as a national landmark. Just take a wild guess. The Statue of Liberty was designated as a national landmark on my motherfucking year after my birthday to the date. September 14th, 1975 is when I was born. September 14th, 1976 is when New York City designated this as the Statue of Liberty as a national landmark. I said, what? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. And did you know? Because I've been talking to y'all a lot about the fact that this Saturn-Neptune conjunction just happened a couple of weeks ago and is what's kicking our ass right now. And the last time there was a Saturn-Neptune conjunction was in the year 1989, right? Remember me talking to y'all about that a lot because 1989 was a massive year. It was the end of the Cold War, the tearing down of the Berlin Wall. Like so much humongous shit happened in 1989. Guess what else happened in 1989? The Tiananmen Square rebellions in China, where you see the famous picture of the student standing in front of the tank and the massive army in China. Well, those students erected a replica of the Statue of Liberty, like massive. The students did it, all impromptu. I'm getting chills everywhere. Erected a replica of the Statue of Liberty in protest of the government clampdown on these students, and it was called the Goddess of Democracy in Tiananmen Square in 1989. during the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, and y'all know the Statue of Liberty was a black woman, right? Like I think most people know she was black. Okay, because she was black, and her feet have shackles, chains and shackles on them that are broken. And then there was this commentary in, because she's holding like a book in her hand called the Tabula Anasta, and in this book that she's holding in her hands is a commentary on this monument, documenting the national abolition of slavery following the Civil War. There's a black woman in the Bay in New York. Okay. So anyway, I think I'm getting close. Baby. So much, so many notes. Yeah. Okay, so there's some. Let me catch up on some of these comments real quick. Like, let's see. Let's go back. Okay. So I haven't forgot about the clitoris story. The ravens, the birds. Yes. Yes. Okay, so Goddess Divine 888 found over 600 vultures were found dead in Guinea-Bissau. Wow. In Guinea-Bissau in 2020, while smaller concentrated groups have been found in Ohio and Virginia. I thought Virginia was one of the states. Smaller groups have been found in Ohio and Virginia in 2025 and in 2026. Now, I paused what I was going to say because I was like, oh, it's Ohio. But now that you said Virginia, I'm going to say what I was going to say. I just told y'all a story about how last month, was it last month or either January, this class action, this lawsuit filed by 600 black women got class action status. 600 black women suing this hospital for $6 billion because they let this tyrant for 40 plus years sterilize these women, perform unnecessary surgeries to sterilize these women without their knowledge and without their consent, and allowed him to do it, and allowed him to add the surgeries on the charts after he did the surgeries. So it wouldn't show up on the chart before the surgeries. It would show up on the chart after the surgeries so that they could charge the women's insurance and Medicaid for the surgeries that he performed without them knowing that they had the surgeries. Surgically sterilized 600 black women in Virginia. Sure did. And so I was like, especially when I told y'all I'm gonna read to you about Oshun, as soon as I heard this story, and then I started hearing that Virginia was one of the states where these vultures were dying under mysterious circumstances. You ain't gonna tell me it's not related. The primary driver in North America is highly pathogenic avian influenza, particularly infecting black vultures. Other causes include poisoning and environmental hazards. It just told me you were let's see. Okay, Okay, yes. Boom. All right, let's go. Okay. And then QB says, same thing happened in Georgia to Native women. Yep. Let's see. Okay. All right, cool. I'm caught up. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So all of these vulture stories, and then like trying to understand what is happening that's deeper, that's under, because these birds are talking to us. They're trying to communicate something to us, and we are not paying attention. That's my position, right? So I think I'm gonna have to skip. I thought I wrote somewhere in one of the many books I keep in my purse. I wrote somewhere the inciting incident that had me go into what I am about to read to you now. But I guess I will not be reading the preface. Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is what I want to share with you about our Yeye Oshun on this eve of the Women's History Month, Friday the 13th, coming up on here tomorrow. Okay. All right. So yeah. Yes, I can't forget that. You know what else I read today? Totally random, I know. You know what else I read today? I read that since the year 2021, there has been every year since 2021 approximately 1.6 million twin births a year. 1.6 million sets of twins born every year since 2021. Does nobody find that puzzling? I said, say what? 1.6 million twins, sets of people, twins born every year since 2021. What happened in 2021 to all of a sudden 1.6 million twins a year started being born? I find that puzzling. I'm just saying. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Do that. Okay. All right. So let me just tell y'all about our Yeye Oshun, since I cannot find the inciting text that I wrote about it. It's probably in another book somewhere. Yes. Let's see. Okay. Listen, there's so much. There is so my head. There's so much that I want to share, and I don't even know where the hell I'm gonna start. I don't even know where the hell I'm gonna start. I'm gonna be honest, okay? But I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. I'm working on something, and I just wish it would come quicker. Like the overall like conclusion type breakthrough thing that brings it all together and blows the lid off this whole monstrous shit. You feel me? So let me just take a breath. Actually, you know what? Let me do that. Oh, QB, that is interesting. I had not heard that. That is goddamn fascinating. QB says, whose dad was a twin? Who's that? You said his dad. Who's dad? Who? Let's see. You said who's dad? I'm missing something. Anyway, she said his dad was a twin and he was born in 21. I don't know how many were IVF. Somebody was thinking the same thing. And then QB says they were attacking IVF. I do remember that. Oh my God, I do remember that vaguely. I do remember that. Oh shit. I do remember that. They were attacking IVF and there was a scare about it possibly being banned back then, 2021. And she said, and then somebody else says about the dormant genes, that was a big theme during that time. Remember, they kept saying we would get our superpowers. Oh, okay. Your baby's dad was a twin. Oh, okay. Baby, I do remember. So, okay, that makes sense. Since 2021, 1.6 million freaking twins a year have been born. Feel me? So anyway, what up? You know what? Let me take a break. Let me grab something to drink, and then we will commence. All right. Okay. So, I haven't got up for hours, so forgive me while I wolf down some empty calories. So, I had an interesting interaction yesterday. I went to this class that was it was an astrology class, and there were, these were people obviously have been in this class together for some time. So I was just trying to I was just trying to see what I could glean from the discussion, because I'm a brand Nubian in terms of like the technicalities of the maths and sciences of astrology, and they were very, 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 very technical. Everything was so technical. I didn't understand anything they were talking about. Aspects and declinations and and all of that stuff. So I'm just trying to, see what I can glean from it. The other thing that I found interesting, and somebody talked to me about last night after the class, I met this woman after the class who was like, yeah, you know, I went to acupuncture school. I heard you say you went to acupuncture school. I was like, yeah. She said, I quit. She said, but I'm still really fascinated by it. So we get to talking because the frustration that I was having in the class was like, first of all, it was like listening to a room full of people speak a language you don't speak. Like an actual, like, imagine yourself sitting in a room with 30 people and everybody in there speaks Spanish but you. That's what it felt like. It felt just like that. Like nothing they were saying didn't make no sense to me. All right. So when I say this is a room full of people who actually do astrology, because they were talking about all the aspects and which planets are friendly to each other and which planets are antagonistic, and but they were using much more technical language. And so it was really kind of like, and I explained that to them because I know the girl that teaches the class. She was like, you're really quiet. Like, do you have any questions? I was like, can I be honest? I was like, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. I was like, I'm a brand newbie. She said, I said, but don't nothing y'all are talking about hit me in any way that helps me at all. Right. I said, the other thing, it may be that the way that I began like my journey with astrology is not like the technical like way that you would, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't have anybody to teach me. I didn't have a mentor in it. So, and the only thing that got me interested in it was like the historical aspect. How many people at the time that I started really getting interested were talking about these big events that were coming up. And to give you an idea of how big the events were, they were referencing, quote, the last time these events happened, what was happening politically in the world, what was happening spiritually and religiously in the world, to give you an idea of what to prepare for in terms of possibilities either way, in either extreme, the last time these big ass events happened. I said that was the draw for me, was like the historical context, because it made it put the astrology within the context of something. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said, for me, I'm a circular learner. It has to make sense in the real world for me, or it will go in one ear and out the other. If you cannot may it make sense, because y'all all, it's like, I'll be honest, I really believe that that's why so much, no matter what it is, so much that fronts as education. Like when I was in Florida, we were involved in a class action lawsuit, the whole state, because the statistics of astrology, I mean, the statistics of education in Florida was so awful. I mean, Florida ranked 48th in the country in reading comprehension and basic education. That if a child started kindergarten in Florida, that only one out of every three kids, black kids, that started school in Florida, only one out of every three would graduate. Another third would walk with certificates of attendance, meaning they just showed up every day. So they would walk with certificates of attendance, and a third would graduate. Terrible statistics, right? And so people are trying to figure out, like, why is it that these white kids who go to the same public schools they excel, and these black and Latino kids are struggling like hell in the same schools? Like, what is it? This education is set up in a way that that I believe is still based in like code. It's based in a code that is meant to keep secrets in plain sight. So whether that code is talking in a language that, even when they talk about like state tests, like required state tests, and a major reason why Black kids have such a difficult time with standardized tests is because they are culturally specific. They are racist. That's a bougie way of saying they racist. That when I say they're culturally specific, they were finding that the kids could not even visualize what the questions were asking them because there was nothing in their lived experience that would have them know anything, even offhand, about the questions they were asking. Like, for example, you have a long question and you asking the child to, to answer questions based on this little paragraph that you need them to read, right? And the paragraph is about a guy who goes scuba diving and this and that and this and that, and this whole scenario around scuba diving. And then you want this kid to ask all these questions, answer all these questions about the scuba diver. And black kids are like, what the fuck is a scuba? You know what I'm saying? Like, huh? What you talking about a scuba? What's a scuba? You feel me? They're culturally specific and intended to ensure the outcome that they're trying to get, which is to demoralize the population by making them think that somehow their blackness is the inherent problem that is presented as the, quote, manipulated statistics on their inherent weakness that is, quote, ignorance or illiteracy or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? And so that's what I felt like last night. In this room full of white people talking about astrology. I felt like that last night. I was like, I literally felt dumb last night. I was like, why don't nothing they saying even I can't understand nothing they talking about. Like, it was literally, I'm not even exaggerating. I couldn't understand nothing they were saying until finally my homegirl teaching the class noticed my frustration on my face. And she was like, yo, we need to hold up just a little bit. There are some people in the room, she want to call me out, some people in the room that may be new to astrology. So maybe we should, slow up a little bit and just like explain some basic things. Right. So anyway, I was telling them last night that history was what piqued my interest in astrology anyway. Right. It was like the historical context that this particular guy that I was following at the time would use. He would always use astrology as a way to kind of like map potentialities either way, to either extreme, based on very clear, applicable historical events. That like really spoke to the nerd in me, the little left brain nerdy person in me. I was like, okay, now I can see how astrology becomes useful. See? And so I said, look, it's the reason that when I started learning, quote, self-teaching astrology, to me, even when they were trying to explain it last night, I was like, that don't make no sense. When they were trying, because I was saying for me, because this one girl was talking about this one thing, they had this chart, right? And on this chart, it talked about the, quote, friendships of the planets. And in the chart, you got the planets, you got the signs or the houses associated with the planets, and who they were friendly to and who they were, quote, not friendly to in a chart. When she started talking about the relationship between Saturn and Libra, and how Saturn is really welcomed in Libra, right? That is a very friendly relationship, right? And then she started talking about the relationship of the planet Saturn when it's in Libra, and how that will actually impact the relationship that Saturn has to Virgo or whatever, which is typically, I guess, not a friendly relationship, Saturn in Virgo, right? I was like, I kind of hear what you're talking about. I said, but for me, this is why I feel like the way that I'm learning is correct. I'm learning by reading these stories, this Greek mythology that I was like, okay, yeah, but I was reading them the way that they were given to me. Like, these were just mythological, quote, untrue stories, mythological stories that are just fun to read, not recognizing until being grown, that every single solitary mythological story that you read from every culture on earth is talking about the sky. I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. That's what it is. And so to be teaching astrology without teaching the how what you're saying scientifically and mathematically was related culturally to the masses of the group at the time that these stories were established. Am I being clear? Because I don't want to be like them and y'all be talking about what the hell she talking about. Am I clear in what I just said before I move on? I haven't heard of that, Tanika Lewis. That's interesting. She said there was a test that was done back in the 1970s called BITCH, Black Intelligent Test of Cultural Homogeny. Like, whoa. Oh no, homogeneity. I'm gonna have to research that. I hope this ain't another wormhole I gotta be up in. Hold on. I had to get a screenshot. So I told him, I said, so what you just said about how Saturn is like Saturn in the house of Libra is like a friendly relationship. And this is how it can change the relationship between Saturn and Virgo, which is typically not, quote, a friendly relationship. I said, so to help me understand, can you, I think I get it. So like in the story of the golden age, this is what I'm telling them last night. I said, because I have to understand how the story makes sense to understand the math and science of what you're talking about. This is where the mythological stories have been helpful for me when trying to self-teach astrology. I said, so in the story of the golden age, which everything was awesome, people did not have to toil for food or shelter. People was just living, and they was living to a ripe old age, and they died peacefully in their sleep of old age. The golden age was said to be ruled by Saturn, by Libra, or the goddess Libra. Libra, or the goddess Libra, and her daughter Astrea, aka Virgo. I said, so when you're talking about these mathematical relationships between these planets, is that a way that could correlate? They were like, oh my God, yeah, that totally makes sense. Well, why don't y'all teach that shit that way? I'm going to tell you why they don't teach it that way. Not that it's deliberate, not that it's in anybody's conscious mind that's like a lay person. But they have mastered the art of speaking in a secret coded ass language that guarantees that people who are circular learners will be so bored, stiff, and disinterested that we will check out. I'm telling you. I'm telling you that's what it is. Because the topics that I am obsessed with today, I hated with a loathsome passion indescribable to this day. I ain't lying. When I tell y'all I was a horrible student, I shouldn't have graduated high school. It was sympathy that allowed for me to graduate high school. I'm not exaggerating. I should not have graduated high school. I should not have gotten a diploma. And this one old white lady, Miss Betty Carroll, I'll never forget her. She's like, you know you shouldn't be graduating tomorrow, right? I said, yes, ma'am. I'm still going through the motions, acting excited like everybody else. Ain't nobody know but her. She said, you know you should not be walking tomorrow. I said, yes, ma'am. She was like, if it wasn't for a sympathetic heart and me knowing your potential, you would not be graduating tomorrow. Congratulations. Enjoy your walk down the aisle. Yes, she did. I knew I did not graduate high school. And I didn't care. You feel me? My dad was murdered that year. And after that, I just checked out. But even outside of that, every single I'm telling you, every subject that I am obsessed with today, I hated in high school. There's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason. You understand? I love science. I love history. I can sit here, even the history that I hated most, which was European history, reading about kings and queens. Like, why we need to know this bullshit and this bullshit? Today, I can read that shit like it's a slutty novel. Sure can. Because I'm trying to know. I'm trying to know what y'all have been hiding in plain sight all this motherfucking time. So everything you have ever written about, every story you have ever told, about every king, about every ugly ass prince or princess, every Caesar, I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to know everything, because there ain't nothing that they have not written down on paper somewhere that has not got something hidden in plain sight that they do not want you to know, but they recognize the significance of it being in the records. And because we read different, because we learn different, because we listen different, they know that even if you're reading it, it's probably 99.9% of the time, it's probably because you're being made to for a grade. So you still ain't going to see it, even if you read it. You still ain't going to see it, even if you read it. Because is this going to be on the test? That's your attitude. You feel me? So they can write all these books, and even if you are forced to read them, know that you ain't going to get from it what you need to get, because it's not for you. It's for the other people like them that may be destined for some secret society or some brotherhood of some this and that and this and that. I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you. I'm in here, child, reading the whole life story of Henry VIII and what's his Louis the 14th, and blount. Reading the history of how, because they glorify you'll hear some liberals this day and age, because this is the 250th anniversary of the French Revolution, and you will hear many liberals talking about, not just liberals, you will hear Republicans talking about the French Revolution today. Sure will. And I said, I know generally about the French Revolution and, you know, the purveyors of the Enlightenment movement that gave rise to what was the French Revolution. I was like, but you know what? I ain't gonna make no assumptions, because I ain't read about the French Revolution. I just know what I know, you know, from being in spaces where liberals be talking about the French Revolution. Baby, I was up in here. I know I seem like I'm going off, but I'm not. I was up in here reading about the French Revolution. What started the French Revolution? What gave rise? What were the conditions? What was happening? What was some of the language? Where were the schools of thought coming from? Who was these people? Who were the people that were the purveyors of these schools of thought that gave rise to the French Revolution? You know what I'm saying? And babe, we're gonna have a conversation about it. It ain't gonna be today, but this is just an overview of my experience in this damn class, and everything that is happening to me, everything that I am reading, everything that seems to just coincidentally fall in my lap as the answer to some question I was puzzling over for hours the day before. Baby, let me tell you, the French Revolution, I said, when I tell you that what must be done, not just here in the United States of America, what must be done, what we must have the courage to do everywhere on the whole of the earth that is in our face, taunting us and toying with us all the time, is we must scrap the whole motherfucking thing all over the planet. The whole thing. There is nothing within it that is redeemable. There is nothing in it that need to continue into the future. Do you hear what I'm telling you? And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. When I tell you nothing, I know that's some hard shit to hear, baby. But when I tell you there is nothing that need to continue into the future, we're going to have to treat this bitch like the cancer that it is. And when a motherfucker got cancer and that shit has metastasized all over the place, where surgical removal is no longer a singular option, but you got to surgically remove the head and then literally take fire, radiation, fire, and poisonous herbs, chemotherapy, and literally blast the entire goddamn system to ensure that a single cancerous cell no longer remains. That's the assignment. That's the assignment. That's the assignment. I'm telling you, sitting up in here reading this shit yesterday about Louis the 14th, and the only reason I even Googled this bitch was for some tiny piece of information that ended up going into a whole nother mind-blowing thing. When I tell you there ain't, when I tell you there is nothing redeemable in this bitch, I mean that. I mean that. I mean that. Oh, I mean that. If y'all could be in my head for the last, I might need to get some of these damn, them damn glasses everybody talking about right now that's so controversial and shit, because they can be recording you and you don't even know a motherfucker recording you because they know how to turn the light off or whatever. I might need to get some of them glasses with the little camera in it so y'all can see my study life just for one 24-hour period. For one 24-hour period, y'all just walk around the world with me, you feel me? So that you can see this bitch is a lunatic. She really is not exaggerating. She will really sit up in front of this computer for a 12-hour day, getting up only to pee, to poo, to get something to drink, and maybe a slice of cake just to say she has some calories in her system today. I'm telling y'all this shit. I read about the French Revolution yesterday and the shit leading up to the French Revolution and the spillover because again, we learn history in a bunch of single file lines. At the same time the French Revolution was happening in France, the American Revolution was happening in the United States, or what would become the United States of America. That shit was happening at the same time. At the same time that the French Revolution was happening and the American Revolution was happening, the Haitian Revolution was happening at the same time. But because the stories are told the way that they are, because history is told the way that it is so fragmented that it is difficult for us to see the lines of connection in all of these things. Because we know about the Haitian Revolution, we know about Napoleon in Haiti and getting his ass kicked by a bunch of previously enslaved Africans. What we don't know is that he took his defeated ass from Haiti back to France, where he helped to finish the French Revolution. Like, this is an actual web that we live in. And because we are so disassociated from time in a way that is applicable and tangible and visible, it's like a motherfucker working magic. Like they just always one step ahead of us. Always. No, they ain't. Because everything that we should know, I'm telling you, is hidden in plain sight. Everything that we are supposed to know, everything that we think is some magical spells they cast in to keep us in this and that and this and that, bitch, that shit is in your face this close. This close. Because when I tell, not only that, remember I was telling you that the old head that was my mentor in the party, she used to say all the time that capitalists are so greedy. Not only are they greedy, I will add arrogant, confidently arrogant. They are so greedy and arrogant that they will sell you the rope to hang them with. That's an arrogance that allows them to do that. So they can tell you in your face, all the time. Not only what they are doing, what they intend to do, but how you can rescue yourself. They will tell you in your face how to rescue yourself, knowing that they have perfected the art of hiding everything in plain sight. I'm trying to give y'all a word today, baby. I've been up in here. Because when I tell you, let me go ahead and tell y'all. Because we all up in here now. Shit, you feel me? Let me tell you something. This astrology class, it helped to consolidate, because it's been a very long time since I've been in a space where I felt stupid. Where I felt like I was the only person in the room who didn't speak the language. And so you know how you go into a room or into a public space and you walk up and all of a sudden everybody around you talking Spanish, so you automatically think they talking about you because they wasn't talking at all before you walked up, and then as soon as you walk up they start talking Spanish. You're like, that motherfucker talking about me. I need to learn Spanish so I can know what they just said about me. You feel me? That's how I felt yesterday. in this class, it had to be like 10 white people, all very nice, right? And everybody's like, "Oh my God, yeah, I totally get what you mean. I didn't even see it that way. Like the aspect and the this and this and this and this." And then another guy, this little young guy from where he said he was from Montana or some North Dakota. Who the fuck is from North Dakota? Do people even live in North Dakota? I didn't even know there was people living in North Dakota. This boy say he just moved here from North Dakota, and he's going off about this and that and this and that. And I was like, it's been a long time. I'm gonna be honest. It's been a long time since I've been in a room where I felt stupid. Not only stupid, like I feel like this is some shit I'm supposed to know. So why don't I know this shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, why don't I know this shit? Why I'm the only one in the room? There's 10 other people in this. I'm the only one who don't know what the hell is going on in this conversation. Everybody chiming in, like having a conversation like me and you having a conversation. Nothing, nothing deep. We just, yeah, you know what I'm saying? There's such and such and this and that, and this and that, and this and that. And it's just us, and we just like doing what we do, right? Baby, that's how they was talking about this bullshit yesterday, and I didn't have a clue. That was a 2.5 hour class. When I tell you I didn't have a clue what the fuck they was talking about, y'all ain't never seen me quiet. For the first hour, I was like this. I ain't even take a note. Do y'all know me? I will stop in the middle of obvious ceremony and be like, "Oh shit, I gotta write that down so I don't forget it." I'm always writing, baby, in the car with one knee, driving, writing my notes off the side because I had a breakthrough in a moment, and I'm old, so I know I will forget it. Driving with one knee, still trying to pay attention to the traffic. I'm always writing. I said, I didn't even have a half a page of notes from a 2.5 hour class yesterday. Not a half a page. I told y'all I went to see a whole ugly ass video documentary about the Dalai Lama and took 8 pages of notes back and front in 2 hours. I was in a 2.5 hour class yesterday and didn't take a half a page of notes. That's how little I understood they were saying. When I tell you that's how little I understood of what they were saying, that there was nothing that I could even write down as a note to keep for later. For an hour, I'm not writing, and I ain't saying shit. Baby, I was in my feelings yesterday. I was like, God damn, it's been a long. Maybe that was the humbling I needed yesterday, because it's been a long ass time since I felt stupid. It's been a long time. Listen, because I don't want y'all to get confused. I tell y'all all the time, I am so tapped in, so tuned in, and that's because of experience. That's because of experience. I'm so tuned in, tapped in, that in an instant I can recognize whether I'm the teacher in the space or whether I'm the student in the space. And so if I'm the student and it's obvious, and it's, to me, it's obvious quick. Oh shit, let me pull out pen and piece of paper. I need to, everything they got in their head, I'm trying to get that. I want it. And so I'm writing. What you just said, can you repeat that real quick? That's how I am in every single scenario, in every single moment. I'm always open for the breakthrough to come through somebody who didn't even know they was about to deliver a breakthrough. So I always recognize when I'm supposed to be the student or when I'm supposed to be the teacher in an instant, or whether there's something reciprocal that's supposed to happen between us. You feel me? None of that happened yesterday, baby. I did not have enough of the language to even be the student yesterday. That shit was perplexing to me. It sure was. And so it struck all of them as like novel, like as novel. So after an hour of not saying anything, and the homegirl that invited me to the shit in the first place was like, "Yo, you know what, Cassandra, is there anything that you want to ask? I know you're pretty new, in astrology. Is there anything specific you want to ask?" I was like, look, I said, this thing that she was talking about with the Saturn and Libra are friendly, and like and something about the Virgo or something like that. Considering the mythological stories that astrology is like based off of, is there a way that you can like explain it like with characters? You feel me? Like okay, if Saturn is this and and Venus is this, and Libra is this, right? Venus is ruled by Libra, Libra is ruled by Venus, and this and that and this and that. Can you take the stories, you feel me, and like make this friendship that you're talking about make sense instead of just talking about the numbers and the aspects? And because nothing they were saying was tangible to me. And then when I said, well, let me tell you why I ask it that way, because that's how I'm learning. Is I'm learning how the planets personified, how the houses personified are telling a complicated story in an easier way. Astrology, right? I said, so every time you say a planet, I'm automatically thinking about that character. I can't, this is how I've been teaching myself astrology, so I can't even take it out of my brain. Every time you tell a story, every time you say something about a specific planet, I'm automatically defaulting to who this is. What did their story say? How is this lining up in this astrological coming event that's so important or whatever, right? And so when I said, for example, when you automatically talk about the antagonism between Saturn and Saturn and Virgo, but how that relationship is alleviated a little if Saturn is in Libra, and Libra and Virgo have this peculiar relationship, this relationship that makes this Saturn position over there a little less, I guess, antagonistic. The first thing I'm thinking about is the Golden Age. And they were like, oh my God, you're right. That is really good. How is that novel? How is that a novel idea? To me, it blows my mind that we have thousands of years of stories that we now know nobody even debates, that we know now are astrological stories. Every last one of these stories are astrological stories that were personified in characters that could be played out on Earth. That's all it was. And nobody debates that now. Even astrologers, they're like, yeah, because if you think about the mythology, every now and again, they'll be like, yeah, if you think about the mythology of this and that and this and that, this is what it is, right? So how do you learn a complicated system like astrology, whatever your bag is, astrology, Vedic or mundane, or what's the other ones they was talking about? I don't know. How do you learn it in a way that is so sterile that a lay person cannot even understand what you are talking about? How do you do that? Y'all all feel me? Goddess Essence, everybody up in here tripping. Goddess Essence Energy say, laugh my loud. I think the same thing. Yolanda say there are some really good books that tell the story. How don't they already connect the myths and the histories with it? That's odd. Thank you. The Library of Esoterica Astrology, written by Andrea Richards, is fun. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. But yeah. How that ain't your default? It's bizarre to me. It's bizarre to me. Like when I tell you, I was annoyed because I was like, "What the fuck? I'm sitting here for 2.5 hours and I ain't even got a note to leave here with. I ain't even took no notes. I was mad because I knew this shit was going to help level up my self-study. I knew that taking this 2.5 hour class on astrology was going to help level up what I already got going on over here, and walked out that motherfucker. And I'm not lying, not knowing a single thing more than I knew walking in. Not knowing a single thing more than I knew walking in. So anyway, the reason I'm saying that is because that thing that happened to me yesterday, it's rare that I say time, I feel like time was wasted. That's rare because I'm always looking for a lesson to learn. I'm telling you everywhere. That's why I keep so many goddamn books in my purse. I'm always looking for something to come to me everywhere I go. I don't care where it is. Everywhere I go, I'm looking for the sign that there's something that she is trying to power me up with. And I'm ready for it. And when I tell you, it was like being in a 2.5 hour void yesterday. Let me see if I can find these goddamn notes from yesterday so you can believe me when I tell you. It's been so long. It's been so long. It's been so long since I walked out of anywhere without no notes, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Everybody these notes from yesterday because I was like, I don't believe that. I wrote a date and the time on the top of the page, like I always do, just ready. I was like, yes, I'm about to take some notes. All right, let's go. Where's the page at? Oh, I ain't even gonna believe this bullshit. I'm sitting here looking at the notes. This is, and when I say a half a page, it ain't even a half a page because everything I wrote on this page, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna show you exactly what I wrote from the 2.5 hour class, and then everything else was me scribbling, trying to figure out things that were already coming to my mind about what I needed to learn because I wasn't learning no shit in here. So I just stopped writing what they were saying. This at the top, this at the very top was the graph that they started reading, was part of it. The graph that they started reading on friendly and antagonistic relationships between the planets and the houses. That's all the notes that I took from that whole workshop yesterday. That's it. Everything else was me scribbling about shit I had already been thinking about because they wasn't going to, obviously, I was not going to get any answers for that in there. You feel me? Then one girl, I didn't even, at this point, I ain't say nothing else. She said, and I've never heard this, and I'm not saying she wrong, but it disturbed me so much that I was like, I ain't trying to argue. I ain't trying to debate. That is concerning, and I ain't got shit to say about it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, I ain't never heard that, but that's okay. That's interesting. You know what she told me yesterday? I'm still having a moment with it because I'm not informed enough. I'm like, I'm gonna have to actually pay to take an actual astrology class. It's the only way to like reconcile the chasm between what I know and what I don't know where astrology is concerned. Because what she said yesterday to me, it disrupted my spirit. My spirit was like, and I may be wrong. I am not one to never concede that I am not wrong. I'll be listen. That oh shoot, I was mistaken. Tell me where you read that at. Damn, I sure was mistaken. And be able, without feeling any kind of way, to and say this is my new position. I got more information, and my position has changed. I ain't got no stakes in this shit. You feel me? And so she said to me yesterday, I'm almost embarrassed to say it. She told me that the precession of the equinoxes does. Yeah, something crazy happening over this way. Anyway, every culture had twins, even if the twins was different. That's why there's so many similarities in all of these stories around the world. I said, so what you mean that the constellations are do not factor? She said when we pull charts, we don't factor in the constellations at all. I said, what about the precession of the equinoxes? Well, I mean, they're still based on these man-made configurations. Talking about the constellations. That's what she. Oh man, can anybody else not hear me? Can anybody else? No sound. Can anybody hear? Can okay? So somebody's saying they can hear. Okay, everybody can hear now. Okay, what I said was when apparently y'all weren't getting any sound was I said, you know, every single solitary store, every single solitary culture has stories that are similar. That's why we can draw connections between all of these stories. And like, for example, every culture has twins in the sky. They may not be human twins. They may not be male twins like Lisa, which is male and female twins, the Ibeji, which is male and female twins. In Egypt, the twins were goats. In Iran, the twins were peacocks. Right? But every single culture has these celestial twins. So what you mean? Even cultures that had not yet even come into contact with each other, we can still draw these connections. Every single solitary culture on Earth, every single one, saw Venus as a deity of extreme abundance and giving. No matter what name they gave to the planet, the archetype of every single solitary goddess that they associated with the planet Venus and Venus's relationship to the planet Earth was always the same. So what y'all mean that when you pull an astrological chart, that none of the constellations have anything to do with astrology on Earth? I said, is this the flip? Child, we ain't trying to create a fucked up inversion of what's already been created. What you mean the constellations don't mean nothing? I said, okay, I can see right now. I said, that's interesting. I will make a note of that. I did not know that. Yeah, she said, yeah, the constellations are just man-made boundaries. They don't really factor in. She so said that. I said, then why do we name, if they weren't important, why do we name our houses, our signs after them constellations if they didn't mean that? Why we did that? Why do y'all even place characteristics at all on these planets and these houses if they have nothing to do with the correlating stories of the goddamn constellations? Like, why? What is you talking about? What you talking about? What? Huh? This shit don't compute to me. Just 88 constellations. 88 constellations. Huh? And another way I've always heard it is when in like modern astrology, 44 of those 88 constellations we acknowledge in the goings on of our turn around the sun and our solar system's journey around the galaxy. 44 of the 88 we currently acknowledge as being directly impactful in our lives. So what is you talking about? Because I always ask the question, what happened to the other 44? Like, why we only acknowledge 44? Why not 88? What were the stories of the other 44? Is there something missing up in there that we need to know? Because that's how these men have done, is every time they hide some shit, every time they say, oh, we don't do it like that no more, or that ain't important no more, it means there's something up in there that we were supposed to know that they wanted to keep for themselves, hide from plain sight, so we couldn't have. So I've already asked myself the question, what we need to know about these other 44 constellations that they trying to keep away from us? Why are they trying to keep us away from these other 44 constellations, right? And some of them constellations are in your face. Some of them constellations is in your face. The ones that so-called we don't acknowledge in the modern era. For example, we about to go up into some shit. I asked myself a question. What was it? Yesterday? Where did I write that at? Because I was like, all right, now what you talking about? I'm going to write it down and keep it as a note, because that's that bullshit and ass bullshit. But this ain't the place for me to challenge it. You feel me? I asked myself this question today. I said, what if every character in every movie and play we've ever seen was actually the personification of a planet or a sign or a mythological character or constellation? What if every movie we've ever seen, every play we've ever seen was actually a play, a reproduction of these stories that are in the sky? Is that far-fetched? Let me tell you why I asked myself that question. Do y'all remember a series of movies with Jodie Foster The first one was The Silence of the Lambs. Remember that? Remember that movie? I think it was like the late 90s. Let me Google that when Silence of the Lambs came out. But let me get some kind of communication. Do y'all remember the movie Silence of the Lambs? Anybody? Is anybody old enough to remember the movie The Silence of the Lambs? Okay. So I was thinking about Silence of the Lambs. It was in 91. Damn, I didn't realize it was that old. But guess what? Silence of the Lambs was released during the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction. Look at there. Didn't even know that. But I was looking up movies where I felt like the movies were an obvious, had obvious Saturn symbolism. That's what I'm working on. I told y'all everything, no matter how seemingly unrelated it is, everything that I am talking to y'all about since December 21st, ongoing. I don't care what you think it is. It could be a political discussion. It can be a historical discussion, like on the French Revolution with this and with this motherfucker Louis the 14th. I don't care. Even if I'm talking about, like I was yesterday, and I was talking about all the Leo symbolism everywhere, I'm still talking about Saturn. I'm not talking about nothing else but Saturn until this walk she got me on is crystal clear. So everything that I talked to y'all about, mark this in your memory banks. Everything that I talked to you about, the first question that you should ask yourself is how, even if it seems like she's going on a tangent, in this moment, what's she talking about related to this mystery of Saturn that is hidden in our face, and we got to reconcile it. Today, we got to reconcile this relationship with Saturn. I'm trying to tell you. And so everything that I'm going to tell you about, until I say I had a eureka moment and the mystery is goddamn solved, here it is. Know that everything that I talk to you about from here on is about Saturn. Everything. Okay? All right. So I'm sitting here thinking about movies that were that to me, just thinking back in my Rolodex of shit, oh my God, was this movie about Saturn? Let me go back and see. Because there's something about it sticking out sharp in my memory in this moment for a reason. Let me write it down. So today, I was like, let me look up Silence of the Lambs. And I didn't even read the description of the movie because I remember the movie. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia for Silence of the Lambs, and I forgot what the goddamn billboard looked like for the movie. I said, holy goddamn, I ain't even have to go into the wiki reading it. I was like, God, this should be in our face. In our face. I said, damn, just the billboard is like everything is screaming Saturn in the billboard, right? Then when I finally went into the wiki and it was talking about the part 2 of Silence of the Lamb, which was called, I totally forgot until today, literally about 2 hours before I got up on here. The second movie in, I think it was 3 series, was called, let me just show you. So when I can tell you that this should be in your face. The second installment of the movie was called The Red Dragon. Yes, it was. It's called The Red Dragon. See that? Then I was like, damn, I forgot all about this. I'm about to go into another wormhole. You feel me? Then I thought about, what was it? 2 movies in particular. Because I was trying to do a quick search about like the spiritual significance of Friday the 13th, right? That's how this whole thing today started, with Silence of the Lambs and all of that shit. It didn't start from nowhere. I sat up on here to get ready to do a live, and I was creating the YouTube the schedule, the YouTube, and I was looking for some pictures. I was like, ooh, spiritual significance of Friday the 13th. That's what I put. And the first thing that comes up is Friday the 13th horror movies, which wasn't even remotely on my radar at all. How was that the first thing that came to fuck up? I was like, damn. So of course I'm gonna click on the first thing that come up because that wasn't on my radar at all. I was like, God damn, I forgot about this damn movie. I said, okay. Clicked on the Wikipedia, Friday the 13th. I said, here she is again, Saturn. Bastardized, malignitized, and fed back to us. Here she is again. I was like, well, let's go ahead. Halloween. Let's go ahead. Nightmare on Elm Street. Let me tell you about Nightmare on Elm Street. Okay. The first thing when I put in Nightmare on Elm Street, I was like, oh shit. I said, what are the spiritual uses for the elm plant? Elm. That's the first thing I did. Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh, damn. What is the spiritual uses for the plant elm, for the elm tree? That's the first thing I put in. Spiritual uses for the elm plant is protection from demonic forces, particularly those that harass during your sleep. When I tell you they be playing in your motherfucking face, when I tell you, baby, y'all don't think they be playing in your face. Why does this make? Listen to me about Nightmare on Elm Street. Do y'all remember what the story was about? This Nightmare on Elm Street, this man that terrorizes the hell out of you in your goddamn dreams and shit. And if you die in your dreams, you die in real life. Do you remember what he wore? A red and black sweater. Those your mama colors. Red and black. Them your mama colors. Red and black. Do you think that was just an insignificant detail that the writers of that story put up in there? Do you remember who Freddy Krueger was and why his ass was reduced to tormenting babies in their sleep? Because he tormented babies in their life. The story was he was a real man who had been molesting children in that neighborhood. That while the kids would be walking in a nice, friendly, peaceful neighborhood home from school, he would snatch the kids and take them into this boiler room and terrorize them and then send them back home. He didn't kill them. He would do what he did and then send them back home. And when he went to trial, and it was like 13 kids that he had done this to before they caught him. And when he went to trial on a technicality, he walked. And so what had happened? The parents tricked him, got him trapped in the boiler room where he was doing dirt to these babies. And the parents was like, we waited the process out. We did the right thing. We got him arrested. We did our own investigation to make sure he got arrested and all of this shit. And then y'all let this motherfucker walk? Okay. We went about it the right way. So now what we gonna do is we gonna do what we need to do to make sure that our babies are safe and everybody else's babies are safe. And so them parents from that neighborhood got together and tortured him and burnt his ass alive. That's what they did. Y'all don't remember this story, did? That's what they did. And do you know that what the story is attempting to tell you is that the bad guy always wins. Oh yeah, y'all got me in life. Y'all did that. Y'all sure did that. Y'all caught me. Y'all got me. That's all right. I will govern a domain where you have no power and I have all the power. And what I am going to do is those kids that I had not yet got to, that are now teenagers, I'm going to come back for all of them too. Do y'all remember this story? So here he is, king of the underworld. Who is that, if that's not your mama? King of the underworld. He who devours your children. He for whom there is no justice. He for whom the system will protect and use a technicality as the excuse to justify said protection. You hear me? But the diabolatry of all of this is that the story is not about Freddy Krueger. The story is not about, what was his name, Jason Voorhees or whatever the fuck his name was. The story is not about Hellraiser. The story is not about, name some other bad guys. What's his name? What was his name? Jason Myers in Halloween, was that his name? The story's not about him. The story is not about, who else y'all got? What's his name? Name a he. It ain't about them. It's not about them. When I read that elm, the plant elm, because that was the first thing I did. Nightmare on Elm Street. What's the elm? What are the spiritual uses for elm? I said, oh, when I tell you there's not a detail they leave unaddressed. But why they have to do that? Because every single solitary story that you've ever seen, every movie you've ever seen, every book you have ever read, I promise you, every book you've ever read, every fucking thing you've ever seen is your shit fed back to you through the lens and the worldview of the malignant. A retelling of you fed to you to make you afraid of you. Yep. Listen, did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? A story about you, rewritten, reconfigured, using all your images, all your stories, all your secrets, all your tales, all your children's stories, malignified, flipped upside down, turned inside out, fed back to you using your images, using your icons, because they know they are familiar. They will resonate with you to get the reaction out of you that they need. But the reaction that they will get out of you is the exact opposite of the way that you told the story and the reaction and the response that came from it when you told the story, when the story was yours. So they use you, steal from you, transform you, feed you back to you to make you afraid of you. Baby, that's the secret of the Black Mirror. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. God damn. Yo. God damn. Yeah. Oh. God damn it. God damn. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Mm. Oh. Mm. Okay. Mm. Okay. I gotta find a way to make this simpler, man. Mm. I gotta find a way to simplify this shit. It's too fucking much. Yo. Mm. It's just too fucking much. It's gotta be a simpler way to see this shit. I'm having a whole goddamn moment right now. Hold on. Mm. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back. Remember, remember we were talking about we've been talking a lot, no particular moment, but we've been talking a lot about Prometheus, right? Like Prometheus as the light bearer, and Prometheus, like his symbol is the lightning bolt, and you know, and like so many of his attributes were actually taken from the planet Saturn when Uranus was discovered. Remember us talking about, might have been last week, right? And like me getting, and I've been saying this for months actually, since probably I think around May was when I really started talking about Prometheus, because it kept coming through. I was like, damn, I kept saying we got to put a pin in there. We got to come back to Prometheus. I know there's something important there that we need to be learning about Prometheus. Why everybody talking about Prometheus? And then 2 months later, two different movies about Frankenstein came out at the same month. That was in August this past year. We've been talking about Prometheus, talking about Prometheus, talking about Prometheus, and then all of a sudden they remake Frankenstein as a movie, the Del Toro dude, right? And then the same month, the TV series about Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein, came out on Netflix. Same month. I was like, why they did that? Remember me telling y'all, I was like, why they did that? I keep telling y'all there's something about Prometheus we need to know, and it's hidden in plain sight. We're making it too deep. We're making it too complicated, because the original book written by Mary Shelley was called Frankenstein, and it had a subtitle. The Modern Prometheus was the name of the book. Frankenstein, the Modern Prometheus. Okay. And so I was like, okay, we got to get back in this thing. But the way we were always told the story about Prometheus was because he stole Zeus's lightning bolt. Because he stole Zeus's lightning bolt, and he stole it to, quote, give man the power of fire so that they could thrive, they could live, right? And that his punishment for betraying Zeus was to be chained to this rock and have his liver eaten out every day for eternity by this giant eagle. That's the story we was always told, right? And then Hercules, sometime down the line, came and rescued him from the rock. But Prometheus, first of all, none of us knew that Prometheus was a twin. I didn't know Prometheus was a twin. Did you know Prometheus was a twin? Have you ever heard a single time in ever hearing about the story that Prometheus had a twin? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know Prometheus had a twin? Hmm. Prometheus had a twin. Do you know? Because I searched the etymology for everything. Did you know what the etymology of the word Prometheus is? Shocking. That's what it is. It's shocking. The etymology of the name Prometheus means forethought. Prometheus's twin brother, Epimetheus, his twin brother, his name means afterthought. And there's Prometheus is forethought, and Epimetheus is afterthought. Isn't that something? So Prometheus, we have been told, that the story was that Prometheus was getting his liver eaten out by a giant eagle every day. Okay, how about because that's why I said I got a backtrack. How about 3 nights ago when I told y'all I got on this dive about Oshun, which I'm gonna go ahead and round up with. The reason I got on Oshun, I've just found it, is because I was okay. Prometheus. I keep thinking, okay, Prometheus. I got to get into this Prometheus thing, right? And I was writing all this stuff about Prometheus over here on the other page. And then I saw for the first time an article that says actually the bird that was eating out Prometheus's liver was not originally an eagle. It was a vulture. I said, oh shit. Oh fuck. What does that mean? That's how I got on this thing with Oshun. Yeah, so now I'm gonna go ahead and because I ain't gonna be on here all night. I got stuff to do. But that's how I got on this thing with Oshun. And I can't find the notes. I must have put them in another book. It's not uncommon for me to have 3 books out at the same time, writing in all 3 of them. So I must have wrote it in another book when I was looking up the Kemetic vulture-headed goddess. But I can put that up in here right quick. Vulture goddess Egypt. Yeah, Nekbet. Okay, so let me just read what this says about Nekbet really quick. She's the vulture-headed goddess. So that's how it started before I got to this place with Oshun. I tell y'all, I think about y'all every day because I keep saying one of these days I'm just gonna be shooting out like this, shooting out assignments to y'all so I can split my study life up. You take this piece, you take this piece, see what you can find. You take this piece, let's bring it all together in a week and see what we come up with type of shit. What's up, big head baby? Mary what? Come here. Meow, you sound so pitiful, child. Oh, you know, I forgot about that. I should go back to that, QB. I should go back to that. Somebody was it you, QB, who sent me the comic books? Was it you that sent me that? I gotta go back and I saved the images, but I need to go back and find those. Should I be having so much? But yes, thank you for the reminder. Yes. Thank you for the reminder. That's on my list to do tonight. Let's go back to that email. You don't need to well, go ahead and resend it. But I know I didn't. I never delete emails. I got like 52,000 emails in my goddamn email. But yeah, go ahead and resend it. That way I ain't got to look for it. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna get up in that after we get up out here. Okay, so it says Nekbet is the primary Egyptian vulture goddess, acting as the divine protector of Upper Egypt and the pharaoh. Depicted as a white vulture, a woman with a vulture headdress, or a vulture with outstretched wings, she symbolizes motherhood, royal authority, and protection. She is often shown alongside the cobra goddess Wadjet, representing the unification of Egypt. Her role is as the guardian of the king, often depicted hovering over him with outstretched wings, holding the Shin ring, which is the symbol of eternal protection. She was associated with the sun as the eye of Re, R-E, and sometimes the moon, and was heavily involved in funeral imagery. Her cult was based in the city of Nekbet, modern El Kab. She is frequently linked with the goddess Mut and Hathor. It says that Mut is another prominent goddess often associated with the vulture. Let's see what this is. And then I'm going to tell y'all one more story, and then we're going to get into this Oshun. Let's see. I had it marked, and then I lost the page. So it says here, Nekhbet was thought to be the wife of Hapi in his role as a patron of Upper Egypt, but was also associated with Horus, who was also associated with Upper Egypt. Because she often took the form of a griffin vulture and was associated with childbirth, she was closely associated with the goddess Mut. She was also associated with the bovine goddess Hathor and given the epitaph Great White Cow of Nekheb. So that's the vulture-headed goddess. Okay, so there's so much I want to tell y'all, but I'm not gonna get sidetracked. I want to tell y'all about Oshun for tomorrow, because that's who y'all gonna be meditating on, is Oshun for tomorrow. And if you want the Kali cards too. Oh my God. You know what else I found out? I am going to tell y'all this because so much shit is happening. Do you know that the current Pope Leo the 14th, do you know we share a birthday? My birthday is September 14th. His is September 14th. I was born in 1975. He was born in 1955. The current Pope. And I have the same birthday. Ain't that crazy? Boy, stop. Storm. Hi. Ugh. Let me tell you something else that happened. While I was doing this study, neck deep in writing. I got music playing, right? Just music playing. And I wasn't thinking nothing about it. Just so Portishead, I just had it playing random on my YouTube. Portishead starts to play. I was like, oh, that's my jam. I'm still writing. And I'm going to tell y'all would not believe some of the shit that be happening when I'm up in here deep. Portishead is playing on my YouTube, right? I have my YouTube on my phone playing. Portishead is playing and is just cycling through a whole bunch of music. Okay. I'm on a I wrote this in my book when it happened. I was like, I can't fucking believe this just happened. I'm writing about Set because as a matter of fact, the page starts out with me researching the donkey, aka the ass, and why it is the occult symbolism of the donkey or the ass. That's at the top of the page. Occultic symbolism of the donkey or the ass. That's how I started the top of the page off. Because I intuited, didn't have no information leading me there, but I was like, everything is right in your face. So let me just see. The donkey or the ass is associated symbolically with the planet Saturn. Closest Saturn. Okay. And Saturn is considered symbolically the closest to the sun. Saturn is symbolically considered closest to the sun. Okay. The ass or the donkey represents ultimate intelligence. It is often associated with the characteristics of the jester, the clown, the magician, the joker. The ass was always associated with the second or called the second or the dark sun, Saturn, in its connection with death or annihilation. So I'm like, oh shit. So I'm doing all this writing. I said, oh yeah, there's a deity in Egypt that's got a donkey head. Let me go over here and see what the Egyptian donkey head god is, right? And let me tell you what I read, y'all. Set is associated. Set is sometimes seen either with a jackal's head, which is what we're most familiar with, a jackal's head, and sometimes he is seen with the head of an ass. When he is in his ass personification, it says this personification represents a period. I never heard this until a couple of days ago when I was going in this deep dive. Listen to what I heard. This personification, Set, in his ass head personification, represents the period where Set and Ra, who are always put to us as adversaries, arch enemies, right? This particular personification of Set is at the moment when he and Ra join forces to repel and destroy Apep, also known as Apophysis. Do you know who Apep, aka Apophysis, is? I was up in here fucked the fuck up. It's relevant to this discussion, by the way. I never heard a story where Set and Ra team up, arch enemies that they was, team up, join forces. Why they join forces? For one reason: to repel and destroy Apep. Apep is the serpent goddess of chaos and darkness. She is sometimes called, let's see, it's a serpent. She is serpent of the fire of the Nile with a head of flint that starts fires of desire. Oh, motherfuckers teamed up to destroy the mother. Sound familiar? Motherfuckers, the one time they decide to stop beefing with each other is when they teamed up to destroy the mother. That's the story. Y'all hear me? Why is that so significant? How does it relate? It says that Apep, aka Apophysis, was born from the umbilical cord of Ra. Huh? So while I'm going in this deep dive about the ass and the ass headed, has nothing to do with anything else that's happening. I'm in this thing. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. So what does it mean every time you see Jesus sitting on a donkey? Because there's so many stories about Jesus riding on a donkey. So I'm in here. I'm listening to my Portishead. I'm in here. I'm on one. And all of a sudden, while I'm reading this page about Jesus and his relationship with the donkey, because there was a donkey in the barn when Jesus was born, in the manger. When Jesus was born in the manger, they named all the animals. They sure did. And guess what? There was an ox, aka bull, right? And there was a donkey. And there was some other animals, but they named the animals. I was like, why they got to be so specific? Who care about what the animals was? Because they mean something. How about I'm reading about Jesus and the ass, okay? And they say in the story about Jesus and the ass, that the ass that Jesus was sitting on represents the primordial I am. That's what the page said. That whenever you see the ass represented in the Bible, the ass represents the I am. I said, what the fuck? What? I said, what? That's what the page that I landed on said. Every time you see an ass in the Bible, it represents the I am. Okay? Now, the other thing is that there was a quote ox, and an ox, a male ox, is called a bull. You know what other animal is called a bull if it's a male? Guess what another animal is that is called a bull as a male? An elephant. an elephant is called a bull. So I was like, damn, is that why they was so specific? This spiritual meaning of the elephant and the donkey and the manger as these prominent animals in the manger. Is this why we got the blue Republican ass and the red the blue Democratic ass and the red Republican elephant, going back to this Christian shit that they say this nation was founded on? They tell you it's something else, but I'm like, ain't no, they don't have enough ingenuity to write new stories. That's why they always feeding and recycling your shit and feeding it back to you. There ain't no new stories, not one. So I'm sitting here going through it on this page where it's talking about the number of times that the donkey show up in the whole Bible, which was a whole bunch, by the way. And then whenever you see the donkey, it is a representation of the spirit of the I am. I said, oh shit, what the fuck, right? As I'm on this same page where they talking about Jesus in the ass, guess what song starts to play? The song Wandering Star by Portishead. Y'all remember that song? I was like, damn, that's a good ass song. I wasn't thinking nothing about it. Let me tell you what the fuck happened. I said, I can't do this today. This too much. The song, and I don't know what none of Portishead songs mean. They all nice, you know what I'm saying? They all like cryptic and wandering star. To whom it is reserved. That's it. That's all I know, right? Baby, let me tell you what the fuck happened. While I was on this page, listening to this song, playing at random in my shit, right then, there was a scripture on the page about Jesus in the ass. Where did I write that at? On the same page at the same time that this goddamn song was playing. Jude 1, 11 through 13. Jude 1, 11 through 13. Do you know what Jude 1, 11 through 13 is? Y'all ain't gonna believe this happened. I'm sitting here. Let me show you my notes so y'all don't think I'm up in here goading y'all. See these notes? See at the top up here, all the shit about the ass. See that? See the ass and the G. See where this in the Jesus and all of that shit. That's all that is. Right here at the bottom. When it happened, because I was fucked up. You see right there at the bottom, it say Wandering Star by Portishead. Because I was like, oh, because I will do that sometimes. I'll be in my bag and a song that I think is significant in the moment will play while I'm in my bag. And I'll put like in the corner a little mental note. Oh shit, this song was playing at the time that I wrote this. I'll do that, right? Because I don't take nothing for granted, right? So I was like, okay, cool. Portishead, this and that, and this and that, right? This song, Wandering Star, played while I was in this deep dive right here. I wrote it at the bottom. The song plays. I'm looking at the page where they talking about Jesus in the ass. And baby, on that page, it says Jude 1:11 through 13. Do you know what Jude? Let me just pull it out so y'all don't think I'm making this shit up. Because I was screaming. I was in the club like, what the fuck? I was fucked up. Hold on. Let me get my Bible. Oh man, where's that? I can't read too many books. Damn, man. What in the hell? Shit. Where did I go with it? What bag did I have? Did I put it in? Oh, I probably did. Hold on. I think I put it in the suitcase. Hold on. Bitch. Man, Bullshit. That sucks. Let me just. That sucks because I just had it and I don't know what fucking bag it could possibly be in. And I just had it. Bullshit. Let me just look it up. Let me just look it up and stop being annoyed. But I hate that. Just want shit to be where the fuck at it. Shit. That's bullshit. You fuck up my photo like that and shit. That's some bullshit. Anyway. Alright. Let me tell you what happened. Okay. Because I gotta read it to you because you ain't gonna believe me unless I read it to you. Jude 1 13 11 through 13. 11 through 13. Y'all ain't gonna believe this shit. This happened just like I just told you. On some totally unrelated, totally off the cuff. Let me see the page before. I don't even know how I got to the ass thing. Let's see. I started out on the previous page on a deep dive about the occult symbolism of the rabbits and why there were so many movies with evil rabbits. And somebody was talking about Bad Bunny, right? And so I saw this guy talking about Bad Bunny. And so I was like, oh, I did want to revisit that thing about rabbits, right? Rabbits, whatever. Rabbits, this and that. That's how, and so it doesn't even show me a transition for how I got from rabbits to the donkey. But on the next page, going into another deep dive, donkeys, this and that, Jesus in the ass, wandering star comes on. I was like, oh, that's the cut. Keep it moving. I'm on the Jesus site, listening to Wandering Star. That song, let me see when that song, because that song is old. When did one? I don't even remember when that song came out. Let me see when that song came out. $1994. That's when that song came out. Wandering Star. Now, I didn't know. Somebody else may know and think I'm just a brand Nubian. But I love that song when it came out. I love that whole album when it came out, right? Damn. Whoa. Okay. So anyway. So that's what I'm reading. That's what I'm listening to. This thing on here about Jesus and the donkey. And that. Wandering Stars playing in the background. I'm like, oh, that's my shit. I heard that in so long. Keep reading. Keep tripping about what I'm reading about the donkey. About Set and Ra joining together to destroy the primordial serpent of chaos. I said, damn, right? The song comes on. I'm reading on the same Jesus page, and it references that scripture. Jude 1:11 through 13. I was like, and every time something mentions the scripture, I'm gonna write it down, and I'm at least gonna circle back to it later. So I was like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and see what Jude 1:11 through 13 say. Do you want to know? I don't need your assessment. I need to know what it say. Show me the scripture, bitch, bro. Y'all ain't gonna believe this shit. Listen to what the scripture says. Y'all about to be fucked up in here. Put my eyes on. Jesus. Woe to them, for they have gone in the way of Cain, have run greedily in the era of Balaam for profit, and perished in the rebellion of Korah. These are spots in your love feasts, while they feast with you without fear, serving only themselves. They are clouds without water, carried about by the winds. Late autumn trees without fruit, twice dead. God damn. Trees without fruit, twice dead, pulled up by the roots, raging waves of the sea, foaming up their own shame. Wandering stars, for whom it is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Oh my God, it's shit. Oh my God. Y'all ain't hearing what the fuck I'm saying. That happened. I'm reading about a donkey and Jesus riding on his back. And every time you see the donkey here and there and to and fro, and my jam come on the random play on my YouTube, Wandering Star, for whom it is reserved, for darkness forever. Wait, for blackness, for darkness forever. I never knew that song was based off of biblical scripture until this day when the song seemingly random comes on while I'm reading about Jesus and his goddamn donkey and shit. And this is the random scripture that comes up when I'm reading about Jesus and the donkey at the same time that I'm listening to these songs that I never knew was based off of biblical scripture. Do y'all hear what I'm telling y'all? Happened. That happened. That happened. I was up in here. I was in a club. I was in a bar, doing my little writing, drinking my little beer. Had my headphones on, Wandering Star. That happened. Y'all ain't in here. Y'all done? Cause we can be done. Cause y'all should be fucked up. That shit happened. Are y'all still here? Because I got about 5 other things I can be into right now. If y'all gone, it's cool. I won't be offended. But I can save this for another day. I ain't seen no motion, no comments. Okay. That fucking happened in real time, just like I told you. No embellishment, just like it happened. I said, what the fuck? What the fuck? At the same time, this song random, because I ain't heard of Portishead in years. I ain't even been thinking about Portishead. I was like, let me just play some shit random, add some background noise, so it's not creepy quiet in here, and get this shit in. And at the same time that I'm reading some shit seemingly unrelated and this song randomly come on, I was like, oh, that's the shit. And I never even knew what she was talking about. Because, white people be writing very cryptic songs. They good and I love them, but sometimes I don't know what they fucking talking about. I still sing the song because it's jamming, but I'm like, I don't know what the fuck they talking about. Let me give you an example. One of my favorite bands of all time, to this day still, is Nirvana. But I was a teenager when I started. I was a young teenager. I was like 11 when I started listening to Nirvana. And I'm telling you, 99.9% of what they ever sang about, I didn't know what the fuck they was talking about. But the music was jamming, and I loved Kurt Cobain, and the music was good, and let's go. That's it. And so when I would listen to Nirvana, later in life, it would just be on some like straight up nostalgic shit. Oh my God, it's Nirvana. Baby, I have been having a many moments in here because I'm going back and listening to these songs of my youth. I told y'all this. As a matter of fact, if you go on my YouTube channel right now, there is a folder that says 1989 through 1991, because I have been purposefully going back to the songs that I loved of that period, 1989 to 1991. I was like, maybe the songs have something for me. I was too young. I was very young. I was 10, I think, in 89. I think I was about 10 in 89. And so I was like, there might be messages in these songs that came out during the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction that may be meaningful for me in this moment. Let me just create a little playlist, and all it is songs from 1989 through 1991 when the Saturn-Neptune conjunction ended. That's what I've been doing, because I'm not taking nothing for granted. I'm not taking nothing for granted. We have a world to change, and I'm telling you, there's something for us everywhere, especially from our youth. Especially, I'm telling y'all that all the time. We have been so traumatized and terrorized in our youth, and I think that shit has been concertedly deliberate, because there is game-changing jewels and gems tucked away in our memory of our childhood that we don't remember frontally because we were so traumatized in our regular everyday life. And so we just evade our past. We evade our youth. We evade the power and the magic that's hidden in our foundational years. So I was like, fuck that. Saturn-Neptune conjunction is this big ass thing that can change everything. That's all the astrologers are talking about, have been talking about for 2 years, is get ready for this Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees Aries, which hasn't happened in 6,500 years. And now everybody's just talking about the political shit, or everybody's just talking about the religious shit historically that have happened on a Saturn-Neptune conjunction. I said, okay, don't nobody think the culture that was given birth to at the same time is as important. I said, so instead of focusing hardcore on all these political and all these, quote, religious events that are bound to happen on a Saturn-Neptune conjunction, I said, let me focus on what was happening culturally, musically, artistically at these monumental periods of time, because there are gems hidden in that shit. And that's what I want. I want to know how the creators, how the innovators, how the imaginers, how the dreamers were responding to what was happening in the world around them, and then taking that shit and amalgamating it in a way that they thought could really change everything. So I'm going back and listening to all this music. Y'all need to check out my folder section. I'm telling you, especially from the last 3 months, y'all will be blown if y'all check out my playlist, because I'm listening to everything. I'm listening to everything. Michael Jackson, everybody need to be revisiting Michael Jackson, in particular that period of 1989 to 1991. Everything that he wrote during that period, y'all need to be going back and revisiting Brother Mike, because he was on one. I'm not just talking about revisiting him and like, oh yeah, Michael Jackson. I'm talking about, I sat here and read the lyrics to every song that he wrote between 89 and 91. I said, holy goddamn motherfucking shit. I did not know that Michael Jackson was my age when they murdered him. Do you know he was only 50? I was like, goddamn. I did not even remember. I didn't even recall that he was only 50. He was 50 when they killed him. Baby, Mike had so much to say. That damn video that he and Janet Jackson did, stop pressuring me, stop pressuring me, stop pressuring me, make me want to scream. That song? Listen, y'all need to go back and listen to the Prophet Mike, bitch. That's what y'all need to do. That's what you need to do, is go back and revisit the Prophet Michael Jackson. That's what you need to do. Because I've been up in here in a vortex of unimaginable proportion. You feel me? And I tell you, I am not taking anything for granted. So when I tell you that I will be sitting here on some other shit and a song will be playing in the background, so I don't have to be listening to dead silence. And then in the song, it is like somebody is talking to me in the song in the moment. And I'm like, oh, how did I never hear that? How did I never see that? And I'll tell you, there's a basis for this. There's a basis for it. It's not some experience that I'm having by myself. I was reading this article about what they call the clairs. Okay. The clairs are like the different types of clairs, the different types of, quote, extrasensory perception abilities that people have. Okay. I don't even know. As a matter of fact, let me pull that up too. But I hope y'all feel me, because I don't want to move away from that too deep. I'm going to talk to y'all about this music really quick, but I don't want this to just glide by y'all. This moment that I had, this was so specific. It wasn't like, oh, damn, I ain't never even see it that way. I ain't even thought about it. No, this was hella fucking specific for me to be searching something completely unrelated to this song that just happens to play on my playlist, and then the page that I am on cites the goddamn scripture of the song that I'm listening to in real time. The song, y'all heard me try to sing it in the first place. I didn't even know what the fuck she was saying. When we start, to whom it is reserved. That's how I did it for y'all. I didn't even remember the lyrics. I was just like, oh, that's the jam, right? And then the same time that I'm reading about Jesus on the fucking back of a donkey, and the goddamn scripture that it references is the goddamn lyrics for this song written in 1994 that I never even knew the song was based on some Jesus shit. I didn't know that shit was in the Bible till this day, 3 fucking days ago. I said, oh, I was tripping. I said, oh my God. Holy goddamn, did this just fucking happen? I'm telling you, it is happening so goddamn much, but we are so deliberately goddamn distracted that we cannot see. This shit is on the pot. It happened a couple of days before that. Because I was fucked up. I was like, oh my God, what the fuck is happening? Why is this happening? Because it's awesome, but I need to know the why, man, because this shit it's a lot. It's a lot. So I'm going through, what the fuck? So I was working on something a few days before that. I don't even remember what it was. I'm gonna tell y'all something else. Because sometimes I really do be thinking I be tripping. Like, you're just seeing too much. And just because you're seeing a lot doesn't mean what you're seeing is like significant. That's the frontal lobe be trying to talk the me that's trying to emerge, like trying to walk me back. Is it really that deep though? But yeah, you see something, but like, is it really that deep? So I was like, okay, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it ain't that deep. You know what I'm saying? I be having this fucking battle with my patriarch still trying to thrive, and my goddess still trying to come back up on the scene and subdue the patriarch. Do you feel me? That shit be happening all the time. Let me tell you what happened. I don't even remember why. I do remember why. I do remember why. Oh my God. I was in where was I at? Fuck, where was I at? I was walking through, in Lamert Park, which is the black side of town, where they set up a market every Sunday. I'm walking through Lamert Park, and there's this dude who's got his turntable set up, and he's like a Rasta. So he's playing all Bob Marley. I was like, okay, right? And so he's playing Bob Marley. I'm turned up. I love Bob Marley. But even now, I'm telling y'all, man, everything that I ever loved, everything that I ever loved, because music is my first love, more than anything else on earth. Anything that I ever loved musically, I'm telling you, the me that is re-experiencing this shit now, the way that I felt about the songs then is totally, that was cool and like awesome, but like not as fucking monumentally deep as it is now. So I love Bob Marley. I know every song he ever did. That's my shit. You feel me? And so I'm still like, oh, okay, he playing the jazz, whatever. I'm out on the street at the market, like, okay, he play, oh, that's that jazz. Then he plays, what was it? He plays that song. Um, they say the sun will shine for all, but there in some people world they never shine at all. Some bees within. Some people still think life is a dream, but they make it matters worse. Yeah, no matter what the crisis is. No matter what the crisis is. I was like, damn, ooh. I love the song, always love the song, but like it hit different. I was like, I need to make a. When I say it hit different, I mean that I had a full body reaction to this song, Crisis. I've heard this song a trillion times. Today, that day, it hit. This is Sunday. It hit different. I was like, okay, I need to make a mental note of why I felt this way about the song. And that's all. So I go back to where I'm going. I go home or something. I was like, let me listen, y'all. Let me search the etymology of the word crisis. That's it. I was like, there's a reason that this song that I've heard 10 billion times hit different today. So let me just start with the basics. Let me search the etymology for the word crisis. That's how this started. So I write down the word crisis. And obviously, see? And so in this little deep dive, the first thing that stood out before I even got to searching the etymology of the word crisis, the first thing that stood out like a sore thumb was the ISIS in crisis. I said, oh shit. Damn. Am I seeing this today? I said, man, maybe I'm being too deep. But there it is, right there in your face. I said, so let me search the etymology of the word crisis. And do you know, let me give you the full, because I just took bullet points, but let me give you the full 411 on this shit that had me fucked up. This all happened this week, by the way. Everything that I just told you just happened this week. Every single thing that I done told you since I've been up on here just happened this week. So, etymology of the word crisis. Okay? Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. I'm trying to put y'all on game though. I'm trying to teach you how to hear. I'm trying to teach you how to hear. So when I be telling y'all that I don't care how seemingly insignificant is, I don't take anything for granted because our adversary has not taken anything for granted. I'm telling you. And so when y'all think, damn, why she do that? Like, is it that deep? Like, why this song stayed with her so long that she went home and searched the etymology for the word crisis? Because she had a feeling in her body, in her flesh, that she's never experienced when she's heard the song the 10 million times she heard it before. I trust me. This is the walk and learning, relearning how to hear your own selves talking to you. God, as you talking to you through your own selves. What's your own selves? The stored pages of the book that you own that's been locked and kept secret from you. That's what I'm trying to teach you. There is nothing that we can take for granted. No matter how seemingly small, I will sit down here and write it. If it came to my frontal consciousness for a reason, if it came to my frontal conscious, it came there for a reason. And I'm gonna make a mental note, even if I have to come back and revisit it another day. It's obviously important that in the sea of noise that exists today, deliberately constructed to keep us away from ourselves, that this thing that simmered through to the surface, it must mean something. I ain't gonna take it for granted. Let me tell you what the word crisis means. A turning point in a disease, in a decision, or in a judgment. Crisis means a turning point in a disease, a decision, or a judgment. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Its origin is the Greek verb krenion, which means to separate, to decide, or to judge, to divide. Huh? It evolved. It evolved, originally used in medicine for a patient's turning point, meaning that turning point where death was imminent. Where death was imminent. Originally used in medicine for a patient's turning point, it evolved by the 1600s to describe a decisive and unstable situation, crisis. You hear me? Y'all ain't hearing me. Y'all ain't hearing me. Why is this important? Well, listen, it says Hippocrates used the word crisis to describe the critical day. Oh my God. Shit. Yeah, honey. Hippocrates used the word crisis to describe the critical day in a fever or illness, representing a turning point, determining recovery or death. You hear me? The decisive point. The term shifted from exclusively medical usage to broader applications of political, financial, or personal turmoil. Do you hear what I'm telling y'all? Huh? 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 Why is this important? Why is this etymology important? Let me tell you why. Because I know it's a learning process to see the world this way, to see the web in front of your ass all the time and think your ass is crazy, but no, your ass ain't crazy. Let me tell you why this definition means everything. The disease say, the etymology of the word crisis says a turning point. A turning point. That's what the word crisis means. Turning point, right? You know what the first thing I thought was? These slippery, slimy, diabolically arrogant motherfuckers. Is this why they named that white boy organization Turning Point USA? Is that why they did that? Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk. Is that why they did that? In their close relationship with Donald J. Trump? Is that why they named their organization Turning Point USA? I'm gonna need feedback. I'm getting the fuck up off here so I can go on about my life. I don't need to be giving y'all everything if y'all ain't even walking with me. And I need evidence that y'all walking with me, because I can go on over here and do the other mountainous amounts of shit I got to do. Is y'all up in here? Because y'all ain't even acting moved by this shit. This shit has been coming through me like a goddamn lightning bolt every motherfucking day for the last 2 weeks. And y'all like, oh, this interesting what she talking about. This nice. This real nice what she talking about. This cool. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way. If that's what it is, I can go on about my life. I really, really can. I really, really can. Shit. I need feedback is what I need. Okay? The word crisis means turning point, typically indicated in either that moment where it is like death is imminent or you may recover. What did it say? When Hippocrates used the word, he said this the critical day, the decisive day where he can determine there ain't no help. This bitch about to die. And it evolved to include not just medical disease, but what he say here? Political, financial. What is that here? Political. It came to include political, financial, and personal turmoil. Crisis is what it sounds like. This shit is about creating the conditions. This is a decisive point. There is no longer you. It's the critical day where the physician determines, all right, they don't look good. You got about 24 hours to say bye to your people now. Crisis. With ISIS as the root of the word? I said, why they did that? Why they did like they did with this terrorist organization in the Middle East created by the United States government called ISIS. I said this shit 18 years ago. I said, why the fuck are they using the words of the ancient mother in these fucked up ways like ISIS? And back then, about 18 years ago, it was real popular to call black women thoughts. TOHT. I said, what the fuck are they doing that? Why? How did this just become some accepted cultural norm to call, quote, black women thoughts, THOT, that hoe over there, after the deity responsible for giving black-skinned people written language and helping them to understand how to read and write and create mysteries and all the sciences? How? I said, is nobody else finding this shit problematic? Why they decide on ISIS as the name of the, quote, leading terrorist organization in the world? I was saying this shit 18 years ago. I said, is nobody else concerned about the energy that we are communicating these words with? ISIS with the venom of, oh my God, it's a terrorist organization. That hoe over there, THOT, as the great primordial she deity turned male that was responsible for creating human language in ancient Egypt. Is nobody concerned with this shit? These motherfuckers, and I didn't even have anywhere near the understanding that I have today. I said, but even with the limited understanding I had 18 years ago, I was like, this shit is concerning. I don't know what the basis of it is, but this shit is concerning to me. You understand? But now that I'm on this walk with Saturn, I understand clearly why I was disrupted 18 years ago by what I was seeing. And then they started this whole campaign. I don't know if some of y'all too young to remember this, but around 2003, 2005, all of a sudden, ISIS, we always was told ISIS is the greatest threat in the Middle East and this and that and this and that, right? And then all of a sudden you hear stories about African members of ICE. The fuck? What you talking about? African members of ICE. All of a sudden, of ISIS. All of a sudden, you hearing stories of black-skinned members of ISIS kidnapping whole schools of Nigerian girls. Y'all don't remember that shit. ISIS kidnaps 160 Nigerian girls from school. What the fuck? I tell you, these motherfuckers be playing in your face. So I'm sitting here looking up the etymology. I see you, Alex Headworms. I see you, homegirl. We need to link up. Listen, you hear me? Turning point. That was as soon as I wrote the goddamn thing down. I said, holy shit. I said, is this why they named their organization Turning Point USA? Then I got deeper. I was like, fuck it, let's go all the way in. Then I see turning point, and I was already tripping about this. Turning point is the lead definition for this word, right? I said, Turning Point USA. I said, these rotten motherfuckers. I said, am I tripping? I said, Turning Point USA. I said, did they name that shit Turning Point USA because the beginning of the word is Trump's first letter and the end of the word is his last letter, Trump USA, and they both had these deep ass ties to Trump? I said, is this some sleight of hands ass in your face shit? They called it Turning Point USA, but it was really on some Trump USA shit. I said, they did that. I'm not tripping. I know they did that. I know they did that. I know they did that. Y'all think I'm tripping? Am I tripping? Am I seeing what ain't there? Turning Point USA. This dude supposedly done known Trump since he was 16. Not only that, I was looking at something yesterday. Where did I write that down? But that whole dive on its own came from me listening to a song I don't listen to 100 million times. I was like, damn, why I felt so weird listening to this song that I love so much. Full Body like, whoa. I said, okay, I need to make a mental note of that. I had this reaction for some reason. Come home and just start with the basics. Let me just Google the name. Let me just search the etymology of the name of the song. The name of the song is Crisis. Let me start there. Listen, hold on. Then, because we be, listen. So I talked to y'all about this a while ago. I said I'm going to revisit it when I was talking about Trump's astrology and the etymology of his name, which means his name means victorious conqueror. Trump means victorious conqueror. I forgot what Donald and John meant, but I had it all together. I'll revisit it, but I kept saying, I'll revisit the whole Trump thing, his etymology and his astrology, right? But this day where I'm on this, okay, it's Turning Point USA, like some sleight of hand shit for Trump USA, and that's what it's always been about in the first place, right? And then Trump, there was his family's name, like before they came to America, was Drumpf, was Drumpft. I was like, well, let me go back to that. And it had as one of the etymologies for that name, it says the name is German. The name is of German origin, right? And it said it had drum as a potential etymology. It had trumpet. It had trumpet. The word Drumpf as a family name had trumpet as a potential etymology for the name Drumpf. You hear what I just said? Y'all didn't hear me? Wait a minute. Let's see what y'all talking about over here. Somebody say, Lisa J say we need a moment to digest. As soon as you said that, I thought about Trump USA, TP USA. Thank you. So what they saying, it's a wrap for the US? No, that's not what they saying. That's not what they saying at all. But you have to see what it is before you can see the solution. Because just like I said, they'll tell you everything in your face because they're so arrogant that they can even tell you the solution to how to beat them, and no, your ass won't see it. That's why I'm teaching you the way that I'm teaching you. That's why I'm teaching you. But you have to see what it is before you see what the solution is. That's why I'm teaching you the way I'm teaching you. Not sure if that's what it meant. I do know if everything's right, it's been written. It's a crisis when they say that your time is up this earth. Your time is up this earth. So maybe that's what they meant. Was a campaign online called, yes, yep. It was a campaign online called Bring Back Our Girls. Not just that, I'm sitting here just remembering this off the fly. And then the first 3 days before the blood moon, and 3 days before, let me just tell y'all. When I tell y'all I've been up in here, I took a picture with the phone that I'm streaming from. Shit. When I'm telling you everything, I'm telling you really cannot take anything for granted. February 27th. Actually, the whole month of February. So I'm always talking to y'all about these crazy ass billboard campaigns that happen here in Hollywood because it's Hollywood. And so whenever a movie is about to be released, they'll have these mega billboards. Like they'll paint local graffiti artists to do whole ass spreads on a long ass. Like they go really ham on their billboard campaigns when a new movie is about to be released. I didn't even recognize it until last week. I'd been seeing these billboards of this movie that was coming out. Didn't pay it any attention. See the billboard, like that's that bullshit. Because in my mind, it ain't no shit I'm going to watch. So, I see that shit. And that's it. Didn't pay no attention. It was everywhere because I live in Hollywood. But I was like, there it is. That ain't shit that's got to do with me. Last week, I'm driving, as a matter of fact, that same Sunday when I had this experience with the song Crisis, I'm driving back home and there's this giant ass billboard, same billboard I've been looking at for a month and not paying no attention to. This day, it stood out like a goddamn lighthouse on a dark night. I said, holy shit, how the fuck did I not see this? The movie came out on February 27th. I said, oh, today, that day, Sunday, was the first time I'd even paid attention to the billboard other than saying to myself, that ain't no shit I'm gonna watch. The release date is February 27th. I said, these foul fucking bitches. The name, well, let me just say what the movie had, the billboard had, so you can appreciate how fucking outraged I was when I saw it and recognized it that day. Man, can I just have what I want? Fucker. It's fucking complicated bullshit. Hey. I'm gonna tell you, I've been taking pictures of this billboard ever since I saw it on Sunday because I went to Google the trying to find the billboard online. Not a single picture, not a single solitary picture of the actual billboard that's literally scattered everywhere in the city. You know, the benches that you sit on to wait for the bus, the whole back of the benches with this billboard. This billboard is everywhere in this fucking city. And so I was like, well, if it's this prominent, if this is like the main billboard for the movie, I'm sure I'll be able to find an image of it online and just save it from there instead of trying to go and remember where I saw the billboard and take pictures. This particular billboard, no way. I haven't seen a single image of it on the internet, and I looked for at least 2 hours. Not a single image of this particular billboard for this movie that was just released. Oh, there's one more detail I am missing. These, you cannot tell me, these filthy, rotten, dog ass bastards. This, forget my artistic skills. This is what the billboard looks like. It is the movie Scream 7. And it's got that guy with his arms spread out wide open with a knife in his hand. And across the entire back of the billboard, it says, burn it all down. Burn it all down. There's flames in the back of him. There's flames coming up from in front of him. And the Scream is written big across the front of it. And the goddamn 7 is written, is drawn like a sickle. Like the Grim Reaper. This motherfucker. Like the Grim Reaper. And it says, burn it all down. This movie, they had this billboard to this day scattered all over the goddamn city, but you can't find this image nowhere on the internet marketing this movie that was released a day before the United States and Israel bombed Iran. For a month, I've been seeing these damn billboards Didn't think anything about it because I've never seen a single solitary Scream movie. Not one. So I was like, there ain't no shit that got to do with me. Because I don't watch horror movies. Right? And then this past Sunday, when I had this experience out at the park listening to this song, Crisis, I was like, ooh, mental note, let me go home. As I'm driving home, I see a giant ass billboard in the hood of this goddamn billboard promoting this movie Scream, the seventh installment, and they got the 7 drawn like a goddamn sickle, just like the goddamn Grim Reaper, Carrie, and this big black thing in the background with his little white mask, and the top all the way across, flames everywhere, and it says "Burn it all down." That's what it says. That's what it says. That's what it says. And this movie release date, February 27th, literally the day before they bombed Iran, Israel, and the United States. And the name of the operations, what was the name of the operations? The American operations for the bombing of Iran, that this movie came out the day before, the American name of the operations was Operation Furious Fire. What was, let me I had them written down somewhere, but I ain't even gonna go that deep. U.S. and Israeli operation names for Iran, because I remember the U.S.'s was, let's see, yep. As of February 28th, the United States and Israel launched coordinated airstrikes the day after this movie that's marketed all over this city talking about burn it all down. Yes. Okay. So America's operation was called Operation Epic Fury, and Israel's operation name for the attack was Lion's Roar. Y'all think I'll be up in here playing with y'all? And I went off a couple of weeks ago. I was like, it is not a coincidence that Donald J. Trump, that y'all have been picking on him for 8 years, calling him the orange guy, the orange guy, the orange guy. Y'all been saying that shit like a goddamn mantra. The orange guy, the orange guy, the orange guy. I said, there's nothing to laugh about. There is a history. There is a history. There is a history. This man, why do y'all even understand symbolism? Why this bitch 89 now, some shit, 87, 89, some shit like that? Why at his age is he still dyeing his hair this weird ass version of orange? Why? Because you can see underneath is gray. So why he keep going through these motions to paint his hair orange? He got to have a stylist that will tell, why don't you try something, this and that? No. Because they play in your face. They play in your face. His hair, y'all been laughing. I was like, this shit is not funny. There's something more insidious behind why he is doing this. Why he allows himself to play this character. This orange hair. Oh, everybody just think it's funny. And oh, he just stupid. Oh, he just see now. No. This motherfucker is a Gemini sun and a Leo ascendant, born on a goddamn solar eclipse in Leo with Uranus in Gemini in his chart when he was born. He was literally bred to be the personification of the Godhead, the personification of the Godhead, quote, in the flesh, not unlike any other, quote, self-proclaimed king, leader, deity before him. That's why Louis the 14th came up in my little research yesterday, because I didn't know until yesterday that Louis the 14th Did you know he danced ballet? I didn't know that. That an image, all random, like I am just searching like histories of like mad kings. That's what I'm searching. History of mad kings. Okay. And do you know that the image that came up as Louis the 14th, the mad king, as a mad king, do you know why? It came up under a wiki called purveyors of, what did they call it? Divine right to rule. Divine right to rule. Henry VIII came up as divine right to rule. But I'm just researching mad kings. What comes up is a whole doctrine that is upwards of 3,000 years long of men who say that once they take a position of leadership, that they become the divine expression of the sun god in the flesh and establish upon themselves divine right to rule. King Louis the 14th, when he established himself as a sole indefinite divine sovereign, do you know what he said? Do you know right there in Wikipedia the words that he used to declare himself as a divine sovereign? Do you know what he said? I said, you can't make this shit up. He said word for word what Donald J. Trump just said a couple of weeks ago when the journal, it was a journalist, they were having a meeting about what's happening in Minnesota. And the journalist asked him, he said, the journalist asked him something to the effect of, well, is there anything, I don't want to misword it. He said, is there anything that will make you like reconsider your position, like even just on a moral basis? Is there anything that would make you stop the trajectory of what's happening in Minnesota? He says, I'm not accountable to anyone but God. And what did he say? I am not accountable to anyone but God and my own morals. That's what he said. Do you know that Louis the 14th said almost exactly the same thing when he established himself as a sole sovereign? As a divine incarnation of the sun, the sun, a divine incarnation of the sun. And as the sun on earth, I am a divine sovereign for whom I answer only to God and my own morals. That's what Louis the 14th said. Do you know the image that came up when I was searching for Mad Kings? And it just happened to show me this quote that motherfucker just made 2 weeks ago in a press conference. It showed a picture of Louis the 14th in a ballet, dressed as the sun god Apollo, with his hair painted orange for the ballet. I said, what in the entire fuck? Oh my God. And a painting of Louis the 14th's performance in this ballet as the sun god Apollo, after he has declared himself the embodiment of the sun on earth, for whom he is not accountable to anyone but the sun and his own sense of morals. He participates in this ballet where he is literally dressed like the sun god Apollo, and his hair is stretched out like the rays of sun. And the article says it was deliberately painted a fantastic orange. You think that because this is the United States of America, that this ain't relevant. I said, why they keep sporting these red hats? These are red hats. Because every single sovereign in Europe since the beginning has crowned themselves with a red crown. It's just a coincidence? Okay. Okay. y'all see Make America Great Again, y'all mad at all the MAGA people. I'm like, this shit seemed a little bit concerted. Then when I found out that fucking Ronald Reagan was the first one to use that slogan, Make America Great Again, and I was like, God damn, we know what kind of diabolically monstrous motherfucking shit we endured as a consequence, not only of his time in office, but rippling out for many, many years after he was out of office. If Ronald Reagan is any kind of indication of what is to come by the next motherfucker talking about Make America Great Again, then we should be concerned about these little ugly ass red hats with the word MAGA on it, that in every single language where you can find the word means the same thing. In every single language, it means the same thing. It means sorcery, magician, wizardry, deception. In every language where you can find the word MAGA, that's what it means. And so your president, who is literally the lion-headed, he is literally, his ascendant is in Leo, the lion-headed, the mad king, the one who is taking literal roles from previous mad kings. Emperor Neo, I kept wondering why Emperor Neo, for 2 years now, Emperor Neo kept coming up as like a side note whenever Trump's name was, just when you Google Trump, somehow Emperor Neo was going to come up. I was like, that's okay. Well, let's find out about Emperor Nero, who was crazy. Okay. Like his behavior, like diabolical shit. Like we learning about your president as if we didn't already know. But like Neo was the one, Emperor Neo was the one who married, he was redheaded, married this woman that he actually loved. She died. And so he goes mad in his loneliness for this woman that died. And so he went out like any deity in Mount Olympus would to survey the terrain of slaves, because Greece was a goddamn democracy for those who were considered humans. And 99% of the population wasn't considered human. So he would just go by the countryside. He would have his people drive him through the countryside, and he would say, I want that one. And take some child out the field from his family to take him and live as a concubine in his goddamn castle, some male child. And so Emperor Nero finds a boy child who looks almost identically like his dead wife, who is 12, kidnaps the child, gives the family a few pieces of coin because it ain't like they can contest them kidnapping his baby, and takes this child to his castle to live with him as his concubine. But he, quote, falls in love with the child. And so he tells the senators he wants to marry the child. He wants to marry the child. And it's like, is you crazy? Like, look, you can have your little flings on the side. We ain't got no beef with that. You feel me? But you are the face of empire, bitch. And you can't be marrying no male child and calling your male child your wife. You can't do that. We need to find you a suitable wife, preferably from a kingdom for which we need allyship from, and you have an official marriage, and then you have your little thing, like we all got. He was like, no, I see what y'all saying. It wouldn't be a good look for us. I guess it wouldn't. And so, do you know what his solution was? What he felt like was the compromise between he and the senators was to completely castrate this 12-year-old child, in his mind, turning the male child into a female child, to force this child to be his bride wife, and had an official imperial wedding with a 12-year-old eunuch. And it caused such a controversy. This was what they believe was the inciting incident that several months later, mysteriously, Rome burned. And every image that you Google of Emperor Nero and Rome burning is of him supposedly sitting up on the highest reach of his castle, playing the goddamn what you call it? It's not a lute. It's a I forget what you call it, but the little cute little, you know what I'm saying? Ching 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 ching, singing songs while he's watching the empire burn. That's the Neo that the Emperor Nero that keeps coming up whenever over the last year. Every time I was Googling some shit about Trump, like, symbolically, esoterically, astrologically, Nero would keep coming up. And so I'm now weaving it's kind of like a heart, but it's like a specific, name for it. But it's kind of like, it's like a lap heart, if you want to call it like that. I forget the name of it. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but and it used to back in the day have a little goddess's face on the top. That's my attempt at a goddess child. Don't even laugh. But then it would have like, because at one juncture before men took over shit, this was a sacred instrument that only males were forbidden to play. Only females could play. And these were typically devotees of the muses. This thing. And typically would have like a little metal bar that would have like a graven image of the goddess right on top. And so and so it was like this. And so he's pictured playing one of these, singing songs while the whole of the empire is burning to the ground. And then I see a goddamn all over this city, a goddamn billboard, big as fuck, of the Grim Reaper, aka the dude who been killing everybody for 7 episodes of the Scream 7. And the day before they rained down these goddamn bombs on Iran, the movie is released, Scream 7, with the 7 shaped like a sickle of the Grim Reaper, and the title is Burn It All Down. Fires everywhere. I said, these rotten, you can't say this is a conspiracy. This is just me bringing to your forefront what is obvious. You can't say it's a conspiracy now that we know the CIA and the FBI have admitted that they have whole offices in the Pentagon dedicated to their relationship to Hollywood. So this isn't even controversial. What I'm saying is everything that you fucking see released out of this city, think about what its intention is. What are they trying to communicate through, like, past you? They want you to be entertained and get the little the little brainwashing that they intend for you, but they're also communicating something to someone else in this shit that's hidden in plain sight. And if you know, like, that's what I was telling y'all the other day, we know this shit is not anything that you have to like, it's not a conspiracy. It's not, oh my God, you got to research so hard. There has been a long established relationship between the CIA in particular and Hollywood. As a matter of fact, the evidence of that relationship, which they will tell you in your face, is that every single solitary movie you've ever seen in your whole life, think about every movie you've ever seen in your whole life. In that movie that you've ever seen in your whole life, every movie that's ever had an explosion, every movie that's ever had a tank, every movie that's ever had a gun other than a handgun, so like a rifle, AR-7, what is it, 47, any kind of high-powered whatever, that any movie that's ever had a helicopter, any movie that's ever had an airplane, like fighter, like Top Gun and all of that shit, every movie you have ever seen with any of those things that I've ever named, Liarheart, thank you so much. Ooh, that was going to wreck my nerves. Right. So my feed on IG is about to die. Once it dies, I'll bring it back up. The time is about to run out. I'll bring it back up. So every movie you've ever seen with any of those things I've ever named, an explosion of any kind, hear me? Explosion of any kind, any gun that's larger than a handgun, any tank, any military weaponry, any helicopter or any airplane that's been in any movie you've ever seen in your whole life since 1914, the CIA had to sign off on that movie because all of those things that they used in the movie for the explosions and all the was given and provided by the U.S. military. Everything. I was like, damn, I didn't even know that. I saw this as a whole documentary. Yeah, you don't even think about it, but all of this shit that you be seeing in movies, like especially movies back in the day about the Vietnam War, you know what I'm saying? Like, what was that movie? Apocalypse Now, and all of these movies where you be seeing like, images of war and people with guns and all that shit. All that shit they got from the military. They go into contract to use these things from the military, but the military will not let them use any of that shit before receiving a copy of the script, adjusting the script how they see fit, signing off on the script, and returning it. And once they return, they say, okay, we accept these changes. Then you can use all the military gear you need to use for your flick. So this is not my imagination. This is just me seeing what they hide in plain sight, thinking that nobody will see it, but who needs to recognize it? And that ain't you. You just like, oh, that's my shit. I didn't know they was making another one. Let's go see Screen. Because everything that is communicating something different to everybody that watches. And based on who you are in society and how you see things, like this damn astrology class that I was in, and it was like I was in a room full of foreign speakers and everybody understood what was going on but me. That's us all the time. This is the day before. Burn it all down. The Grim Reaper spreading his hands out with a knife in his hands over the whole city. Burn it all down. And this movie was released the day before the attack on Iran that was entitled Operation Epic Fury and Operation Lion's Roar. Who is the fucking lion, bitch? Right now, it's your president who is functioning as the malignant, reconstructed archetype of destruction that is you. You hear me? Because everything that you see is you. Everything. I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to give you a word. This Grim Reaper, this you. This is you. This is you. This is you. The sickle, that's you. The what else? The flames, that's you. You want me to go deeper? The crisis is right there in your face. That's you. That's you. But what's the difference? What's the difference? Whenever the sun gone rogue gets his hands on anything, he can only produce death, which is in his grasp. So where it may have started off beneficial, harmless, what one of the cards that we read was saying today, right? That as a matter of fact, the card with the version of Kali who looked real scary, and she was like, "Baby, this face ain't for you. You, my child, you who I love. This face is not for you. This personification of me is for those who would try you. See, this is the version of me that I have to show others to make sure that they can see my face, and they be like, oh, we ain't trying her. You feel? We ain't trying her. We ain't trying her babies. But what has happened is that version of the divine she that is meant for divine protection of those that she loves, her babies, has been taken by the sun gone rogue, flipped around, turned back at us, malignified, story fucked up. The story, her story, because they don't have an ingenuitous bone in their body. All they can do is take what has been done and infect. Who fuck? Yup. And infect it with cancer. That's all they can do. Like in the Matrix, when motherfucking Agent Smith, you feel me? How does he reproduce his madness in others? All those, quote, sleeping motherfuckers. Because what did Morpheus say? Why are they still locked in? They all potential agents. And how are they potential agents? Because the actual agents, how do they reproduce their malignancy? In the sleeping, in the unaware, in the unconscious. How do they reproduce their malignancy? They take their hands and dig their hands into a bitch chest, into their heart chakra. Do you hear what I'm telling you? They dig their hands into a bitch heart chakra, and you see what looks like mercury. Remember me saying that? They take what looks like mercury themselves, the psychopomp. Y'all don't hear me? They themselves, the agents, the psychopomp, stabbing a bitch with their hands in their goddamn heart chakra and turning into what looks like mercury and all of a sudden your ass is dead. That's what it means. Your ass is dead. Your ass becomes the agent. Because we had this whole long breakdown about the Matrix, and how my sneaking suspicion is that the first movie of the Matrix, and Neo, when he walks into this dark, dank room and shit, and he meets Morpheus for the first time, and Morpheus gives him the so-called choice to, quote, go back to sleep or to see the truth by, quote, waking up. And we think, because when he take the pill, and we think it's some psychedelics, you know what I'm saying? Because he's what? The first thing that he sees is this mirror that he was sitting next to. And then the mirror looks like water. He's like, wow, right? And he's tripping. He's acting like he's tripping on as wow. And so he goes to touch this mirror that looks like water. And when he dunks his hands in it and lifts his hands out, he's like, whoa, because it looks like mercury. Remember that? And then, but now he's kind of freaking out because the mercury won't let go. Not only will the mercury let go, it travels up his arm, and he's freaking out. Oh my God. And you can hear them in the background saying, oh my God, he's going into arrhythmia. Oh my God, hold on. And you hear the machine start beeping and this and that and this and that. And the fucking mercury is going, and it comes up and you hear this kind of like robotic sound as the goddamn mercury is going down his throat. And in the background, they're still figuring, we're gonna lose him. We're gonna lose him. And then he opens his eyes and he's in this metallic room. I said, holy fucking shit. I said, that scene was literal. It wasn't a metaphor. That scene was literal. That scene was literal. Neo died. Neo died in that scene. In the 10 minutes into the first movie that we ever saw, Neo died. And so everything after, every movie after, was him in the underworld. Him dead. Him after he died. Every movie after was him after he died. Neo died. And the reason I say is literal is because we were like, okay, nigga tripping on acid because he took this pill and whatever. And he ain't in the real world anyway. He in the construct. You feel me? And so all this mercury goes down his mouth, and we think it's a metaphor for something, or he tripping on acid or some shit. No, it was literal, because mercury is poisonous. It's toxic. As a matter of fact, it's so toxic that if you were to, quote, bust the end of a thermostat, like a thermometer, and consume that little bit of mercury in that thermometer, it would kill you. It's toxic. As a matter of fact, if you hold a little ball of mercury in your hands, it will absorb into those pores in your palms, because you have very large pores in your. It'll absorb into the palms of your hands. Mercury is deadly. Why is mercury a psychopomp? Because it's deadly. If you consume mercury, you will die. Psychopomps help to do what? Transfer you from one realm or state of being to another realm or state of being. And they do it by being tricksters. What's the trickster element of Mercury? Even if you're talking about the god Mercury, quote, the god of communication. But the god of communication is a psychopomp. The Grim Reaper is considered a psychopomp because he takes you from one, quote, realm or state of being to another realm or state of being. The Grim Reaper does not kill you. The Grim Reaper arrives when your time is up. When your time is up. So he is there to help transfer you from one state of being to the other state of being. Oya is a psychopomp. Eshu is a psychopomp. But Mercury, the planet or the archetype, the Roman mythological character whose name is Mercury, as a psychopomp, quote, the great communicator from the gods to the earth or the humans or whatever. The alchemical symbol of the planet that we call Mercury is the actual element Mercury. And why is this such a fitting story of this planet that we call Mercury or Hermes or Eshu, whatever name you want to call him and whatever culture you ascribe to? Why is Mercury called a psychopomp? This shit is literal. And when you see it, you can't unsee it. The reason that Mercury is a psychopomp is because Mercury will take you from one state of being to another state of being. I am talking about the actual element that you can hold in your hand as a cute little swirling ball. It looks like water. That's the trickster aspect. And you see it everywhere. I'm telling you, see this shit so much. I was like, holy goddamn son of a bitch. You see the archetype, the literal, actual, in the real world, archetypal behavior of the element Mercury that was personified as characters in myth. Do you see what I'm saying? Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Because Mercury, as an archetype, the element that kills you, the element that always kills you. Mercury is highly toxic. It's deadly. That's why it's a psychopomp that has been personified as the Grim Reaper, that has been personified as Bloody Mary, that has been personified as Narcissus, that has been personified as mirrors are always associated with the archetype of the archetypal characteristics of the element Mercury. Mercury has this very peculiar archetype as the trickster, as the punisher, right? As the jester, as the clown, those who play tricks. And sometimes those tricks are deadly, right? The reason that every personification of Mercury in a movie as a mirror, as a portal to another realm. You know how many horror movies you done seen about mirrors as portals to, quote, other realms. You feel me? Mirrors that look like water. That's the trickster nature of Mercury, the element itself. If you were to go outside at night one day and you see a puddle of water and you like, oh, under the moonlight, that's a puddle of water. And then you go to the puddle of water for whatever reason and you put your hands in the puddle of water and then you realize, damn, this looked like water under this moonlight. But guess what? It is fucking a puddle of Mercury. Now you freaking out because you don't put your whole hand in this goddamn puddle of Mercury, that even just putting your hand in a puddle of Mercury is imminent. Your ass is dying. Your ass gonna die because it's that toxic. Your ass gonna die. That's the trickster nature of Mercury, is that it appears like water. That is the reason. Listen to me. That is the reason why there are so many stories of Mercury as a trickster, because it looks like water under the night moonlight. It's associated with the nighttime. It's associated with the planet Saturn. It's associated with psychopomps. And so Mercury, the planet, is still a psychopomp that has a direct relationship archetypically to Saturn, right? And so, listen, God damn it. Every single story that ever was is your mama's. Let's start there. Every story ever told, every story that ever was, the starting point is that story is your mama. Okay? Now, astronomically, not astrologically, astronomically, I have seen this in different places. Okay. Astronomically, there are many, many stories where astronomers have concluded that because Saturn is unlike any other planet in our solar system, even though it appears like in nature the same, Saturn is the only planet in our solar system that began as a star. That's where we got to start with the science. Saturn is the only planet in our solar system that began as a star. Today, it is the only planet in our solar system that is not a solid formation. I didn't know this until this week. Did you know I watched a goddamn 4-hour documentary about this boring ass astronomer who was talking about the ancient history of our solar system and how if Saturn did not exist, our Earth would never have existed. I said, what the fuck? That's what she said, this boring ass astronomer. She goes into this whole long diatribe about the origins of our solar system and how because Saturn started off as a star, today Saturn is not a solid planet. I did not know that. I didn't know that. She said that Saturn is she said that it is layered, but it is a gaseous planet, not terribly unlike the sun is a gaseous formation. That Saturn is not solid. I said, God damn. Mind blown. That the reason why is because Saturn began as a star. And then she talked about the really long, boring ass details. I wish they could find a way to tell complicated stories in a way that was not so fucking boring. But she talked about the formation of Saturn and its direct relationship to the formation of Earth. That without Saturn having began as a star and its particular astronomical relationship in the formation of all the planets, that Earth would never have existed. I said, God damn. Then the story about an ancient Saturn that at one point in history, in galactic history, where the planet Saturn, the reason that across the board it gets the name the second sun or the black sun is because there was astronomically a period where this had been star was still shining enough light that the night that we experience now that's pitch black was night, but it was so brilliant with a purple hue that the night light or the light of the black sun was a purple hue that it got its name as the second sun because it actually used to be a goddamn star. I'm sitting up in here mind blown. Okay. Now, but this becomes the basis again for the mythological stories that the ancients used to tell about these planets because they knew what we refuse to see. They knew that she used to be a star too. That's why her archetypes were, quote, dark, but still under the mother. Okay? So let me tell you. So this Mercury thing, this psychopomp thing, right? So let's do it like this. So you're talking about for the great majority of the human epoch on Earth. I'm talking about since humans, they say humans been on this planet about 1.5 million years. People agree, one way or another, but in general, that's the number that you're going to get. Human beings as Homo sapiens, about 300,000 years, 250 to 300,000 years. That's the general answer that your ass gonna get. So we done been up on here for a long time. And ever since we've been up on here, people, even in the caves in Africa and the caves in Europe, have been drawing the same thing from ancient times. Animals in the hunt, them as animals on the cave walls, and stars. That across the board, across the planet, that's the one thing we all had in common is in our earlier development as humans, it was all drawing animals and stars, shit in the sky. Okay? So people have been looking up at heaven for a long, long time. But in the beginning, this long epoch of our existence on earth, for the great majority of it, it has been centered in the reverence of the female body as the personification of the greater divine feminine androgyne. That's not a contradiction to say. Okay? And so females lived as revered microcosmic personifications of what everyone on earth concluded was a goddess deity for whom we lived inside of. The big black primordial sky that you walk outside at night and see is everywhere, right? Everybody pretty much concluded that we was in a big old giant belly, okay? A big old giant womb, all right? And for the last 6,000 years, for whatever reason that we have to, figure out on another day, something shifted in this cosmic order. And that something, so in the beginning, everything was female, okay? So I'm going to put Ma right here. And I'm going to put son, but then I'm going to put dad right here, okay? I'll tell you this shit is everywhere and you can't unsee it once you see it. Because your father is the author of all creation. Is the author of all confusion. It is your mother that says simplify. I'm everywhere. Like why you gotta look past me to find God? I'm everywhere. God is everywhere. Simplify, bitch. Why you complicating shit that ain't complicated? Your father. And I'm talking about the metaphorical risen sun that's threatening to scorch the entire planet. I'm talking about that father, right? That's threatening everything. Your mama tell you to keep it simple. She's saying C. She's saying C, right? And so here, your mother is life. Your mother is life. What is life? What is life? Life is what you can conceptualize in the material world. That's what life is. It's that simple. Life is you conceptualizing the world around you as a material existence because you in a material existence. That's it. That's all. Life is this. Life is your flesh. Life is the air you breathe to maintain that flesh. Life is the water that you drink. That's why even the native people be saying water is life, right? Everything that you can perceive of, the yin of it all, is life. That's what it is. Because if you, your spirit self, you cannot perceive, you cannot conceive of life because that's a different realm that doesn't exist where you at. That's a different realm that doesn't exist where you are. That's not life. And so somebody gonna be mad because I'm about to challenge even us spiritual folks. I've been up in here having a whole moment for some time. But if mother is life, and the son who sees himself separate from the mother and crowns himself father as an overlord to the mother, because there's some distinctions that I'm making here. Okay? I'm talking about the father as an overlord to the mother. All he can produce is death. I know somebody's going to be upset. That's all he can produce. That's in every way, in every cipher, in every period of history, all he can produce is death. It's inevitable. It is a hard pill to swallow, but all of the iconography, all of the mythologies, all of the prophecies were warning us that this would be the case. That if we did not see that the son who crowns himself father, who crowns himself king, and that means something that is permanently severed, his connection to mother, to ma, to mommy, that it would destroy us all. And every single goddamn mythology that exists on earth was screaming to tell us in plain sight, in plain sight. Even the malignant men who saw themselves as the fulfillment of this prophecy, telling us in our face and knowing that we would not see it. Hitler tried to tell us. Hitler tried to tell us. Hitler tried to tell us. He tried to tell us because he was an arrogant, malignant fuck. He tried to tell us. Put it in our face everywhere, all the time. He's like, they're never going to get it. They're never going to get it because they will get stuck right where they are. They'll never, we can put it right in their face. They'll never see it. They'll never get it. They'll never know. And when I tell you there are books written about what I'm telling you, I said, I cannot. I said, I can't. I just can't. Well, let me not go too far. These are the columns. If the sun is not thriving, as a matter of fact, let me make one more correction. Both the sun as the sun as the son who erects himself, who gives birth to the concept of the father, the son gone rogue, who sees himself greater than the mother because of his severance from the mother, his separation from the mother. All he can produce is the opposite of what she produces, because that's what yin yang theory teaches us, isn't it? There ain't but two extremes. There ain't but two extremes, and then all that exists between the extremes. You see what I'm saying? And so if the sun goes rogue, everything he puts his hands on, no matter the intention of the invention in the first place, if he gets his hands on it, it will become a mechanism of death. It doesn't matter. Science becomes a mechanism of death. Medicine becomes a mechanism of death. Agriculture becomes a mechanism of death. Religion, so-called spiritual, becomes a mechanism of death. Education becomes a mechanism of death. What y'all call restorative justice becomes punitive, long-term incarceration, isolation, and despair, an instrument of death. Any type of monetary system, exchange, economics, this and that becomes an instrument of death. In the this is the shit we got to reconcile. We have politics in every expression of politics. Bitch, I do not give a fuck if you're a socialist. That shit is an instrument of death, bitch. I don't care if you're a communist. That shit is an instrument of death. I don't care if you're an anarchist. That shit is an instrument of death. I don't care if you're a capitalist. That shit is an instrument of death. Fascism and capitalism ain't no different. Catholicism and fascism ain't no different. Islam and fascism ain't no different. Why? Because these are all expressions of the sun gone rogue. Why? Because they all have something in common that everybody will completely ignore for all of the noise they create to make sure you ignore what is in your face all the time, 24 hours a day. What is in your face is singular, and it's in your face 24 hours a day. So no matter what you're looking at, no matter how many deep thought pieces you do on the edge and the crisis of this country and that country and this campaign and this and that and this and that, there's only one issue. And that is the shit that we have to reconcile, because it's the one thing we all ignore all the 24 hours a goddamn day. It's the one thing that's staring us in our face and we ignore the most. It's this. There is no good, name a good. There is no good that has come from the institutions erected by the sun gone rogue. Go all the way back. Go to all of the stories. Go to the stories of Babylon and Sumeria and Turkey and Africa. Africa too. And Japan and China, and the list goes on and on. And yes, the Americas, because brown skin and red skin people too have a bad problem of hyper romanticizing their history as if they too did not turn their back on the mother, because they did too. Why? Because this shit was happening all over the globe at the same time. The emergence, the slow emergence and presentation of the sun gone rogue that we now know as the face of patriarchy. That split in the cosmos that has been repeated over and over and over again. Listen, everything that you see on this TV, on the screen, every play, every mythology, every children's book, every monster, every goblin, every demon, every horde, every legion, every instrument, every weapon. Did you know that the etymology of the word gun was a woman's name? In damn, somebody, because I was like, damn, like everything is your mama mutated, is your mama perverted, is your mama flipped upside down, turned inside out, and given back to you as a malignancy. There ain't a story. As a matter of fact, y'all think I'm tripping. Let me tell you something. This is what I've been in, man. This is what I've been in. There's a deity, or I think she's a Roman deity. There's a Roman. As a matter of fact, even who was it that just said this up on here? I was just about to ask the meaning of Mercury. I'm gonna get back to that. But let me just say, even something as seemingly insignificant as this thing that this comment who put. Oh, it was Natalie Fassbender. Fassbender put up on here earlier to help me remember that the name of this instrument is called the lyre. It's called the lyre. And the first time I heard it, I was like, why they name that? I'm telling you, it's everywhere. I said, why they name that? As a matter of fact, let me tell you something else. As a musician, when you're learning the clefs, when you're learning the different types of clef, treble clef, bass clef, right? There was another clef, but they never explained to us in school why they removed this cleft from the standard music. They showed us they showed us descriptions of how it was used in the past, but they didn't have an explanation about why this clef no longer existed. Do you know what this clef was? So you've got the bass clef. I don't know if anybody knows anything about music, but let me just for discussion's sake, right? You got the bass clef. Obviously, that's for instruments that their music is based on the bass clef. So like trombones, like bottom end instruments, trombones, baritones, I don't know, that type of stuff, right? Then you have treble clef, which are typically going to be like your woodwinds or higher octave type. Damn it. Instruments, or if you play piano, then you will be reading both bass and treble clef, right? That's the clefs that start every staff. Okay. So beside each clef, you'll have 5 lines where all your notes will be written in that clef. So these notes and these staffs and where those notes fall will be based on whatever the clef is that is preceding those notes. Okay, so that's that. Well, there used to be a third clef that nobody could explain why that clef don't exist anymore. I was like, damn. And it's so pretty. I was like, damn, why they don't use that clef no more? Because it's in your face all the time. The hatred of the mother. Do you know that the missing clef was literally shaped like a lyre? Mm-hmm. That's what it looked like. The clef that was mysteriously removed from all music composition. Not used anywhere today. And it wasn't until just now that I was like, holy shit, that's that missing clef. This instrument that was so sacred that only devotees of the muses, females, could play, could learn. There was one story about the island of Lesbos that we was always told that's the island that they sent all them women when they didn't want them and they became lesbians. The island of Lesbos was a secret society of women who were specifically there to learn all the sciences governed by the muses. That's what the island. I was like, what the fuck? We had always been told, oh, that's where they sent the women that they didn't want because everybody and all the men was gay. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason they had sex with women, you feel me, was to make some babies. And when they didn't want them women, they would send them to Lesbos, and that's why lesbians are called lesbians, because they came from that word came from the island of Lesbos, where they just sent unwanted women. That's that bullshit. You have to re-question everything. No. There was a secret society of women who were learning these secret languages and skills of the 9 muses. And this instrument was forbidden for a very long time for males to play and learn. As a matter of fact, there was one picture that I saw where lay people were allowed once in a while, like for special ceremony, to come to this island of Lesbos. And it showed all these people sitting around watching the women play, because the story said that when the women would play or sing, because each muse had a different speciality, whether she was a poet or she was a historian or she was a this and that and this and this and this and that. And so they would perform, but it was not, quote, entertainment. The people would sit around and watch them perform ceremony. And whenever they played or spoke, they say that the people without intervention, mushrooms, acid, the people would fall under trance by witnessing these women in ceremony. You understand? All these stories that get lost about who you are and what you have done. Okay. So I said, why? So why they call this a liar? And why does the word liar now, when it was this beautiful communication of this secret society of women devoted to the muses, now the word liar becomes deception, evil, you cannot trust? I was like, am I drawing conclusions where they are none, or is this shit hidden in plain sight? And why it was so reviled after the patriarchal takeover of the damn society, that they had to hide any evidence that it ever existed. I said, God, in this moment that we talking, I'm like, holy shit. I said, this is what that clef looked like, that they don't use in no music composition, nowhere, no more. That's what it looked like, just like that. I used to say, damn, why they stop using that? That's so pretty. When I was a kid, I was like, damn, that's so pretty. Why they stop? Because I have these 2 tattooed on my body. I have these 2 clefs tattooed on my body. I'm a musician. I've been a musician all my life. I was like, damn, I should get that one. That one's so pretty. Okay. But I tell you, if you start with the assumption that everything that exists is the mama, and that everything that is bad that exists is the evidence of the perversion of the mama. If this is your starting point, that if the mother is the primordial, that the mother's experience, and I'm talking, when I say the mother's experience, I'm talking about all of us together experiencing the great majority of our existence on earth under the dictatorship of the mothers. You understand? Under the direction of the mothers. And that even archaeologists are having to say that there are huge periods of time in history that we actually have evidence of where people didn't die by violence. And what is it? Katal Hayuk, that what's her name? Barbara Moore talks about in the Great Cosmic Mother, and they did this whole massive archaeological dig, and what they concluded in this dig of what was Katal Hayuk is that the society was so peaceful that in this dig they determined that country, that there had never been a violent death in 800 years of this society, that there was no death, not violent death, that they did not even sacrifice animals. They were vegetarians. There was no evidence of animals having been killed by violence in 800 years of the society formerly called Katal Hayut. Okay? So, this bullshit they be teaching you about how, it's just human nature. We just violent by nature. It's always been like that. Lies. Straight out of your mythological hell. Lies. Okay? So, if this is the case, that everything, especially, let me just say, everything that you have been afraid of, everything that you have been socialized to fear the most, this is going to be some hard shit for you to sit with. Assume that those things that you fear the most, the things that make you the most scared, especially when you were a kid, those things that you are taught to fear the most, those are the things you need to be up close and personal to. Those are the things that the fear generated in its image being fed to you is trying to keep you away from something that's hidden in that same image. That image that you fear the most is a malignized, fucked up, bastardized, sun-baked version of some archetype of the Divine Mother. Every time, all the time. All the time. All the time. Ooh, all the time. When I saw this image, first of all, I was really angry because that whole month I saw this billboard and I was like, how did I not see this? Because I was too busy in my head. I was too busy in my head to see why this damn thing was catching my attention every time. This thing that y'all call the Grim Reaper is your mother. I'm just telling you, it's a bastardized version, but it's your mama. As a matter of fact, what's the movie Harry Potter? The question I asked y'all about however many hours ago I've been on this shit. How long? 4 hours I've been on this shit. Remember I was asking y'all all them hours ago, the question that I asked myself today, right before I got up on here with y'all, the question that I asked myself was, what if every single movie, every single play, every single movie you've ever seen in your whole life, what if every single character in every single movie and every single play was actually, every character was personifying a planet or a sign or a house or a mythological or constellation character of old, retelling that story over and over and over and over again. And I told y'all that the first thing I thought about was that bullshit ass movie, Silence of the Lambs. And all I had to see was the movie poster. And I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. The damn serial killer in the movie that she's investigating, whose name is Buffalo Bill. And Buffalo Bill is redheaded. I told y'all 2 weeks ago, from this day on, every time you see a red-headed character in any movie, start looking for the mother. I told y'all, because they're more than likely, first of all, they're more than likely going to be made some supervillain. Right off jump. If they red-headed, they're going to be made a supervillain. Okay? And so you need to start looking for evidence of the stories and the iconography of the mother before the son went rogue. I told y'all that. Buffalo, this hit me today. Buffalo Bill, whose name was Buffalo Bill. So you attach, that's what I was going to tell y'all. You attach a serial killer to an animal that throughout multiple cultures in history has been seen as this highly revered animal in the West, where we are, the most revered animal, because not only did it provide food, but it provided clothing, it provided shelter. Like, there was so much. It provided weapons. They used every single solitary piece of this sacred animal, that when this animal died or was killed in the hunt, This animal could provide everything that the community needs. So in our tradition, Ifa, who is the buffalo? It is the great primordial Oya. All the time, every time. And so the serial killer, Buffalo Bill, and how does he kill the women? What does he kill the women for? Where does he put the women? I said, God, it's literally taking every single aspect of the mother story and turning it into something so sinister. He kidnaps these women, drops them into a well. He only kidnaps, quote, fat women, drops them into a well, the underground, the underworld, drops them into the ground, feeds them scraps, right? Feeds them what he wants to feed them to, quote, fatten them up, and then takes the food from them so they rapidly lose weight, because the reason he kidnapping fat bitches is because supposedly he's transsexual, and so he's using their skin to make him a new skin. Y'all don't remember that story, that's what he was doing. And from what I read, I have not proven this, but I read an article that said that Buffalo Bill was an actual real serial killer, and that the writers of the movie Silence of the Lambs decided to change the nature of the characters playing the women that he kidnapped, because the, quote, real Buffalo Bill kidnapped black-skinned, African-American, black, overweight women. The real Buffalo Bill exclusively killed black women. That's what I heard. But the writers was like, ain't nobody gonna empathize with no fat black bitch. So we gonna make the fat bitches white. That's what I read. Was that that the story was real, and that he only exclusively sought out, quote, big bone fat black women. Meanwhile, the whole movie is literally, even the fact that Hannibal Lecter is a cannibal. Everything is a bastardization of the mother story. Okay. I think I'm gonna get up off here because I could do this all night, and I can't afford to do this all night. But I will leave you with this one, since I was talking about Buffalo Bill and the Silence of the Lambs, because this shit is gonna blow your mind. When I tell you everything that is your mother's, if it is in the possession of the son gone rogue, who is the son gone rogue? Any manifestation of a motherfucker who you can see plain as day, the patriarch is ruling their skull. That they ain't going to war with their patriarch. The patriarch rules the day in their life. So that could be anybody. Everybody is sick with patriarchy. So yes, we exclusively identify patriarchal power in this period as white and male, but they ain't the only patriarchs on earth, not by a long shot. They're just the personification of this moment in zodiacal history, predicted by our ancestors as the apex of the sun gone rogue, literally being the incarnation of a fire that blazes out of control. It's everywhere. That's why Neo with the red hair singing the songs over an empire burning, over Rome burning. That's why Louis XIV dressed literally as the embodiment of the sun, so much that they say he sprung his hair out to exaggerate it like the rays of the sun, and had somebody paint his hair orange, and y'all cracking jokes about this motherfucker in office like he is not a part of a lineage that we can just see in the last 200 years, men internalizing that they are the fulfillment of a prophecy that threatens to destroy the earth. Hitler said it out of his own mouth. Out of his own mouth. There is a white woman. Her name is Satrivi Devi. She became a devotee of Hinduism. Let me tell you about the irony of this bitch. This bitch, as a matter of fact, let me bring her up. because I read this shit blunt. I read this shit blunt. This woman, Satrivi Devi. Satrivi Devi. Let me not forget. Satrivi Devi. I should have saved that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to save that. Satrivi Devi. This is a white woman. She was born in Greece. This white woman, Satrivi Devi, born in Greece, was a diehard to her death. A diehard to her death, staunch white nationalist supporter of Hitler and the Third Reich. This devotee of Hinduism who married an dark-skinned Indian man who lived in India and built a school in India of Hinduism, who was too, at the same time, a staunch, devoted, not only supporter of Hitler, but once Hitler died, because she saw Hitler as the fulfillment of Hindu prophecy. Y'all ain't hearing me. This white woman saw Hitler as the fulfillment of prophecy in the Bhagavad Gita, built a school based on Hindu tradition to galvanize support for the Third Reich. Seeing Hitler as the fulfillment of prophecy in the Bhagavad Gita. I sat here and told y'all, I said, I'm not tripping. Why is this nigga obsessed? Didn't I tell y'all this 2 weeks ago? Why is this nigga obsessed with the S? Remember me going into that long ass diatribe about the letter S and how it was all over Hitler's campaign? And what did the letter S have to do with blonde hair, blue eye, supreme white people? What did the S have to do with that? And then I'm searching the symbol, the swastika, and it's literally talking about the right-facing swastika linked, though not the upraised swastika, the linked. So when it leans, it forms an X, even as it's making the two S's together, the two S's tilted to the right, make an X, right? And how that particular swastika in Hindu tradition is named after a solar deity who in that incarnation burns the earth. So any other time, the swastika means life. It means eternal life, whether it's left facing or whether it's right facing. If it's upright, it is a symbol of the winds of change and eternal life. But when it is right facing and it's linked as an X, these two S's that overfold on each other, the swastika, that it is specifically the incarnation of a peculiar Hindu deity that is the, quote, apex personification, apex, supreme, top, at the top, like the sun gone rogue that I've been showing y'all on this goddamn yin yang all this time. The supreme manifestation of the Aryan nation. That's why it wasn't a contradiction for white people in, quote, Nordic Germany to call themselves Aryans or Aryan nation, because according to the prophecy, the wheel of time, I'm telling you, the shit is in your face. And because you get caught up on fucking race nationalism and race politics and shit and can't see nothing past that, they can play in your face. And they know that the race question is always going to be the question that keep you stalemated and caught the fuck up. So I'm always showing y'all this little image that I've been teaching y'all for this shit for a long, long time, right? This little image of the yin and yang, but always this way, right? But the cross at the top as the positive and the negative at the bottom as the yin. And so when you have this point right up here at the very top of the yin and yang, which is yang, and this point is called utmost yang, meaning no yin present, all white. What did I say this represents on a clock? 12 noon, where there's no shadow cast. There's no yin present. No shadow, no shade, no cool. This is utmost yang, right? This is utmost yin. This is midnight on a dark moon, on a dark moon, on a new moon. Okay, no evident yang present. Okay, but this story literally represented by the cross. The cross is the period of this religious system that completely excised the feminine presence at all. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit as white. It's literally there in the symbol of the thing. But this is also the yin and yang, represent the entire universe, represent time, represent all past, present, future, represent everything that we talking about. So whether it's this is the yin and yang or whether it's this is the yin and yang, they're just still the same thing. This particular incarnation or iteration of the swastika was talking about the prophecy specific to a particular incarnation of the solar deity in his most destructive phase. Because I've been teaching y'all for years. Lao Tzu, the developer of this idea, said that Yang's nature is always destructive. That Yang, unanchored and unbridled by the yin, is always destructive. That's what he said. That's what he said. So when they're talking about, and what according to the Bhagavad Gita, and why not only Hitler, but Hitler most recently saw himself as the fulfillment of prophecy, and in his mind, the fulfillment of prophecy of this, quote, superior. What does superior mean? Superior means up above. That's what superior means. So when he called the Aryan race the superior race as the Aryan race, he just didn't complete the statement because he would be giving away too much. What the statement he was making was the superior Aryan race in this period, in this age, according to prophecy. Because when the Aryan, according to the Bhagavad Gita, when the Aryan, that's why people be confused, because of the separation and all this information. They still see politics only over here by itself. They only see history over here by itself. They only see spirituality over here by itself. And so they are never making the connections. But he was not incorrect by calling themselves the Aryan nation, the superior Aryan nation. He just didn't finish the statement. That's all. He knew, but he was like, damn, I can't give away too much. I can't give him too much. Because when he studied in his obsession with the occult, in particular the Bhagavad Gita, when he studied it, and he studied it in its completion, he saw that the Aryan nation of this period, the Aryan nation of this period was jet fucking black. Why? Because the Aryan nation at the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita was jet black. But when they are telling the story, and you're literally looking at the images of the story, and you're like, damn, why these white people always turning everybody God's white? Like, see how Kali used to be jet black? And then when the British came in and she was blue, and then they started painting her white, why they did that to the Buddha? Why the Buddha started off jet black like that? And now you got these little fat white Buddhas all over the place. And why they, everywhere you go, they be lightening everybody deities. This is a collective subconscious memory of these stories that our ancestors told of what was to come, not what was back then where they were. These were not stories stuck in time. These were all predictions, and you can see it everywhere. You can see it in the goddamn walls, on the goddamn pyramids in Egypt. I used to say the same thing. I was like, see, they telling the story of how the black people got lighter and lighter and lighter until you got what you got today. All these Arabs just run and control everything in Egypt, and ain't nobody black no more. See all these black skinned people on the walls in Egypt, and you see how they was living, and they got lighter and lighter and lighter. These were prophecies, bitch, of what was to come. Of what was to come if we did not see and rectify before it's too late. These white men, and I can name them, Constantine was trying to fulfill prophecy. Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, who else? Henry VIII. What's that nigga name? Louis the 14th. All 257 popes, particularly those rotten motherfuckers who gave themselves the name Leo, like this Leo the 14th, like Louis the 14th, who has my birthday. I'm fucked up about that. Who got my birthday? I got a problem with that. This Leo, this Leo energy everywhere. What they call the operation Lion's Roar that they just dropped on Iran. Do you know what the etymology of the word Iran is? The name of the country. Do you know what the etymology of the name Iran is? Take a guess. The etymology of the word Iran means land of the Aryans. That's what it means. He was not wrong, because the Aryans used to be jet black. But what the wheel of time tells us is that the wheel goes round and round, and there will be a time in the future where that wheel will turn and turn and turn. And in that moment, if not corrected, where everything happens within the embrace of the mother, this will represent the sun will become destructive. The sun will become destructive if all goes in this way that it appears to be going. And in this time, there will come a new Aryan who will represent the period in time. What's the period in time? I'll tell you, I've been telling y'all this for 5 years. We are in the age of the sun gone rogue. Isn't that what I've been telling y'all? We are in the age. We are in the age of the desert. They tell you in your face. It's not just me. They tell you in your face. Every post-apocalyptic movie you have ever seen about all the possible ways the world can end, at the end, the world is always a desert. Whether it's a tundra desert, and tundra is literally a desert. Whether it's a tundra desert, or whether it is the outright sun-blistered, sun-scorched earth desert. The sun gone rogue, young, unanchored, and unembraced, and unbridled by the yin is always destructive. And what will it destroy? Everything yin. Here we are. And so this period, the Bhagavad Gita say, yeah, the Aryans used to be pitch black. Those that were supreme. What does supreme mean? Up above, on the wheel of time. Up above, on the wheel of time. There's a period on the wheel of time that, if you're looking at this as the wheel of time, that the supreme Aryan nation was jet fucking black. And if the wheel of time keeps going in the same direction, then there will be a period where the up above, the supreme at the time that rules everything and controls everything and is the face of all power. Not that there ain't other motherfuckers who brown-skinned or yellow-skinned or red-skinned or whatever who ain't got power or who ain't patriarchs, but the face of patriarchy in this period, the supreme, the utmost young. See, the utmost, the up above will be white. Not only will they be white, there is a particular reason that Hitler was so specific about what he thought represented the fulfillment of prophecy. See, you only thought it was just some race nationalism. You thought it was just race nationalism. This is how I play in your fucking face. You thought it was just race nationalism. That even though he didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes, why would he be so obsessed with blonde hair and blue eyes? And even most of his soldiers didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes. Because this is just the most perfect. No, bitch. Your ass is taught to get stuck right there at race nationalism. No, the reason that this dark haired boy was obsessed with blonde hair and blue eyes is because blonde hair and blue eyes is the perfect personification. It's the perfect replication of the sky at its peak in the desert. The white sands of the desert, the white skin, the blue sky at the sun's peak where there's no shadow cast, the blue eyes, and the golden rays of the sun, just like the golden hair on the heads of this race that in this historical period on the wheel of time will represent the utmost, the up above, the supreme Aryan race. And it's every fucking where. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. That's why he was obsessed with the number 88. We listen to this white girl say that the number 88, which is what these white nationalists be using as code for Heil Hitler, because the H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. Some sleight of hands trying to get you off your square type of bullshit. The reason that he was obsessed with the S, like I showed you, let me pull out my little graph because I'm about to put y'all up on game tonight. Get my little graphs. Get myself some more drink since I'm dry mouthed. Let me tell you, y'all remember the TV show that they cut cold? I was like, they did that shit on purpose. Remember the TV show they cut cold, The Wheel of Time, that had like 3 seasons? And then the way they cut it, the end that they cut it on, I was like, Trump was about to be in office. They was like, we can't have, even with the power, I'm convinced it was because Trump was coming in office. They was like, we can't have no shit like this playing on this here motherfucking TV while this motherfucking in office. We need to snatch that shit. I'm convinced. So anyway, I don't know if y'all remember. I think it was in the 2nd season of Wheel of Time, where I forget the redhead boy. Holy shit! I'm just fucking remembering this. Oh my god, damn! Yeah, y'all won't believe what the fuck just happened. I was watching some video now. I don't remember the fuck what this shit was, but it was talking about like some movie or something, just a little short. I just watched it today. I'm just having a whole moment. It was talking about in the movie, it was like a minute short, but in the movie, they were talking about the concept of the red herring. I was like, oh yeah, the red herring. And they were talking about like what a red herring in a movie means. I was like, damn, I need to make a mental note of that. Damn, I forgot about that. And so I made the mental note about how red herrings show up in movies. It's like almost like kind of like a sleight of hands, right? Like if the red herring shows up, is to keep you distracted from something else that's happening over here. And so they use the metaphor of the red herring because apparently the guy who came up with it was cooking a red herring and it was so stinking, like the aroma from the fish was so stinking that it didn't matter what was happening in the space. Couldn't nobody concentrate on nothing that was happening in space because of the terrible smell of him cooking this red herring. And that's where the term red herring comes from. So if somebody presents a red herring or it shows up in a movie as a red herring, it is to distract you from something really important that's happening somewhere else. I was like, God damn, it came up so quick and so like seemingly out of nowhere. Then, so I wrote it down and I wrote a note next to it. Where did I write that at? Because I was like, is red herring is red herring like connected to the to the um to the occult symbolism of red hair in movies? Because I just told y'all all this time ago, I was like, every time you see red hair, be looking deep, because more times than often, the red haired person is going to be evil, going to be sinister, going to be sneaky, going to be made to be the bad guy in some way to hide the evidence of the mother from you in this character. Okay, I said that. From now on, be looking for signs of the mother every time you see a motherfucker with red hair. So I see this thing, just a minute, on the red herring, and I was like, is the red herring related to the red hair? Am I reaching? So I Googled the like occult symbolism of red hair. Do you know what the first thing was that came up? Was Islam. Was the sect of Islam, where you see them jet black ass motherfuckers who take their white beards and dye them joints red, or dye their hair red. They black as the day is long, but they literally go and dye their hair red, and they dye their beards red. I said, why they do that? You know what I'm saying? Why they do that? I wrote it somewhere in here. Where I wrote that shit at? But let me just tell you what I had them on. That just happened before I got up on this thing. I was like, damn, red herring. I'm gonna have to come back to that. That might be a deep dive. Red herring, right? The moment that I was just having was I was talking to y'all about the wheel of time, and then the second, damn, holy shit, god damn, yo. Oh my, what's today's day? Yo, what the fuck? Let me tell y'all what the fuck is going on right now. God damn it. Yo, that little 60-second short sent me on, not even a wormhole, because that happened today before I got up on this call. I was like, oh, that's interesting. They talking about this red herring. And so I went to Wikipedia. Red herring, and it said the what it is and how it came to be. This dude was cooking this stinking fish, and no matter what was going on in the space, it was like a party or something. People were so distracted by the red herring that they could not even pay attention to what was happening at the party. So it became synonymous with like something that is put in a movie or a play or whatever to deliberately distract you from something you actually should be paying attention to. The red herring. Okay. And my default is that there's something deeper. Is this the basis of red hair characters in these movies? Just random redhead motherfuckers that be just tossed in movies. And I wasn't even thinking about that, but I was talking to y'all about the Wheel of Time, because I was just going to talk to y'all about this white nationalist shit, right? But in the Wheel of Time, long story short, the Wheel of Time, if you remember, when the boy, I forget his name, but he is the redhead bitch. He the redhead kid, and all the kids who they suspect could, because they all born at the right time. So all 5 of these kids are born at the right time for any one of them to be the dragon reborn. And so she, the blue girl, the Aes Sedai in blue, I forget her name, the Aes Sedai in blue, take all the kids, because she like, we don't know who it is, but it's one of these 5 kids who is the dragon reborn, right? And one of the kids is this light-skinned, mixed race, redhead boy. Okay? Now, in the second season, they have established this motherfucker is the dragon reborn. Okay? But the moment that I'm having, because I was just going to talk to y'all about the Wheel of Time. In the Wheel of Time that they all talking about. Everybody's talking about the Wheel of Time, and on the Wheel of Time, and this and that, and this and that. When they make it to, I guess it's like the center of the world, they have to go. He and her name is I think it's Leanne Sedai. When they go to the center of the world, and he has to face the bad guy, I forget the guy's name, but the bad guy, right? And because the bad guy wants to get to the dragon reborn so he can bring him to the dark. You feel me? And so everybody's trying to prevent the dragon, because the dragon reborn is neutral. The Dragon Reborn could go either way. He can go, quote, bad, that they make synonymous with black bitch, or dark, or he can go good, like with the White Tower of the Aes Sedai. Y'all ain't hearing me. Y'all ain't hearing me. In this show that's in your face, the Dragon Reborn is reborn how he is. You feel me? Once he becomes aware that he is Dragon Reborn, he can go either way. He can, quote, go to the dark, or he can, quote, go to the light. And when he go to the dark to, quote, face off with the dark that's trying to make him dark, right? Guess what happened? They say that he is in the center of the world, and he goes to the place where the wheel of time is. And when you're doing they're doing a camera overhead of this kid walking into the room where, quote, the wheel of time is, and you're looking down at this actual symbol on the floor as, quote, the wheel of time. I said, holy goddamn motherfucking son of a bitch. Oh my. You're literally looking at the yin and yang on the floor of this room as the wheel of time. I said, oh my God. And then he and the, quote, bad guy who represents the dark, he and the bad guy that represents the dark go face to face, go one-on-one, and in they struggle in the one-on-one, they crack the wheel of time. They split the. I am having a goddamn whole connection in this. They split the wheel of time. You didn't hear me. Y'all are not hearing me. Y'all need to be saying something to me. Are y'all following? These motherfuckers go toe to toe. The two men go toe to toe in this space, this sacred space where the wheel of time is, where the dragon can go either way to determine the future of all of humanity. The motherfucker can go either way. He can, quote, go to the dark, or he can go to the light that is represented by all these women at the White Castle. This kid in the middle, who literally is a representation of the wheel of time. He the one that's mixed race. He got son of a fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Not only is this motherfucker, the Dragon Reborn in this movie, the Dragon Reborn in this movie is standing in a room with a giant ass yin yang on the floor that they call the wheel of time, the center of the world, faced with making a choice between the white woman in blue. I cannot. Oh my God. They could not have. I cannot. Oh my God. Listen, I'm having a moment. God. Oh. God damn. Oh my God. Leanne Sedai, the white woman that we all love in the Wheel of Time, especially because she got that fine ass Asian as her sidekick. I digress. Leanne Sedai, who is dressed in blue, who comes as the blue representative from the White Castle. Okay, I'm having a problem right now. God, motherfuck. I'm gonna vomit in here. This shit crazy. Leanne Sedai is on one side. This kid, I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but this kid is in this sacred room where on the floor is the wheel of time. that is the actual yin yang symbol. In this room, where he in this moment has to make a choice. Am I gonna go toward the dark, or am I gonna go toward the light? And in this room where he is faced with this choice to side with God, oh shit. In this room where he is faced, oh my God. Oh my God. Woo. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Oh my God. In this room, everything matters. God damn it. Everything matters. In this room where he is standing on top of the wheel of time. He is literally standing right here in the motherfucking center of a yin yang symbol on the floor. And on one side of him is this Arab looking man with a full black beard and full black hair and a black ass suit with a little white collar. And on the other side is this white bitch dressed in blue, brilliant, beautiful blue dress, and his ass is in the middle of this goddamn yin yang symbol, representing the yin yang, because this bitch is half black and half white. This motherfucker mixed race. He is literally the personification of the yin yang, standing in the center of that yin yang. This goddamn mixed race child. Not only him, because the whole crew, all 5 of them motherfucking kids who were suspected to be the Dragon Reborn. That's why she took all of them, because they all the right age. All of them that went with her were mixed race. I thought, why they always getting these light-skinned people to be playing these roles and this and that? And the only dark-skinned motherfucker in that shit is the Negro who tried to kill everybody. Oh no, it was so much deeper than that, because even me too, getting stuck on the race and nationalism of the presentation of the motherfucking characters in the show, I missed this until this goddamn moment. This motherfucker, who was the one mixed race kid in the crew, because all of them was mixed race. That shit was deliberate. All of them were mixed race. The difference with him is all of them were born in the area. He thought he was born there, but his ass never knew his mama. Remember what I was telling y'all last week about the one thing that unites every hero story in history? As told by Carl Jung and what's his name, Joseph Campbell, The Hero's Journey, is that the mother must die first. She must be dead. I don't know who my mama is, but the mother is never in the hero story. Everybody else knew their mama. All the other 5 kids, they knew their mama and them. They knew their mama and them. But you know who didn't know their mama in this story? What they call her? Oh, what did they call her? The mixed race woman who was the queen of the Aes Sedai, Remember the mixed race sister with all the beautiful tattoos, who was the head Aes Sedai, dressed in all white in the White Castle, her mixed race self. And in one episode, they go back to tell her origin story. And what is her origin story? It's just her and her daddy. No mama present, no mama ever mentioned, no mama ever inferred. The hero's journey requires that the mother be severed from the picture. Think about every hero movie you ever seen, where they mama at. And in this movie, where all 5 of these kids was, quote, the right age to be the Dragon Reborn, this motherfucker was not only not born in the area where he was raised, he was the only redhead, brilliant red hair, mixed race boy. He was redheaded. So you think about that. This boy was redheaded. He was the iconography of the harmonious presentation of the yin and yang. He half black, he half white, but he got red hair. Remember me telling you a couple of weeks ago? I'm having a moment. Remember me telling you a couple of weeks ago that the yin and yang is the perfect personification of the age that we just came up out of, the age of Pisces, and how every time you see the images, not the alchemical symbols, the image, the constellation image of the Pisces, right? What you see is two fishes, right, facing in the opposite direction, right? And everybody talks about the Pisces, this and that, this and that. But I was like, damn, every time people talk about Pisces, they talk about them two fishes. And I'm asking astrologers what that red string means. Because if you look at the constellation of Pisces, like if you look at a world map or like a map of the universe and they show you where they are, where everybody is positioned in the constellations, whenever you see the Pisces fish, for those of you on YouTube, yeah, okay. Wherever you, that's my terrible fish, but wherever you see the two red fish, there is a little red string always connecting them. There's always a little red string connecting the two opposing fish. So even though they are apart from each other, they are still connected by a red string. And I'm asking astrologers astrologically what that string means. And I ain't found an astrologer yet that has told me what that motherfucking red string means. Meanwhile, every time you turn around, somebody in Hollywood got a red string around their left wrist. And this is supposed to be a hint at Kabbalah. But I'm like, I think that little motherfucking string got something more to do with this little unexplained string over here connecting these two Pisces, these opposing Piscean fish together, that no matter where they go, they still connected by this motherfucking red string, right? If the yin and yang is a Asian personification of the story of the Piscean fish, and I told y'all this 2 weeks ago, I said that isn't the yin and yang missing something? As a matter of fact, I ain't even got to draw it again. I got my little graphs. I was like, if that's the case, which is my suspicion, because we was going ham on the letter S, and I was like, she been in our face the whole time, that letter S. Where did I say she was? See, this is the regular yin and yang, the way we've always been shown it. Just black and white, up and down, this and that, right? But if it was accurate, and if this is the wheel of time, like I suspected it was, right? I said, then these Piscean fish missing some shit. And it's missing some shit because they can't tell us everything because we would get hip to the game. Where is the S in here? Oh, she right here. Look at that. Look at that little S. Right there in your motherfucking face. That little S hidden in plain sight. I said, okay, if that's not clear enough for you, look at this yin and yang where the S is actually highlighted. I said, but if the yin and yang is actually the Piscean fish trying to tell us something, then there is the little string of connection between these opposing Piscean fish. What's the red string? What did I say? Simplify, bitch. The red string is the goddamn umbilical cord. So no matter where the mother goes, no matter where the son goes, no matter how far away or how far apart they are connected by the string of life, by what Ifa called the chains of destiny, supposedly, that Obatala shimmies out of Olorun on a chain. Bitch, what's the chain? He shimmies out of heaven. He shimmies out of Olorun on the goddamn chain, and you want to call it everything but what the fuck it is. It's the goddamn umbilical cord. Because where is heaven? In his mama belly. Where is heaven? Her uterus. That's where heaven is. That's what the Chinese say, is that your uterus is heaven. And anything before that is pre-heaven. And anything after you leave that is post-heaven. It's right there in your face. So this little mysterious red cord that could no fucking skilled astrologer tell me what the significance was. I was like, oh shit, it's right in my motherfucking face. What connects the two fish is this red string. What's the two strings? We was always told that the fish was twins. They was brother and sister or some shit. Nah, bitch. What does the yin yang say? This is the mother and this is the son. That's the twins. This is the mother. This is the son. That's the twins. That's the twins, bitch. It's not brother, sister. Sorry. It's not brother, sister. It's mother and son. Those are the divine twins. That's what they've been hiding all this time. The divine twins, no matter how they feed them to you, whether it's some goats or some peacocks or two brothers in Troy or whatever the fuck. The twins are always, have always, will forever be the mother and her children. You can call it your son because she got daughters too, but regardless, this is. So this red string, the letter S, that's hiding everywhere. Why the letter S? Because that letter S, represented by the yin yang, is represented by what? What did I tell you these two things was here? This here is the path, the journey of the sun in its relationship with the earth. It's always an S. So while the sun is going up and around from northern hemisphere to southern hemisphere, and then it makes another journey as the earth, even as the sun is doing what it's doing, guess what? The earth is doing what she's doing too. So then the sun will switch season, and this is what the sun will look like in the underworld, past the horizon. This is the horizon. This is the horizon right here. You feel me? And so past the horizon, aka the equator, past the horizon, the sun will look different ways based on his relationship to Earth. Earth is the center of the universe. The sun, we may live in a solar-centric solar system, but even as we live in a solar-centric system, the Earth is the center of our universe. The precession of the equinoxes through the Milky Way galaxy is not based at all on our relationship to the sun. It is based on our tilted axis rotation around the galaxy. At the center of our universe is our planet. That doesn't mean that we don't live in a solar-centric solar system. We do. But the sun, S-U-N, is still the S-O-N to the greater black primordial abyss that we call the universal mother. And so that's why mythologically and philosophically it is a contradiction and a fallacy of grand proportion when you take a simple tiny star, aka our sun, and try to erect it as king of the entire primordial black universe. This is why these stories exist everywhere. And so in this movie, The Wheel of Time, where this white boy, I say white boy, but he's actually mixed race because he, as a character, like I was saying earlier, if every character that we've ever seen in every movie is actually personifying a planet, a planetary story, a story of this planet's presentation in this sign or in this house, this boy is that character. Why? I'm about to get deep on y'all because y'all don't remember, and I'm having a breakthrough in this moment that I didn't even think I was going to have because I didn't think this little 60-second video I saw 7 hours ago was going to be relevant until this goddamn moment. Let me tell you what the fuck happened. This white boy who is supposed to be the dragon reborn, who can go either way, good or bad, dark or light, and he represents standing in the center of the yin and yang wheel of time, looking like the yin and yang wheel of time as half black, half white. But the difference is bitch, unlike his other compadres, has brilliant red hair. Just like I showed y'all up here in this goddamn red stripe in the center of this, always presented as black and white yin and yang. That's one thing. Why is this red hair on this boy significant? And I asked myself all these hours ago, thinking maybe I'm tripping. This dude talking about the red herring, and I'm like, damn, is red hair and red herring like it's got something to do with each other? I don't know, but I think I might be a stretch, but it may not be a stretch. I don't know. Guess what? This red-headed boy, let me put some red up in here so y'all can rock with me. This redhead boy who represents this turning point period of history where the future of humanity can go either way. That's what he represents. Where the future of humanity can go either way. And everybody throughout the entire season is always talking about the last dragon reborn and how he destroyed the earth. And so when you watch the show and it's first coming on, everybody lived like it's back in the old dark ages. Like Everybody on horse and buggies and shit. You feel me? Hey, people dressed in ratty tatty clothes and shit. It's like back in the old days. You feel? It's like back in the dark ages and shit, when you was just living off the land and shit, and that's it, right? And so you think that's how it just is. Not that this period that they living in the present, is actually the evidence of the destruction caused by the last dragon reborn. And so in one of these episodes, they go back, way, way back. And in this way, way back, before the dragon born then turned, quote, to the way of the dark, which I got a problem with, turned to the way of the dark, that this same place was beautiful. And the technology was like unlike anything you've ever seen. Things were flying through the sky, and all the buildings were so technologically advanced. And even though there was massive cities and everything was thriving and shit was flying, like cars was flying in the shit and everything, there was still grass and green trees everywhere inside the city. It was like mankind's technology and human beings were living symbiotically, and everything was just fucking awesome. And the tower, quote, the White Tower, right, where the Aes Sedai live, the Aes Sedai used to be both male and female. The Aes Sedai used to be both male and female in this period of epic technological advancement, where none suffered and all lived well, and even the trees would thrive in the face of technology and shit. And there was a baby involved, and there was a woman who was the face of the head of the Aes Sedai. She was a red-headed white woman as the white Aes Sedai, dressed in all white as the white Aes Sedai, as the mother. Because they call the head Aes Sedai the white Aes Sedai. She who is dressed in white in the White Tower, they call her mother. So this white woman with red hair, who is the mother of the Aes Sedai at this time, this great thriving this and that and this and that, the male counterpart Aes Sedai to her was a Negro. He was a nigga. He was Negro. Good looking nigga, but a nigga nonetheless. Dressed in all black. These two, this white woman with this red hair and this Negro dressed in all black, had a baby. God damn it. Had a baby. And we do not know the depth of why these two are arguing in this moment. But they arguing. The baby is in the cradle in front of them. They arguing. And she like, whatever. I don't remember. I might have to go back and watch this whole series, because this whole breakthrough I'm having right now. She on her thing and he on his thing. But this black and white couple, she white skinned with red hair and all white. And he is black. He ain't black. He light skinned, but he black with all black on. They are the head Aes Sedai of the male Aes Sedai and the female Aes Sedai. And they have this baby, and they are obviously at odds. And she says, if you make this decision, it's going to change everything. It's going to change everything. He's convicted that his decision is the right decision. And then, so they imply that when he makes the decision that he makes, right? Because the whole thing of the show is how this current age of the Aes Sedai is because of the last dragon reborn, and he made it so that males could no longer touch the power. No, males could no longer touch the source. In this present, where everything is going to hell in a handbasket, supposedly because of the last dragon reborn, which was like 3,000 years prior, where everything was awesome and everybody was happy and everything was thriving, this split between this Negro and his white woman, who were the both heads of the male and female Aes Sedai, where males were still able to touch the one power. That's what it's called, the one power. Or the one power. Right? But because of something that broke in males after the dragon reborn, quote, switched sides, that now males are forbidden to touch the one power because it drives them mad. And in their madness, they destroy everything and everyone around them. Everybody has these stories that they share all through the story, where this man that they knew, that they loved so much, who touched the one power. And when he touched the one power, it drove him mad. And one day at dinner, he killed everybody at the dinner table, everybody that he loved, killed them at the dinner table, and then took his own life. Right? All of these stories about how men are forbidden to touch the one power because it drives them insane and they destroy everyone around them. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Let me tell you the breakthrough that I'm having right now. This white child who represents the future of all possibilities in real time, in the location, quote, in the center of the world, where the wheel of time is represented by an actual yin and yang symbol in the floor of the sacred building. And on one side is the dark skin, dark hair, debonair, dressed in all black, good looking motherfucker who represents all the evil in the world because he dark and everything around him is dark and all his clothes is dark. I got a problem. And then the white girl who got him to the center of the world, who is represented as milky white skinned and brilliant blue. And he is trapped in between the two to make this decision, not only for himself, but for the whole world for the next 3,000 years, this white boy. And let me tell you, Leanne Sedai, that's her name, who is the blue Aes Sedai. She's not only the blue Aes Sedai, she is the only Aes Sedai of all the Aes Sedai who wander the terrain to and fro, going from place to place, not answering to anyone. The blue Aes Sedai. Okay? I know this might be a stretch, but we already talking about how this started. This symbol being a wheel of time representing polar differences as predictions as the wheel spins. How it was not a contradiction for Hitler to call the quote perfect race, the superior Aryan race, Aryan, because superior means utmost, up above. And when the philosophy began, the superior up above was black-skinned Aryans. And when the wheel turned, as prediction guaranteed, that there would come a moment where the utmost, represented by an actual cross that was the actual representation of the removal of all things yin. That's why all of these secret societies have these ceremonies about crossing the hot sands of the desert. That's why every movie that's put in your face about the end of the world is some Freemasonry, Masonic, Illuminati fucking ritual of being blindfolded and walking through the goddamn desert. Why? Why are they blindfolded? Because I'm always telling you that when the sun is at its highest at high noon in the white sands of the desert, you are what? Blinded by the light. You know how you look in the sun and all of a sudden you go blind? Blinded by the light. Okay? This was a prediction. And so he said, eventually there will be people who look like the persona, because these black-skinned Aryans who were the supreme superior presentation of time, and in that period of time where the black was supreme and superior and up above, because that's what superior means, up above, right? The supreme superior up above was black-skinned. What did that mean? They were the personification of utmost yin. Midnight on a new moon. That's what they look like. Midnight on a new moon. And if that's the case, and they were superior and they were the up above, then the utmost of its opposite will too someday be up above. And it will be manifested as a cross, as the moment of arrival, where the essence and the memory of the mother has been completely removed in the destructive phase of the son at his utmost. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit in a white heaven, in a white sky at high noon, when you are blinded by an utmost deception. An utmost deception. Because is the sky blue? No. But Hitler said in this period where you out in the desert and all you can see is the quote white sands, and the blue skies and the golden rays of the sun. That's why he wanted the white people to look like the period predicted, like the sun at his utmost. Y'all feel me? Y'all rocking with me? That's how we got here on this. So I want y'all to rock with me, because this is still about this. This S is still these two S's. That two predicted that this particular personification of the symbol that is seen everywhere on earth, this particular personification is the particular presentation of the sun at his most destructive. That's what the Bhagavad Gita says. This particular personification that the Nazi Germany used, and it was everywhere. It wasn't just this SS, because that's what the swastika is. It's an S and an S folded on each other and tilted to ensure an X in the center. Not only that SS, but the SS army that was represented by regular S's, and the SS armies represented by the lightning bolts of Prometheus. They did that on purpose. SS. Then these SS's of the Bhagavad Gita and the goddamn, prophecy of the Bhagavad Gita. This is, and then this woman I was telling y'all about, Satrivi Devi, this white woman born in Greece who married a dark-skinned Hindu man and built a school in India where they lived, where they was teaching all of these dark-skinned Hindus that to support Hitler, because he was the fulfillment of prophecy made in the Bhagavad Gita. She was teaching this shit in a school in India to brown-skinned people, y'all. I'm about to buy these books this crazy bitch wrote. Because not only did she use, do you know what she said in this book? I forget the name of this book. She said in this book that is about Hitler, that Hitler not only was, she was specific, because I was just theorizing some shit, and then this woman comes to me so that what I'm thinking, because I was like, damn, this shit might sound crazy, but it sound to me like this shit right on. And then now a week later, I'm up on here and studying Hitler, and this woman comes up. They call her, what did they call her? The godmother of ultra nationalism. That all of the white nationalists in America after Hitler died, they all had actual personal relationships with this woman who wrote a book about Hitler before he died, wrote a book about Hitler and all of the evidence that he was the fulfillment of not only the prophecy of the Bhagavad Gita. She said in his role as the fulfiller of the prophecy of the Bhagavad Gita, that he was she said that Hitler was the final incarnation, avatar incarnation of Vishnu, the war god, destroyer of worlds. That's what she said. She said this motherfucker is Vishnu. That's what she said about Hitler. Her and Hitler were homies. They was homies. Mm-hmm. Did you know that Gandhi and Hitler corresponded? Did you know that? Gandhi called him friend, dear friend, in letters. Dear friend, this and that and this and that. So meanwhile, you like, damn, why would Gandhi be having a relationship with motherfucking Hitler? He hated everybody, right? Baby, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. The race nationalism was a distraction, the way it's always been. We can talk about how race is a construct, right? And I can go back and tell y'all, like I did last week, about how the construct has a date. It ain't no ambiguous construct. That in 1452, Pope Nicholas V created the construct that we know today is white-skinnedness, white nationalism, all that shit. He scripted that shit as a political and economic weapon to grant perpetual absolution to white-skinned people for any crime that they committed against anybody who was non-white. He wrote that shit in the Papal Bull, bitch. Imagine what absolution and perpetuity would do to a human being's brain. You start to imagine all kinds of diabolatry when there's no punishment you must pay, because the face of God on earth, the Pope, the face of God on earth has granted you absolution in perpetuity forever. And so we be trying to take the behavior of white people and separate it, or tell stories about like Yakub or whatever the fuck, right? We don't make this shit plain. Yes, whiteness is a construct, but the construct has an origin. It has some words. It has a papal bull tied to it. It was sanctified by a motherfucker who everybody on earth has accepted is the legitimate divine ruler presentation of the sun on earth in the moment, Pope Nicholas V. He did that. And that shit is what we are witnessing every day. When white people, we always say, when some crime happened, we like, before we even see who it is, we like, white people did that. And never try to sit and understand the peculiarity of the type of violence that is displayed. Like you just sit around and be plotting and scheming on how, damn, if I'm gonna always be forgiven for everything I do for forever, like, damn, this is when your mind, just like this damn reading from this book that we did 5 hours ago, this reading, remember that? And she said, and I said, holy shit, right? She said that just because you try to repress and suppress pleasure don't mean it goes away. What did she say? It means, where was that at? Because that blew my mind. I said, oh. This explains so much. That if you were always and forever never having to even be worried about being held accountable, that is what's wrong with your president. That is what's wrong with your president, and me telling you that you have to recognize that he is one in a long line of, quote, self-appointed kings who then made the declaration out loud that I answer to none but God in my own sense of morality. Well, bitch, you ain't got no morality. And if you are, quote, a divine soul sovereign that can rule in perpetuity, which is what he's saying. He's saying he's trying to make it where y'all ain't never got to vote again, because I'm just gonna post the fuck up on in here, and then it'll be my son that'll be next in line. That's how I'm trying to set this shit up. And you don't see no relationship, because you don't. Not only do you not understand history, you do not understand history as a global web of information and dates that are, because there's only one history, there's only one past, what we're trying to assert is the impact of the threads of this past, or this, quote, history, and how it gets us to this moment that we are now. And if you don't understand that, you'll be always fucking pulling at straws, thinking I'm tripping when I'm saying, okay, so it's not a crown today. Today it's a goddamn MAGA hat that's literally telling you in your face, bitch, we've been having you chanting mantras since Reagan's period to get you ready for this moment where me, as the orange-haired literal personification of the sun gone rogue, the apex of the sun gone rogue in this particular period in human history, where everything you see is fire iconography, is Leo iconography. But not Leo in the healthy sense, not Leo in the royal divine sense. No, Leo gone rogue, threatening to destroy everything in sight. The story they superimposed on your lioness mother segment. Tell me I'm wrong. I just told you that the operation was, what was it? Lion's Roar and Epic Fury. Your president is a Gemini sun and a Leo ascendant. He's a lion. He's literally a lion. Who is a lion? Always the sun. Always the sun. Whether that sun is rogue or whether that sun is in harmonious union with the mother, with his shadow. You feel me? So he is the personification of the sun in this period. What's this period that's unlike any of these emperors of the past who self-appointed themselves divine sovereigns? Unlike any of them in the past. All the ones I mentioned, Nero, Constantine, goddamn Julius Caesar, Fucking Akhenaten. I ain't even told y'all about that shit yet. Goddamn Akhenaten. These motherfuckers playing in your face. Akhenaten. You know me? On and on and on and on and on. Let me tell you something. This motherfucker, Lion's Fury operation against the land of the Aryans. Iran means the land, literally, the land of the Aryans. That's what it means. I'm sitting here telling you about Aryan supremacy prophecy, where the Aryans turn from jet black to white as the sands of the desert and blue as the skies of the golden sun at high noon, threatening to destroy, to desertify everything in sight. This motherfucker go and attack the land of the Aryans, the last of the dark-skinned Aryans. And the first thing that he does on February 28th, a day after the release of a movie where the headline, the promo headline, because it's not the name of the movie, it's just the promo headline of the movie the day before, the day before everywhere in the city, there's a vortex portal ass city. These motherfuckers is everywhere, on the sides of buses, on bus stop benches, giant ass billboards all over the goddamn city. And this movie was released the day before you conduct a blood sacrifice ritual on the land of the Aryans that are the last remaining, quote, dark-skinned Aryans, as you prepare for the apex presentation of white supremacy on Earth. And the fucking billboard says, burn it all down, the day before you launch Operation Epic Fury and Lion's Roar on the land of the aliens and the place you deliberately attack first in Iran are schools of girls. Y'all don't see no connection to the fact that just 2 summers ago, and I've been telling y'all this shit consistently, do not forget what happened in Iran 2 summers ago, because it matters. Do not forget what happened in the streets of Iran 2 years ago. I'm telling you, it matters. I cannot tell you how many times I've said that shit. I said, y'all keep your eyes on Iran. I said, because these motherfucking men everywhere on Earth have a problem with what happened in Iran 2 summers ago. I kept saying it. I said, don't let these motherfuckers let you forget about what happened in Iran 2 summers ago. Mom's word, not a mention, nowhere in the days now, almost 2 weeks, that they have been engaged in this aggression against Iran. And you think it's a goddamn coincidence that the first place that they attacked, that the first people they attacked are girl children and girls' schools? When 2 years ago, all of these women took to the streets in defense of the life of a 22-year-old woman slaughtered by the morality police in Iran for a string of her hair falling out from her hijab. And this country, Iran, under assault rifles and shit, women was coming out, taking the hijabs off, coming out the house in jeans, not wearing burqa, literally taking scissors on an open bonfire set on the middle of the street, cutting their hair off in acts of rebellion. Hundreds of women around the world, thousands of women around the world, doing shorts, making shorts on video of themselves standing in solidarity with this young woman whose life had been cut short by motherfucking morality police, cutting their hair on their videos, crying, sobbing, because they've never cut their hair, cutting their hair. I stand in solidarity, this and that, and this and that. All these men taking to the street to protect these women who are doing everything these women were doing for crimes punishable by prison in Iran. Coming out the house without burqa, coming out the house in t-shirts and jeans. Dancing is forbidden in Iran. They dancing around the fire. They're screaming. They're cutting their hair off in the fucking fire and throwing it in the fire. It was radical as fuck, yo. It was radical. Men, boys surrounding the women so the pigs couldn't get to them. I said, don't let these motherfuckers let you forget what happened in Iran, because that shit shook them. And soon as the rebellions was over, as soon as they killed enough people to squash that women's rebellion in Iran, what did you see? Now you can't even have your slits open no more. You need to put some veils over your slits, bitch. All y'all motherfuckers come out these schools. If you female, come out. You can't have no school no more, bitch. Come out of school. Clamp down. Clamp down. I said, don't you let these motherfuckers let you forget what happened in Iran just 2 summers ago, which shook that shit to its foundation. Not just in Iran. This shit was popping off with women-led movements all over this country just 2 years ago. And when's the last time you heard some here in Women's History Month? When's the last time you heard anybody center the woes of women? With an 87% increase in violence against women in the same period. Ain't nobody talking about women. Nobody. Only within the context of, we stand with the people of Palestine. We stand with the people of Iran. We stand with the people of Sudan. The issue is what it has always been. The assault on the mother as personified as patriarchy's hatred of the female principle anytime it erects its head, especially in a presentation of power. That's the only issue. It's the only issue. It's the only issue. Even when it is men killing men, which is never just the case, we are always the collateral damage. But even when it's, quote, men killing men, every man that dies in a war is the child of some woman who will suffer because of his loss. Every child. Every man that dies in a war is one woman who will be screaming in agony because her baby is gone. The issue is always women. It will always be women until the world is righted. Now, I'm going to tell you this because in this book right here from this reading that I did 6 hours ago, she said, what she said? Where is this shit at? Lalita Pure, because Lalita was the one, she said, babe, y'all better play. I know the world seems shaky out here, but you need to take the moment. You need to take some time to go play. Otherwise, this shit ain't gonna be made right. So even if you go into war, this is a word, because even if you go into battle, bitch, even if you got your machete in your hand going to war, you better be going to war like you're playing. That's why all the goddesses of destruction are always dancing. Every single one. Why they always dancing? When they destroying shit, when they going, why every single goddess from around the world who is a goddess of destruction, every time she get in her bag, she like, oh shit, let's go, bitch. What? Yes. She got on a dancing skirt that flows around. I said, why all the destructive goddesses got skirts on that be flaring when they dancing? What is the symbolism behind the skirt? What is it? What am I missing? The skirt flares up to reveal the secrets. Why? Because a skirt as a garment is always fixed on a woman to, quote, hide her shame. So when the skirt flares up, it is like the removal of the veil. It is to upraise the skirt to shine light on that which has been kept hidden. That's why all the goddesses have these skirts that flail about. Shakti, Kali, Pele, as the lava that flows out like an outflowing skirt when it's coming down the goddamn mountain. Oh, yeah. I said, oh, my God. Oh, my God. So she say here, you better play. Even if you got to save the world, bitch, you better play while you're doing it. Because hatred is never what guides a woman's, even those women who fall. Harriet Tubman, Nana Buddha-Ku, not Nana Buddha-Ku, what's her name? Queen Nehanda, Queen Nzinga, Queen Asantewa, Queen Nanny Moore, Nanny of the Jamaican Maroons, right? Name them. There's no short. Queen Hatshepsut and Queen Amos Nefertari and Queen Candace of the Kentucky, who literally had one of her eyeballs plucked out on the battlefield, and she had they say she took her top off, her shirt off, so her titties was all out, and she took her top off and had her homegirl help her tie the motherfucking top around the eye where the eyeball had been plucked out, so she could keep going to battle. There ain't no shortage of stories, not just Africa, all over the goddamn planet. Queen Boudica, who almost destroyed Rome because these motherfuckers, the emperor that she and her husband had been paying tribute to and saying, we cool. Like, we'll give you what you asked for. We'll pay you tribute, feed you some time when you come through or whatever. He's like, cool. And then when he was done destroying all of their allies, he's like, okay, I appreciate you hosting me and all this shit, but now it's time for us to conquer you. So we gonna rape and kill your daughters in the middle of the goddamn kingdom to demoralize everybody. That's what they did. Raped and killed her fucking daughters right while they had her and her husband bound and gagged so that they could watch as these men were tormenting their children, then killed the king. And her servants helped her get away. And so when she got away, she went and galvanized a goddamn army for herself and staged the contest with Rome that almost destroyed Rome the first time. There ain't no shortage. Asian women. There ain't no shortage of women who fought all the time. Fought. Why? Because they are not motivated by the same. When a woman fights, the motivation is different. That's what I told you. You got to put the behavior under the correct column to determine what the motivation is and what the outcome will be. That's why I drew this list all this time ago. That I can't get too far off this damn breakthrough that I'm gonna have with this motherfucking movie. But this shit, see, yeah, this shit with the this right here, because they will get you caught up on some other shit too. They will get you caught up on the action or the behavior or the event as either good or evil or bad or good or whatever. You have to place the behavior, the action, the deed, whatever, in the correct column to see what the outcome and the incentive and the motive will be. If it's an action, character, story placed under the sun gone rogue, the outcome, the motivation is always going to be death, war, confusion. Every time, all the time, 10,000% of the time. I promise you, there is nothing that you can put up under this list, quote, created, developed, invented by the sun gone rogue, that its outcome was life-affirming, life-giving, life-supporting. I'm trying to tell you that the thing, the idea, the story, whatever it is, if it is placed under this list, it's always, even if it's warfare, bitch, women go to warfare to save the world, to save the many, to save the group. And so some may have to die, but our motivation is the least loss of life possible. Hopefully we can reason a motherfucker back into their right mind. If we gangster enough, if we present fearsome enough, maybe we can win a motherfucker back into the right way. But if it's up under here, if it's war up under here, if it's battle up under here, just like our card said about what's her name? Kalakatri. That Kalakatri, that's why that goddamn card shook me. Because this presentation of Kalakatri, what did it say? What number is this card? It just shook the shit out of me. What was it that set her off so that she was screaming so? This shit, where my eyes at? What was it that they said shook her? And if this ain't today, if this is not the evidence of the sun gone rogue, if this isn't the confirmation of what that Trump said to that reporter, like what will stop you? What will hold you accountable? What will make you end this? I'm not accountable to anybody but God in my own sense of morality. Well, bitch, you rape children. So you obviously have, so anything goes. And that's what you can interpret that as. Anything goes for you. If you just talking about God, what God? The God of war that this country is founded on? Is that what you're talking about? Because that means there literally is nothing that you won't do. She say right here, this personification of the goddess Kali, the goddess Kalakatri appeared when a warrior violated the rules of law and violently assaulted the enemy troops resting under the cover of night. This is about integrity. This ain't about no bourgeois morality. This is about the spiritual depth and integrity of human beings seeing each other as human first, even before we see each other as adversary or enemy. That's what she was responding to. The goddess appeared when this warrior violated the quote natural rules of law and violently assaulted enemy troops resting under the cover of night. He rolled up on these motherfuckers while they was asleep. Like these motherfuckers who will never get their own hands dirty, but what they say out of their mouth can unleash bombs on girl babies. Them girls were strategically attacked as retaliation. These bitches hold grudges as a retaliation for what these women did 2 summers ago. I'm convinced. I am convinced. You won't convince me otherwise. You won't convince me otherwise. She say this motherfucker violated the rules of law and assaulted enemy troops resting under the cover of night. She appeared in terrible form, making sounds that expressed her horror at the suffering taking place. This is the weeping and wailing Black Madonna. No matter how people try to cover up what is happening, glossing over things with cleverly manipulative words. Baby, what? In this reading that I did for y'all 6 fucking hours ago? What? To cover up your deeds with cleverly manipulative words. She is the truth witnessed and laid bare, the mother in her absolute clarity and simplicity. Huh? The other thing this card said, child, this card. She said, for those who have been cajoled or coerced to deny their intuition and authentic experience, Kalaratri breaks through the crazy making and brings us into the truth of what is happening. Crazy making, craziness under the mother column is always what Socrates called divine madness that heals the many. You see how this shit be flipped upside down all the time? Socrates said it himself. That when a woman experiences divine madness, healing occurs. Contrary to that, the other saying is, beware the madness of the king. When the king goes mad, what happens in that column? Everybody dies, bitch. The trees die, the birds die. Everybody can get it. See that? How craziness in one column is life affirming, life healing, giving you an inside view into the mind of the mother through her daughter, the Sibyl, the prophetess, the divinely mad. The madness of the king destroys everything in sight because he is blinded by the light of the sun in his head. His heaven has been made bright white with brilliant white sunlight. And so the heaven in his head is no longer indicative. It no longer mirrors the great primordial black sky that we look up at night. Our head no longer looks that way. Our head does not look like heaven anymore. Heaven is black, bitch. That's not my opinion. What time is it where you at? Walk your ass outside. Heaven is black. Heaven's always been black. Heaven will forever remain black. The sky is not blue, nor has it ever been blue, nor will it ever be blue. That's what I mean when I say blinded by the light. You cannot detect the blackness of the sky, the blackness of heaven at noon in the day. You cannot see that there are any celestial heavenly bodies with you. You would believe that you're the only thing that there is everywhere in the universe, because during the day, all you see is the sun. Sometimes, every now and again, the sun and the moon will coexist in the daylight, but that's all you can see. You can't see no stars, can't see no planets, can't see shit. That's what I mean when I say blinded by the light. This is still a metaphor for what our actual lived experience is on this planet as the center of our universe on Earth. And this relationship with what appears to be big and magical, and oh my God, the trees respond and everything responds when the sun comes up. Yes, this is true. This is the sun. This is the baby. Our SUN is the baby. The SON to the great primordial black ash jet black universe that says, okay, my little planets right here, they need just enough of your rays to affirm the life that already exists. But your ass be unruly, little son, because yang is destructive in nature always. The only thing that makes it life benefiting, life affirming is its relationship to yin. This thing that we call an ozone layer is yin, bitch. Even though we can breathe it, it's still yin. As a matter of fact, to be deeper than that, it's not just yin, it's utmost yin, it's water. That's what we be breathing. It's water. Okay? It's water. It's vaporized water, but it's water nonetheless. Just enough water to filter out enough UV rays to benefit life on Earth without turning life on Earth to the Sahara Desert. Because that's what the sun does. It is destructive in nature, and it is only the prime circumstances that allow for just enough yang to enter into this relationship where it is thriving and beneficial. It doesn't give life, it benefits life, it sustains life, it exists within the relationship to the mother, which is yin. She say here, this madness, this crazy making that's the world right now, all these stories about all these people on the Epstein list, and like, what would make them do such a thing? And people saying, well, you know, they was probably manipulated into doing these terrible things so they could, so this dude could exploit them further on down the line. But you ain't I don't give a fuck. You ain't doing nothing. Your shoddy ass, shabby ass, fucked up ass, malignant ass, diabolical nature would not have you do. I don't give a fuck. And today there was good news because there was two people that he approached diligently, ferociously, and they was like, I don't give a fuck how much money you got. I'm not interested. Your ass suspect. You a shady bitch. And I'm not interested. They say in order to try to manipulate one of the dudes, he just made this massive donation. It was like $1 million or some shit to the organization. And when the founder of the organization saw where this large donation came from and saw that it was Jeffrey Epstein, he's like, how many times we got to tell this nigga we don't want this shit? And sent the first donation that Jeffrey Epstein made, he was like, this rotten bitch, he done sent me this email. I told him I wasn't interested. Like, what the fuck? He don't understand. So he took the donation and donated it, all the money, to his favorite charity, but made sure that Epstein's name wasn't attached on it, so he didn't even get, quote, the kudos for the donation, right? No evidence that he made the donation, because fuck that guy. I don't want to be attached to anything he got going on. The nigga suspect. That's what the white boy said. It's like, I ain't trying to be up in there with nothing you doing. Like, why you keep harassing me? Do you know this motherfucker turned around and sent this man another $1 million and sent it anonymously? But this was his way of trying to seed his way into this man's life and his goddamn, his shit, right? Do you know what this man did? Traced the money. Saw that it was attached to Jeffrey Epstein, though it was donated anonymously, wrote a check and sent that nigga his money back. I don't know how many times I got to tell you, I'm not interested. I said, well, come on in the room. Somebody had some gangster in them. Even more, there was another dude. I still think this nigga suspect, personally. This is me personally, just trusting me and waiting for the information and the confirmation to meet the position that I have taken about this particular dude. I think he's suspect. And you ain't gonna convince me otherwise. I think he's suspect. But on this day, what the story was he was the other dude on the list who, when Epstein approached him, I'm gonna tell you what it is in a minute. When Epstein approached him, he was like, he said, I wasn't nice about it. I was like, get the fuck out my face. Like, I ain't interested in you selling bitch, right? like went off on him. And then once you know who it is, you'll be like, oh, that makes sense. That sounds like him, right? He said that Jeffrey Epstein tried him 2 more times. He said what finally stopped this dude from contacting me, from emailing me, is I finally told him, don't make me choke the life out of you. I said, oh, those was his words, not mine. He said, don't make me choke the life out of you. Don't contact me again. I said, yeah, damn. Now who it was? That Jewish guy, Finkelstein. I forget his first name. Finkelstein. But the one he did this presentation. I was like, oh, that's some gangster shit. Come on, pro Jewish boy. When he was at this school where all these Jewish kids were crying, and I can't believe what you're saying. And right. And he was like, man, stop crying. I love that video. I still think he's suspect, but I love that video. He's like, I don't, please stop crying. He said, I'm not concerned about your tears. He said, because if you had any heart in you, the tears that you said now, you would be shedding for the people of Palestine. I said, oh shit, shots fired. I can't believe what you're saying. He's like, I'm so tired of y'all tears and shit. If you had any heart in you, you would be shedding them tears for the people of Palestine. And y'all ain't gonna shut me up about my position and this and that and this. And I was like, come on through, Mr. Finkelstein. Well, Epstein approached his ass 3 times, and on the 3rd time, he said, do not contact me again. Don't make me choke the life out of you. I said, well, god damn, Mr. Finkelstein. But I said that for a reason. Let me put my eyes back on. Because that crazy making, people will use an excuse of why they did this and this and this and that and such, why I behaved this way, why I did this thing and this and that. That's what we're hearing from the popular, from the famous, that, and nobody's been charged yet. We know everybody, ain't nobody been charged, ain't nobody been perp walked, ain't nobody been put in handcuffs, ain't nobody's been indicted in jail. We've consented to that. We can talk all day about the goddamn files. But the reason that ain't nobody been perp walk, bitch, is because we've consented to that. We have upraised these motherfuckers to God status. This is literal. I've talked to you about this, and I am not wavering. I'm walking down the street that I live on every day. I said, when I tell you that there is nothing, everything is a ritual, bitch. Everything is a ceremony. Everything is in your face to get you to comply, to convince you that your compliance and your complicity is voluntary, that it's your decision. It's not. I'm literally living blocks from the constellation, literally the constellation, like every mythological story, the constellation on the sidewalk of regular everyday people, just like me and you, who we have upraised to God status. You don't think this is a goddamn constellation, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, where all the stars' names are in gold on the ground facing the sky, the constellations in the sky? And I'm driving to work one day and going up into Laurel Canyon. I said, what the fuck? I said, this shit is really up in your face. Do you know what Laurel Canyon is? Do you know what Laurel is? Y'all even remember what Laurel is? I said, they really did not leave no stone unturned. And I told y'all all the goddamn conspiracy theories about Laurel Canyon and the CIA and the Doors and all of these bands that defined the anthems of our youth from the night, all the freedom songs and the freedom bands of the 1960s, and how every single solitary motherfucking one of them, they parents was ops. Every single motherfucking one. They parents was police, not just regular police, super pigs, super cops, CIA, FBI, what you call them? Black ops, Navy, the Doors. I thought it was just them Morrison. Every member of the Doors had pigs for parents. The police. Stuart Copeland's daddy was the creator of the CIA. His mama was a British spy. All of these got the mamas and the papas. Frank fucking Zappa. I tell you, these motherfuckers ain't left no stone unturned. I mean that shit. So the Laurel Canyon conspiracies, I'm just saying, yeah, Laurel Canyon conspiracies. And that boy, what's that boy name? Jared Leto. Everybody talking about, oh, he got a cult, Jared Leto. And do you know how he started his cult? he and his twin brother started a rock band. Did you know that? He and his brother started a rock band with the sole purpose of galvanizing young women. The majority of their followers are under the age of 18. Did you know that? Did you know that? The majority of their followers, this cult, are underage. Jared Leto bought the goddamn compound that the CIA was using in Laurel Canyon to work on. This is in the 1960s, bitch. To work on how to embed records, because this ain't modern day. This the 1950s and 60s. The CIA was learning how to put echolocation technology in records. So every time you play the record, they can locate they can locate where the fuck you at. Y'all talking about this technology like it's so super awesome, supreme, and they can watch you and hear all your conversations. Do you know that they've been able to hear your conversations since 1914, bitch? They've been able to hear every word you say out these motherfucking phones since 1914. Know how I know? Because in 1914, the Marcus Garvey created the Universal Negro Improvement Association, the UNIA. At the same time that he was starting the Universal Negro Association, Marcus Garvey, the mafia was the biggest problem the FBI had. The mafia. And Al Capone and all of these other motherfuckers that they had their eyes on, and then all of a sudden this Negro come to the Northeast and he's starting a whole army, and he got a whole league of Black Cross nurses, and they marching 10,000 motherfucking black people down the streets of New York and shit. Like, what the fuck kind of shit is this? They talking about building their own steamship line, bitch. What? Did you? This just happened this fucking week. Let me write this down so I don't forget. Did you know? I didn't know till this week. The Black Star Line, created by Marcus Mosiah Garvey in the year 1914. As a matter of fact, he created the Black Star Line in August 17th of 1914. So, because this was a part of his repatriation program for black-skinned people in America who may want to go back to Africa, to go to Liberia. You understand? And to facilitate trade between black-skinned people on the continent and the diaspora. Because his ass was from Jamaica. He was like, we need to be linked up because we got everything we need to do what we need to do for ourselves without having to rely on these white people. The UNIA created their own passport and were able to travel the world with this passport created by their own organization in 1914. In 1914, when the UNIA was created, by 2 years later, 1916, there was a reported 10 million paid subscribing members to the UNIA on this continent, South America, the islands, Africa, and Europe. In 1916. But let me tell you what I found out this week that blew my fucking mind. 1914, the UNIA creates the Black Star Line, which was a line of massive, like the big shipping ships. Do you know that in the same year, I did not know this until this week. I said, holy shit. And this was just on conspiracy about like the Federal Reserve and all the things leading up to the Federal Reserve, which was founded in 1916, by the way. I digress. The events leading up to the founding of the Federal Reserve, and I know it's related because the guy was doing this whole breakdown or whatever, because the Federal Reserve was the main facilitator of the creation of the Federal Reserve was J.P. Morgan, right? And so this kid is talking about the Titanic, how the Titanic was J.P. Morgan's ship. And so he is going to sail the Titanic, and he invites all of his competitors to be on the Titanic for its first trip. And right before the Titanic left the dock, that motherfucker got off the Titanic. JP Morgan, with all of his adversaries and opponents on the ship, because everybody's like, oh my God, it's so beautiful and this and that and this and that. And right before that motherfucker took off, he said, you know what? I'm gonna get off JP Morgan, and the Titanic sinks with all of his competitors down at the bottom of the ocean with the goddamn Titanic. That happened in 1912. Guess what happened 2 years later before he got on this process of creating the Federal Reserve? And I know it's related because this kid he wouldn't know it because I'm guaranteeing you he don't know nothing about Black history, but I'm telling you we have to learn history in the web. I saw a half a second, a millisecond blurb while this kid was doing his little video and showing all these headlines from all the newspapers at the time. Same year that Marcus Mosiah Garvey created the Black Star Line to facilitate economic independence among Black people throughout the diaspora, J.P. Morgan launched. This was a headline in the background of this kid's video just a couple days ago. I said, how did I never know this? The same year that Garvey launched the Black Star Line, J.P. Morgan launched a new line of ships called the White Star Line. That was a headline on the newspaper in this kid's fucking totally unrelated video. Can you believe that? JP Morgan launched a line called the White Star Line the same year Garvey launched the Black Star Line. And I'm saying that because these motherfuckers have always been all the way up in your shit, baby. They know what you gonna do before you do what you gonna do. Don't be letting these motherfuckers scare you about they listening on your TV and they listening on your laptop and they listening on your phone to collect all your data, bitch. They've been doing that since 1914. That's why I mentioned UNIA and the mafia, because the first Black person ever hired by the FBI was hired to infiltrate the UNIA. The first Black person they ever put on payroll of the FBI was hired to join the UNIA and to work his way up the ranks to destabilize the UNIA from the inside out. Do you know who that agent is? And most of the pictures that you can find today of Marcus Garvey, the motherfucker is sitting on Marcus Garvey's right side. It was his best friend. He was the one who gave control. Like, you are the one that's going to be inspecting the ships. You are going to purchase the ships because boats ain't really my thing. That's more your thing. You know about it. You inspect it. You say which ships we should buy, which ships we shouldn't. I'll take your word for it. His right-hand man was the first person ever put on the payroll of the FBI to destabilize the UNIA. And it was founded in 1914. By 1918, he was facing, what did they call it? Post office mail fraud or some dumbass shit. When they ain't got shit on you, they got to come up with some dumbass shit. It became like mail fraud or something like that. Spent time in prison here in the United States and then was permanently exiled from the country. They always been listening to your shit, bitch. That was my whole point for that story. But I still think it was a good story because I couldn't believe I never knew that JP Morgan launched a goddamn line called the White Star Line. But anyway, they always listening to your shit. They always listening to your shit. They've been listening to your phone calls old school way with a bunch of ladies sitting in a room where they got the whole phone like board where you use your little old school phone that looked like a can. I ain't got nothing that can make it. And so it's got a long ass string on it. It's attached to a wall. And you say, "Hi, operator." And every time you had to make a call, you went to the operator. "Hi, operator, how can I connect you?" And there's this long cord, and she sticks it in this hole in the wall amongst all these hundreds of holes in the wall that will somehow magically connect your phone to the phone on the other end that will ring. And the FBI started going into these places where these operators were working in these phone lines and intercepting the calls that were happening between like the mafia in particular, because those were their two biggest enemies at the time. Lo and behold, it was because of the economic implications of the mafia thriving. And now this Negro then came and built a goddamn organization of 10 million motherfuckers who everybody is dues paying members of. This is an economic problem. And lo and behold, this moment is when I'm realizing this. They intercepting all these calls, and the reason they intercepting these calls is not just because they're like, this is JP Morgan. He's like, motherfucker, I got a goddamn economic jack move I'm trying to pull, And these two components is about to be a problem. This Negro that done came from out the fuck of nowhere and then built the organization of 10 million people, and they're buying all these massive plots and buildings in New York. They had all these businesses in New York. All of these businesses in New York. He buying up damn warehouses and transforming them overnight and turning them into warehouses and turning them into schools, turning them into hand-rolled cigar factories and shit. They had laundry factories all over New York. Bitch, this is 1914. 52,000 people showed up to Madison Square Garden to see Marcus Garvey talk in Madison Square Garden in 1914, bitch. And we can't even 1914. So stop that fear-mongering bullshit. They watching, they listening. Be careful about what you say and shit because they listen. Bitch, they was old school style with long ass chains hanging out the goddamn phone thing. Hi, operator, how can I connect your call? And then the pigs would come in and say, we gonna intercept this call so we can hear everything. This 1914, they always been listening to your shit. Because they always have known, even though you do not know, what the solution to the problem is. That's why they got to intercept everything. That's why they got to terrorize you by showing you a malignant version of you fed back to you to terrorize you from seeing you. That's the whole Mercury thing. That's the whole mirage mirror thing. That's the whole perverse. That's the whole black box conspiracy thing. That's the whole, all these motherfuckers building black box architectural structures all over the globe to get you scared about Saturn because they all Satanists and you can see the Illuminati everywhere and everything that you're seeing. It is because that black box, to be honest, to be blunt, and we grown folks up in here, that black box is exactly what it's always been. It's your big old fat, what's her name? The Venus of Willendorf. The big old fat, jolly big titties all the way down to her belly button with her little cellulite literally carved in the stone, her belly button squishy and shit, her little beady beads, her little, we call them BB shots in the South, her little coily hair, her jet black, giant, shaped like, deliberately shaped like the earth self, with her vagina showing and her butt cheeks showing to show you the bounty and the voluptuousness of the provisions of the goddess. She who wants nothing more than to see her children perpetually happy, covered, and cared for. That's why she's always been pictured. Even the white women, once they started presenting the goddesses as white, they was always voluptuous. There was always voluptuous. There was always fat, bitch. There was always fat. Why? Because the universe is round, bitch. Not skinny. It's round. Everything in the universe is round. And so we too, if we gonna be shooting babies at a goddamn vagina, what's the black box conspiracy that everybody be talking about? Why the Jews be wearing the black box on their head and on their left arm? Why the goddamn is the Muslims be dancing Widdershins, dancing counterclockwise around the Kaaba, trying to get close to kiss the rock? Why do these Jews with the black boxes on their heads and the hats that literally look black with like rings around it? Them hats, right? Why they do that? Why they be at the Wailing Wall doing this, like this, and then taking their hips and doing like this to the Wailing Wall? Everything that you see, I don't care. Why these goddamn Buddhist monks, child? I sat here and watched hours of this meditation on these Buddhist monks, and I said, they don't even have to hide us. We are everywhere, and they know we will see everything in this shit but us. I said, I ain't watched this Buddhist goddamn meditation thing. I said, goddamn. I said, can we persevere, man? Can we persevere? Everything is you. Everything is you. Not only is everything you, the reason that the black box is everywhere, the reason is billionaires building these big old architectural structures that look like giant black boxes. The reason the Kaaba is a giant black box in what is called the omphalos of the Middle East. Why is the Kaaba called the omphalos? of the Middle East. Y'all nobody ever puzzled about that shit? The black box of Kaaba, the black boxes created by these billionaires all over the fucking place. Elon and Bill Gates made one, and all these motherfuckers, right? The black box on the forehead, on the third eye of these fucking Orthodox Hebrews wailing at the Wailing Wall, praying and meditating with the head one way, and then doing their hip like this. The men, they talk about how many hundreds of people die at Hajj every year. Did you know that? I did not know that. They say that the enthusiasm, the desperation of the what you call them? The pilgrims, the people making the pilgrimage, making the Hajj, that the desperation to try to get to the Hajj so that you can get to the part on the Hajj, there's like this big silver little lining with what they say is a black meteor rock, and people try to get to that point in the Hajj where they can get close enough to either touch it, but hopefully kiss this black stone at the center of this west-facing stone in the Kaaba. Do you know? Why? Why the black box? Why they be saying that everybody that be sporting a black box or a black hat or doing any of these things is tied to that Saturnian satanic worship of the blah, 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 blah? Is because they have to take you and malignify you and pervert you and feed you back to you to make you fear the image of you that is perverted. You fear your reflection of you given to you by your son gone rogue, bitch. Everything that you see, every monster, every story every story is about you through the lens of one who can only give birth to death. That's him. When he ain't in league, when he is not in harmony, when he is not tied to his mother by that little red string that ties the two opposing fish together, that no matter where you go in the ocean, baby, we will always be one. We will always be together. And remember, I told you that I had a sneaking suspicion that the glyph, the alchemical glyph of Cancer, where it still looks like the two opposing fish of the yin yang Pisces, but now there's no black side and there's no red string that connects them. I said, this is prophecy, bitch. White and white, no attachment, and the name of the glyph is Cancer, and that the first time the word cancer had ever been associated to this sign was in ancient Kemet, in the medical papyri of the ancient Egyptians, when they were witnessing tumors that had tentacles, just like cancer. I said, bitch, this was a prediction. The alchemical symbol of Cancer was predicting a period where the sun would go wrong, cut away, completely severed from the relationship to the end. That's why the alchemical symbol, there's no black, there's no connection. This is Cancer. This is the sign of Cancer that you associate with the moon and the water and the mother and Yamaya. This is the sign of Cancer. I said, why they call it that? If this is the moon and this is the earth and this is the water, and why they call it Cancer? Does anybody even question why they call it Cancer? Why they call it the crab? Why the alchemical glyph, which is silver, the alchemical glyph for this, what looks like a 6 and a 9, because there's no black, there's no yin left, and the red thread of connection is gone. It's successfully severed. Does nobody ever ask, like, why this alchemical glyph that represents the element of silver looks like it looks? And the name of the sign is Cancer, represented by the crab, because Cancer means crab, and the cancer that you get when it begins to metastasize looks like a crab. That's why I said this alchemical symbol, this shit was a prophecy. I'm not far reaching, baby, because this prophecy told us about a period of time where man, in his desperation to leave his mother, would successfully divide the indivisible. The yin and yang is said to be two peculiar personifications of the one. That's the problem, is the mother and the son are never separate. That's the issue. Is that separation is an illusion. Distance does not equate to separation. The separation is an illusion. But the son would go so far away from his relationship to the yin, to the mother, that this shit, whether it's the Nazi symbol, all of this shit was predicting the same thing. Different articulation, same period in human history, that he would become so mad in his separation from the mother that he would threaten to destroy everything. Remember in the movie Black Panther where they always doing this, they always doing this? I said, holy fucking shit. And they play in our face all the time. All of us was like, Wakanda forever, right? 2 years later, Elon Musk is taking the Twitter formed after a bird and the language, the quote, secret communication of birds, and turning it into X, not just X, a peculiar kind of X. One side of the X is just a single line, other side of the X is like hollow. It's attached to something, but he called it X. And then you see him in multiple articles doing one of these numbers. I said, God damn, what did I tell you? And when the swastika is turned on its side to form this X, this peculiar personification of the swastika is a representation of the peculiar name of the sun god in his most destructive phase. It has to have the X in the center. This is the personification of this deity. I forget his name. It starts with an N, of the sun god in the Bhagavad Gita at his most destructive phase. And everybody walking around, whether it's the white boy or whether it's all of the black people talking about Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever. I said, God damn, right? Why is this important? Because this here, and what I'm telling you about the alchemical symbol of Cancer, and the first people to call a tumor Cancer, and the sign in the sky Cancer, as a matter of fact, the sign in the sky Cancer were the Egyptians, and where it was written was not in their astrological text. No, it was written what the astrological sign we call Cancer is, and the disease itself was written in the medical papyri of the ancient Egyptians, right? Then, according to this book, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, right, she take that shit to a whole new level. Hold on, let me see if I can find this real quick, because this was what did it for me. This might be it. This might be it. Where is it? She said, I said, goddamn. And I'm going to tell you why I said this alchemical symbol of Cancer was what helped me to conclude that alchemical symbol was a prophecy, bitch. That little 6'9", completely separated alchemical symbol of the sign of Cancer, I said, that shit is about the period in history where white males would get so far off their relationship and their connection with the element of the mother, with the energy of the mother in this culture, that they would successfully divide the indivisible. When you are conceived, you have two people that become one in intercourse. The two become one in intercourse. The impact of this two becoming one is the male will disseminate semen, and the egg will determine which sperm she will allow to exist. She opens up, boom. The two become one yet again. The sperm and the egg. The two become one. Once the two become one, guess what happens? The one becomes two, but not separate from itself. The two in the division that equals multiplication that's still going to end up in a singular one. Do you understand what I'm saying? That the division is always beneficial and building upon, not taking from or moving away from, separating. The difference between separating and division. Once the zygote occurs, once the sperm is allowed into the egg and there's a zygote, the first thing that happens is the first division, which is now the 1 becomes 2, and the 2 becomes 4, and the 4 becomes 16, and so on. And so this webbing, the perpetual division that actually multiplies. And then that multiplication shines through as a singular unit. That is you when you were born. So the division is not separation, but in the mind of the malignant, division equals separation. We're taught that in basic math, that that division in math is akin to subtraction. Aren't we told that? That when you learn to divide, it's akin to subtraction, and multiplication is akin to what? Addition. It's everywhere in the language. It's everywhere in the language. When I told you about Pope Nicholas creating the construct of race, what was it for? It was to create a division that separates. The establishment of whiteness as a political and spiritual weapon against, quote, the melanated others was a literal textbook example of all of these different periods in the bourgeoning of this peak presentation of patriarchy as white and male that requires perpetual division and separation, division and separation, division and separation. This construct of whiteness to separate white people, even well-intentioned, good-spirited white people, into something that was other than everybody else, to set them apart from themselves. Who is themselves? The rest of the human family. It is, in the peak presentation of this separation was in 1942, when Oppenheimer did what this symbol predicted he would do. He, for the first time, successfully separated, not divided, separated the indivisible. He divided the indivisible. This is the yin and yang as a mutation that stemmed from the madness of the peak personification of the sun gone rogue. He declared, when he successfully split the atom, what was previously thought to be indivisible, when he successfully split the atom, Oppenheimer, the following month, he didn't even wait a month, bitch. The following month, they went and tested the first atomic bomb. Do you know what they named the first atomic bomb? And y'all think I'm tripping. Do you know what they named the first atomic bomb? God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Utmost John. Do you know what they named the first bomb that they tested out in New Mexico? They called it the Trinity. The first atomic bomb made from what was thought up until that day to be impossible. The splitting of the atom, the splitting of atom, of the source of all life on this planet. What was said to be indivisible, and he split the indivisible, took that shit a month later out to the desert where the natives live to test it. And in the moment and the awe of witnessing the mushroom cloud, he says, in this moment, I have become death, destroyer of worlds. Who said that? Vishnu in the Bhagavad Gita. This is a Jewish man, Oppenheimer. At the same time that this shit was happening in Germany with the Jews against the big bad Hitler, who too saw himself as the peak personification of the goddamn prophecy laid forth by the Bhagavad Gita of Vishnu as the destroyer of the world, in its peak personification as the sun at its most supreme, superior, up above, up high, 12 o'clock, noon, causing the destructive desertification of the earth. That's why there was no contradiction in the Jewish boy saying it and the Nazi boy saying it. That's why we still all confused right now. Why all these Nazis tend to be having all these relationships with all these Zionists, like they still Jewish and non-Jewish. Why they got these relationships? Like, why can Elon Musk do a Heil Hitler salute and none of these Jewish organizations go off on him and say, y'all just really misunderstood what you saw? Why is it that, what's that white boy name? Alex Carr, who is Jewish and half black, and his best friend that is the creator of Palantir, whatever that white boy name is, and he was raised in apartheid South Africa with white nationalist parents. How they best friends 30 years? Why that ain't no contradiction? Because, baby, race nationalism is for us. It does not apply to them. See what I'm saying? If race is a construct, what's the construction for? It ain't for them. It's for us. That's where we will get stalemate. Every time, all the time. We will get stalemate on race nationalism. Meanwhile, in our face, we seeing all these black people putting their hands on Donald Trump, praying for Donald Trump. We so confused. You feel me? We see Alex Carr, who half Negro and half Jewish, and his best homie is a stated white nationalist who frequently declares himself the Antichrist. Don't nobody see no contradiction with that, because race nationalism for those that are governing the whole planet is not for us. I mean, it's not for them. It's for us. Race nationalism is for us. This shit is about prophecy. This shit is about them literally spending all this time attempting to construct a perversion of the harmonious cyclical relationship that we've always had with the planet. The sun gone rogue is what will give rise to this prophecy. If this prophecy was still in harmonious union with the mother, which there is opportunity for that to happen. If this prophecy was within the harmonious union relationship with the mother, then the fire of the yin and yang, the yang of the yin and yang, the chi of the yin and yang being always destructive unless what? Anchored and embraced by the mother. Remember what Killmonger said in that movie? He said the child cast out by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. That they did that shit on purpose. Because I told you, your boy, the dude, what's his name? Ryan Coogler. I see too much. And I like his movies, and he might be a stand-up guy. But the state is the state, bitch. I do not give a fuck. The state is the state. So Ryan Coogler might be a stand-up dude. He may very well. But the shit that he has put in the Black Panther movies in particular, but even this movie Sinners, I was like, this motherfucker. Somebody in his immediate circle is one of these warlocks, one of these CIA agent warlock motherfuckers who are telling him exactly what he can and cannot put in these movies. Don't believe me? Go back to the 13-hour motherfucking breakdown that I did of Sinners. That I can still probably do a whole nother 13 hours on. Okay? But in this reading right here, where she's talking about the sign of Cancer, this was what did it for me, because I was just like reasoning on some shit. I was like, okay, so the Pisces look just like the Cancer, and the Pisces also look just like the yin yang. I was like, this shit is all prophecy. Okay, well, the universe is a figure 8, so like, all right, let's think about this. Then I come over here to the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, and this is what she had to say about Cancer. And I was just deducing. The Cancer sign has been widely interpreted as a crab. Greek karinos, Persian kalakang, Sanskrit karkata, Babylonian aulul are all crab. The Egyptian zodiac of Dendera shows the crab as a scarab beetle, sign of the god Khepera. Cancer is viewed as a water sign influenced by the moon. Cancerian people sometimes call themselves moon children to avoid association with the dread disease, anciently called the crab, because of its crab-like agonizing tenacity, talking about, again, the tendency of tumors to metastasize. And when they metastasize, it literally looks like legs. Moon children may be more euphonious, may be a more euphonious name, but it defeats the purpose of connection with the stars, removing the constellation of Cancer from the picture altogether. Of course, the moon is not a zodiacal sign. The moon is not a zodiacal sign. The constellation of Cancer was vitally important to Egyptians, Persians, Hindus, Chinese, Babylonians, and other ancient civilizations. I want y'all to hear this shit because this shit blew my mind. The constellation of Cancer was vitally important to the Egyptians, Persians, Hindus, Chinese, Babylonians, and other civilizations, even those of South America. All of them were convinced that the world would end when the planets move into line with each other in the constellation of the Crab. Do you hear what I just said? Do I need to simplify that? What they just said is all of these ancient civilizations. Remember I was telling you all these hours back and I went to that goddamn astrology class and she was like, the constellations don't have nothing to do with astrology. I said, what? Really? She said, that's not what we're looking at. That the constellations are just pictures drawn by men, y'all. That's what she said about the constellations. They were just pictures drawn by men. That shit, we don't factor that shit into when we doing a chart. That ain't got nothing to do with astrology. That's what she said. I said, God damn. Okay? This is what they say. That all of these ancient civilizations that up until that point had no relationship with each other, but all of them recognized that this particular constellation in the sky all called them the Crab. 1. 2, of the Crab, they all believed, all of these ancient civilizations all believed that the world would end when the planets move into line with each other in a constellation called Crab. What it means is in the house of the Crab. Oh my God. In the house of the Crab, when there is a planetary alignment, a conjunction, a great conjunction, like the one that happened on December 21st of 2020, right? When a planetary alignment or a great conjunction happens in the sign of the Crab, in the constellation of the Crab, the world would end. And all of these ancient civilizations had the same belief. Romans maintained that the Crab was placed in the heavens by the goddess Juno, thus would signal the end of the world by her decree. The creation of the present earth was also supposed to have coincided with another past alignment of the planets in the sign of Cancer. Such association with both creation and destruction might explain why Cancer characteristics have been viewed as paradoxical. Cancer people are said to be both practical yet vividly imaginative, presumptuous yet discreet, timid yet bold, brilliant yet dull, home-centered yet undistinguished, yet at times evincing the greatest genius. Perhaps the only quality of Cancer that all astrologers can agree on is their crab-like tenacity. That's what it says. And so I have this breakthrough. I was like, why does alchemical cliff look like this? Because it looks like the yin and yang finally successfully separated with no yin present. Then Oppenheimer's punk ass splits the atom in fission, creating the technology for atomic weapons. And upon seeing the product of his death birth-giving ritual in the desert, declares that I am become, what did he say? I am become death. That's what he said. In this moment, I have become death, destroyer of worlds. Because what can the sun, gone rogue, only create, only produce? Death. Death machines, death medicine, death objects, just death. He made the declaration, and the first thing that comes to his mind is a goddamn quote by Vishnu, the destroyer, as he is telling Arjuna, listen, I know you feel kind of bad about what I'm telling you to do. Listen to this. Listen to this and tell me this is not prophecy. Tell me this is not now. Because Vishnu tells Arjuna, who he has charged, he's told his nephew Arjuna, slay everybody. That's what he said. He said, everybody that you see, kill them all. Kill your mother, kill your father, kill your children, kill your people. Why? And don't feel bad about it, because essentially this is all an illusion anyway. They were actually never born. They actually will never die, because they actually never existed. That's what he told. That's what he told Arjuna when he was trying to convince Arjuna that he got to kill everybody in sight. Don't that sound like ice right now? Colored men coming down on colored people who look just like they colored ass. Don't that sound about the same? Vishnu, who has charged with destroying the whole earth, and the homie that he is enlisted in this campaign, he said, look, man, I know you're feeling bad because they is humans and everything, and you think you human, but really this shit is all an illusion. Don't y'all hear that shit all the time? Ain't none of this real. See, we have to transition. We have to, what is it? We have to transcend. We have to transcend from the material to the ethereal. Where the fuck y'all think y'all going? We have to transcend the flesh, because the flesh, according to this black box theory that y'all all obsessed with as the evidence and the signs and symbols of Satan and shit, we have to transcend all of this shit, because see, Saturn is boundaries and limitations. That is the exact opposite of the story of great-grandmother Crone as Saturn, who governed the last golden age of bounty and limitlessness. See what I'm saying? You understand? And so because you see the black box, and because you see the six-pointed star of David, which is actually a satanic symbol, you feel me? Because you see everybody with this black box and all of this shit, because you see all of this shit, and all of this shit tells you that the material world is the illusion. Isn't that what they say? That the material world is the illusion, and your real life is once you transcend the fleshly prison, the material prison created by the dubious, malefic Saturn. I'm going to tell y'all something. This relationship that the astronomer was talking about between Earth and Saturn, astronomically, scientifically, historically, that I just got up on game this week. She said that Saturn is a star, bitch. Saturn is not a planet, technically. Well, Saturn started out as a star. It is the only planet in this solar system that is not solid. It appears solid to us, but it is gas. It is a ball of gas. Saturn, I didn't know that. It's a ball of gas. Saturn, it is not solid. And this whole presentation she did was, if Saturn had not started out as a star in this solar system, that without Saturn, Earth would not have existed. And she explains in this really extraordinarily, excruciatingly boring way this relationship, this direct relationship that all the mythology talks about. All the mythology talks about this peculiar relationship between Earth and Saturn. And here this white girl just 2 days ago was doing this long ass live about the historical relationship between Saturn and Earth, and that if Saturn had not been a star first, Earth would not have existed. Mind blown. All the mythology saying the same thing. Now you have a scientific historical record and reference for why mechanically this was the case, right? And so all these conspiracy theories making you fear, loathe, hate anything even remotely connected to Saturn is because when Saturn was in her star form, she was great grandmother Crone. That's who she was. She was a she. And so every story that you have ever been told about Saturn, just flip it upside down and see what the story sound like. If the Grim Reaper carries the sickle around to kill people and shit and terrorize the fuck out of people and shit, then what did the sickle mean under the mother? The sickle was one of the most sacred instruments. I'm talking about the little hooked blade that y'all all be scared of. The hooked blade was one of the most sacred symbols of because every god associated with Saturn is still considered an agricultural god because it's the time of the harvest. The sickle revolutionized the harvesting of wheat and corn and other grains, because now instead of just each person picking just stalk by stalk, cutting the individual stalk with a little knife and putting it in a bag, the reaper, the bent blade that looks like the crescent moon, which is sacred, the instrument that we fear, was the most sacred instrument because it revolutionized agriculture, in particular the period of harvest, which represented bounty. Harvest under your Jesus, harvest under your white God, Father God. Harvest under Yahweh becomes, quote, the harvesting and cutting down early the life of the innocent. It becomes synonymous with the harvesting of souls. The Bible literally tells you that shit, that, you know, you got to participate in the harvest of souls. And we don't even think about it. We think like, damn, that sounds beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Because we want Jesus to take everybody so nobody have to live through the tribulation. Meanwhile, the image of, quote, the harvest of souls, as opposed to the harvest of bounty that allows for everybody to eat to their fill, under the father god Saturn, who is literally stealing the crone's archetype. The crone is the old white-haired big mama who is always cooking for you on Sunday and making sure you got enough to eat you full, baby. You sure you don't want no seconds, this and this. Everything about her is the literal archetype of the mother who just loves abundantly. And you can even see this, the change in this iconography in all of the statues and the paintings in Europe and Rome itself, where you see Saturn associated with a female deity. And when she is Saturn, there's all these babies around her. They look like little cupids. They got little wings. Remember, we had this long ass deep dive about the wings. All these little babies, all these little cute, little pudgy, squishy babies with little baby wings, and they all just playing with the mama. When the iconography of Saturn is female, look at all the paintings, look at all the sculptures. She's always just surrounded by babies. There's little babies flying around her, looking over her shoulder. She got a little baby on her lap. She got some babies around her ankles. When the iconography is stolen and made malignant by the old father god, father time, restriction and boundaries and all of this shit, the first thing that you see is all of these little babies that were joyfully, happily surrounding the mother who is giving abundantly. This motherfucker, every picture that you see of father time where there's cupid babies in the damn image, he's always eating their bodies, tearing the flesh off their chest with his bare teeth. They're always naked and he's always naked. He's always holding them by their feet like they're a burden. He is there's one image where he's got one of the babies strapped like laying across his naked lap, and the baby is naked, and he's got his reaper, and he's taking the edge of the reaper, and you see all this blood because he's sawing off the baby's wings. Every image of Saturn as male, of Saturn as, quote, father time, is always this brutal image of him destroying youth, consuming youth. Does that sound familiar? Consuming youth, destroying youth, terrorizing youth, babies screaming as he's biting them on the chest, or he's ripping off a limb or tearing off their head. This is the imagery in the Catholic Church, in the Sistine Chapel. Great, quote, paintings of the transformation of the character of great-grandmother Crone, surrounded by her babies, her grandchildren and shit, to Kronos, Saturn, father time, who consumes his children so that they won't take his power. And you don't think that shit is not played out right here in real time with your Epstein files, right? I was gonna talk to you. Okay, so Laurel Canyon. I'm going to say this quick. Laurel Canyon. And what is the laurel? Is that little like, I'm not doing a good job drawing it. But the laurel is that damn, oh man, how my phone died. Dang. This is not a good picture. But the laurel is that little crown that all the emperors wore, the little grassy, they still do it at the Olympics. They give you a little laurel leaf crown, right? Laurel Canyon. It didn't even occur to me tonight. I was like, God damn, they really paid attention to detail, because that crown was always synonymous with the elect, right? Laurel Canyon, the constellation, Hollywood Walk of Fame, and the name of the community is Laurel Canyon, but the big banner that goes over top of it says Mount Olympus. Okay, that was one thing. And the last thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm so tired. I'm almost delirious. Was back to this breakthrough that I had about the red herring. I don't want to not say anything so I can come back to it. The red herring I thought was so random. And then I'm talking to y'all about this white boy and the blue Aes Sedai, and they at the center of the world where the wheel of time is. What did I just do with that paper? Where the wheel of time is. And then I had a breakthrough that I didn't even know was coming. And that shit's crazy. What did I just do with that piece of paper just that damn fast? Oh, there it is. Right? And I got caught up on the Hitler thing. But anyway, so he's at the center of the world. His hair is red. He's half black, half white. He's literally the personification of yin yang at the center of the world, where you at the crossroads. You got a decision to make. You know what I'm saying? You can quote, go towards the dark, and there can be another 3,000 years of this bullshit and ass bullshit, or you can quote, go towards the light that's represented by this white girl in this brilliant blue. I have a sneaking suspicion, because everything is a sleight of hand. I have a sneaking suspicion because everything is a sleight of hands, as you can see. And they just went so hard about like making you like Leanne as Aes Sedai, even though she did some pretty truly fucked up shit. You feel me? Like, but you were still kind of rooting for her. It's weird how they do that. And she's brilliant white, and her dress is brilliant blue, and she resides when she does at the White Tower. I have a sneaking suspicion that Lorraine Aes Sedai is symbolizing the other blue and white that we're all so familiar with. I have a sneaking suspicion that is what her character represents, and that his character, the kid who has to make the decision between quote dark and light to save the world or destroy the world, is the dragon reborn. Who is the dragon? Always the serpent. Who is the dragon? Always the serpent in every space in between. See how that's the red hair. He's half black, he's half white. But the red herring in this story is that his red hair is not a side note. It is a something hidden in plain sight. This little red line, the little umbilical cord that always keeps you connected to the mother. That's his red hair giving that away. That's his red hair giving that away, right? Why the red herring? Because I just remember when I was freaking out and talking to y'all about that, is when they go back and tell the story of how the man he called father found him and raised him. There was a special clan of extra hard fighting gangster motherfuckers. And when you see this scene, his mama is pregnant. She is a white woman with brilliant red hair and red freckles in some scene in the snow. So she's dressed in all white, and she going to war with all these men while her belly is big and pregnant. But she just ghosting, gangster ghosting motherfuckers. Cha, cha, cha. And then finally somebody gets her and stabs her in the belly. And so she goes right into labor in this snow. And the man who killed her but recognized she was pregnant and felt bad, helped her deliver the baby there in the snow, cut the cord. She dies. and he takes and raised the baby as his own. Kid grows up, the redhead kid grows up, and when he gets a certain age, he said, I want to give you something. The dad says, I want to give you something. Guess what he gives him? Y'all will never remember. But that's why I was having a moment about how random this shit was and then how it applied 6 hours later. What the man gives his son when he turns a certain age is the sword that his mother was using when she died, when she was ghosting people and delivering the baby at the same time. He hands the kid with the red head, the red hair, the quote, savior, potential savior of the world, hands him a sword that was his mother's. It's a beautiful sword with a white handle, and on the end of that white handle was the bird, the red herring. What are the odds, man? That would happen like that. I just need to know the why. Why I need to know it. How does it apply? How is it going to catapult us forward for me to see what I see? The way I see it, how it happens, that shit is unbelievable. Because I can see it. I can see it all, but I can't see how it fits and how it's supposed to change everything. But I can't believe that goddamn red herring video came through my feed before I got up on here. And I'm talking about the Wheel of Time being in this show and this redhead kid. And I was just reading about this red herring. And I was like, damn, does that have anything to do with why these Muslims be dyeing their beards red and shit? Red herring, red hair. And then I had this whole breakthrough with this goddamn show and this boy with the red hair, who the future of the whole world relies on a single decision in a single moment that he must make. And then on the end of this blade, as I'm having this moment about, is the red herring related to red hair? Why these Muslims be dyeing their hair red? Like, what's this shit mean? And then I recall that it wasn't that this boy just had red hair, that when he got the sword, there was a red herring on the handle of the sword. Shot, God, that shit was deep. That shit was deep. This Friday the 13th is gonna be something else. What was this kid's name? God damn, that was so fast. That was so deep. So deep. I don't know what else. I didn't even get to the Oshun thing that I wanted to read. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow, but I got so much to do tomorrow. I don't know. But all right. So I'll see we didn't read our goal for the thank you for the donation. Who was that? Guahan Goddess. Yes. Cosmology codified in art, film, literature, music. For those who have the ears, let them hear. Yes. Yes, I love this. Thank you for the donation. Oh, okay. Share Fowler one. You cute. I love emojis. What's up, boy? Thank you for the donation. What's up, big fat fatty? Why are you whining, boy? Damn. You probably mean the great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. I thought that's what I said. I thought I said the great the great conjunction. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yep. All right. I'm gonna go to sleep. Thank you guys for the donations, and I'll try to be back up on you tomorrow. Y'all have a good night.